Hello there, heroes. I am the Orange Ranger, and we are here for day 2 of the amazing Database Rangers charity live stream. We are raising funds to benefit organizations in Georgia that are helping out with voting rights for the 2020 runoff election. But I am just the host of this little event. For more on that, our lovely MC, Database Ranger.
Oh, why, thank you, sir. Greetings, Ranger fans, and welcome to day 2 of our Power Charity Zeo live stream. So we are just blowing through our goals. We destroyed our $1,000 goal yesterday. We're actually, apparently overnight, we had another $30 donation from our good old Dare Bear out there.
So, Dare Bear!
Yay!
Yay!
So, just to give you an idea of where our goals are now, I need to update this because we are well past where we were before. Now, what we're looking at is our new goal of a mere 1,100 to get to Turbo a Power Rangers movie.
We're practically already there.
So I am updating that now so that we can just see that little red bar just squeak that last little bit that it needs to go for us to see the movie tonight. And then, after that, we have our big goal of seeing Turbo for next weekend, which I think is borderline assured at this point. So
it's happening.
It's happening.
People. We have faith in all of you.
So,
Mindful, you heroes.
So here's what I say on that. I've been discussing things with my lovely Georgian gladiators for global goodness here. That we are going to be stretching some goals here. So I was trying to decide how we would handle that, and because we did manage to just hit that $1,000 goal in a day.
Hello. Good morning.
Oh, and welcome to another Range fan here, Chris. And of course, sorry not to properly introduce Mara Greengrass, who's here from the Toku Ladies. So we are going to not just have that $1,500 goal to hit Turbo for next weekend. We want to see where we can keep going if we were to hit another 1,000 today. Because if we were to do that, that would knock out all of Turbo if we get to that. So we had to think about, okay, what would we do to expand upon that? Because we are running out of time before the registration deadline for Georgia. And so we were thinking...
Hey, Jake.
Yeah, what's up?
I'll catch you later. I gotta eat breakfast.
Okay, I'll see you in a minute then.
All
right. So what we're going to be doing is we will be adding a new stretch goal. If we get 1,500, that means that next weekend we'll be kicking off Turbo. But if we get to 1,700, we decided, okay, we're not going to wait till Saturday for Turbo. We'll be hitting Turbo Black Friday. So if we get to 1,700, we're going to shift things up a day, shift Turbo up a day. And from there, the reason we're going to do that is so that we can clear that weekend out from a 2-day weekend to a 3-day weekend. So that if you Ranger fans are really feeling ambitious, we'll tackle Power Rangers in space next weekend as well.
In space. The epic.
Twofer.
We can get there.
Turbo and in space. Come on, people. That is a big countdown there to Countdown to Destruction. I feel like we can do that.
Yep.
And I feel like Countdown to Destruction and the ultimate destruction of evil would be a perfect way to end things right before the election.
Before Georgia election, absolutely.
I like that. So,
especially since, it shows that all the citizens can be heroes by voting.
Hey. Nice.
Yeah, everybody can come together.
Oh, yes, and this is your disembodied voice, Stream Queen, apparently. Second Batgirl from Toku Ladies.
Apparently. Stream Queen Supreme.
Yeah, second Batgirl is our Stream Queen Supreme, the voice of God here, running all of our lives to make sure we have our live streams.
My new pinned tweet.
The voice of God. Yeah.
So, and thank you to everyone joining us in the chat as well. I know we already have a handful of people here and watching. That's exciting. I can't wait to
Morning chat.
see this grow. So,
Good morning, chat. Which,
share-
hey, worked out for rating because we got 2 good drops every time I said Jason Garvey called me the voice of God. Well, Dr. Jason Narvey, excuse me.
Doctor.
So we've much locked in that we're looking at having the good Sir Mark Litton returning as well to talk about some wonderful Power Rangers episodes. We've got a few other fans who are going to be joining us later as we'll be exploring the mysterious saga of the Zeo Gold Ranger, Tommy getting turned evil again because that's what he does, and the final farewell of our good man Billy Cranston. So we've got a lot. Sorry if I just spoiled things for you.
Whoa, spoiler.
I know it's only been 14 years or so, or 24 years or so. Sorry, 24 years.
We are so old.
I'm getting.
Hey, I'm older than you guys, so please don't.
I'm like the youngest person in this, and I'm the senile one. So hopefully we're all feeling good to go.
Yep.
Yeah, we are literally
we're ready to go.
Turbo Power Rangers movie. It looks like Scott would like to join us as well, so I'll toss him in there too.
Scott would like to join the party. Why?
Yeah, we're keeping the party going. All right, so we've already got with this party is already rolling, already getting started. So I have rambled on for almost 10 full minutes. Give people a chance to settle in for the long haul here,
and hopefully for our caffeine to kick in.
Yeah, working on it. In a minute, I'm gonna have to go get some more. That's all right. Hello,
Scott.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, may or may not be a little known fact. I'm not actually a coffee drinker. This is just pure morphin grid energy.
See, this is why you're a successful teacher, and I quit teaching high school.
Insanely, ridiculously envious. As much as I like coffee, so
yeah. So before we properly kick things off, where did I move my sign? I moved my sign. Give me a moment.
I moved the sign. I opened up the MPA.
I saw the sign.
Oh, God.
Hey, you know what? It's the right year-ish.
Non-controversial statements.
Yay!
Yay!
Now, the last time we did this, we got a huge donation right in the middle. So,
all right. So
just throwing that out there.
So, if anybody, before we even want to actually start the stream, if you guys wanted, let's donate those $70, and as we're doing our 3 non-controversial phrases that I consider, and I think we all should consider equally non-controversial to be able to say and agree upon moving forward. Number 1, say it with me, chat.
Black Lives Matter.
Lives
matter.
Number 2, say it with me, chat. Fascism is bad.
Fascism.
Fight fascism.
Bad.
And
terrible.
Number 3, say it with us, chat. Superheroes are fun.
Superheroes are fun.
Should all be considered
right here.
And voting rights are human rights.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
And we will be tackling those 3 at our close. So stay tuned. We'll have 3 more non-controversial statements to wrap things up on as we get to the end. But now we are already 10 minutes in. You guys are here for the Zeo goodness as we get stronger than before. We are on 26th episode of Power Rangers Zeo. Game
of Honor.
So, I have this queued up right to the very beginning. So, I say I'll do the ready and go and sing along to the theme.
I was gonna say, yeah, we're gonna kick off with the
theme song
the
today.
Credits.
Yes.
We're going to let the theme song play. Everybody queuing up with us.
They're already at the abridged point where it just goes into stronger than before.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, so, yeah, they're on the shorter theme song at this point.
The shorter version of the theme song. All right, because that's how they roll in the second half. They don't got time for that.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So, queued up on your Netflix, your DVDs, your laser discs, and VHSs, because we're about to kick off episode 26 of Power CO Game of Honor in 3, 2, 1, go. Stronger than before.
Go heroes.
Powered up for more.
I'm kind enough that I will not sing.
Go, go, Power Rangers. Go, go, Power Rangers. Power Rangers.
I remember the first time this aired, and I was like, oh my god, what's going on? Who's attacking Adam?
How dare.
And of course, he just does his dramatic flip, because why not?
Because that's what you do.
Adam is getting attacked by ninjas. Adam is having another bad dream.
Oh, you can't beat ninjas. It's always a good gimmick. Now, please note that I have not seen this episode, so thus I actually don't know what's going on. So it should be fun. Should be fun.
I know I've seen it at some point, but it's been a while since I watched Zio, so...
Yeah. I mean, this is, I'm sure you're shocked, one of my favorite episodes of Zio, so...
Surprise!
Written by Brett Bourne.
Never have guessed that.
Oh, cool.
Surprised that one of my favorite episodes is about Adam.
Shocked.
What the heck?
Okay, so they were the other Rangers.
I was assuming that, but...
That was pretty crazy.
It's a cog. I wonder if it's a cog.
I wonder. Can't be.
Some kind of metal? Really, Cat?
That is brilliant scientific insight there.
Yeah.
Yes, I have an idea. We found a mysterious thing.
What else do we know that looks like gears? Oh, hi, Machine Empire.
Let's take it into our base. That can't ever be a bad idea. I know that.
Did he just say he can't hear himself
I
tick?
can't hear myself tick.
That's great.
That's a great line.
Oh, Mara, I don't know if you were here for the stream or not yesterday, but you should add Queen Machina to your list of good moms in Toku.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, yeah, Queen Machina.
We don't have a lot of them, so...
That's fair. She is very attendant.
She loves her son.
That's very sweet.
And she's supportive of his endeavors to destroy the Power Rangers.
That is very sweet. It's always good to be supportive.
Wom, wom, wom. No kidding.
Really shocked, I said.
But is it really an artifact? Does it fall under the definition?
I'm going to put this out there. If it's an element,
Whoa, Billy, your scanner is steaming a little bit there.
Considering the ways the elements are arranged in the elemental in the periodic table, I would suspect that would make it probably highly unstable and radioactive.
Yes, that is very true.
You should probably be a little bit farther
rock.
away.
Yeah, you should probably not.
Look at Tanya just staring at her boyfriend as he shows off.
Oh, that is.
Yep.
Get you someone who looks at you like she looks at
Maybe
Adam.
Billy's handling of the artifact is helping to contribute to his sudden rapid aging.
This freaking guy.
This guy.
I'm annoyed we share a name.
Oh, I remember him, actually.
So, since everyone missed my rant about what a horrible boyfriend is and how great it was that Tanya dumped him because he's a jackass who did not treat her properly or appreciate her, and appreciate the fact that she's better at sports than he is. So, anyway, Tanya upgraded to a better boyfriend.
Yeah, big time.
It's only
I walked behind her sword. Hey, buddy, got a problem?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just behind my girlfriend holding swords.
You might want to back off a little bit.
Sean is such a sort of unique recurring character.
And a fantastic example of toxic masculinity.
I know.
Yes. He is super toxic masculinity.
He is. And it's really interesting having him as a recurring character this season to have that sort of counterexample of proper behavior.
Yeah, Power Rangers doesn't have a lot of recurring negative characters.
Yeah.
But
Like,
it is.
At least that aren't already established villains, so.
Yeah, like villain, not, like human.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is always nice.
And he's not played as, a comedic side character like Volker in the early days being counterexamples or Victor and Monty or anything.
I was about to say, like Victor and Monty. Also, I love that they immediately suspect beavers. I feel like they should be angry beavers.
Yeah.
And I love them in the ties.
They are fabulous.
And I love that this is just
because I would have remembered that.
I love that this is just the episode where Johnny Young Bosch gets to show off his kung fu for pretty much the entire time.
I approve of that.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, remember, if we get another $70, then I get to tell the story about watching the Turbo movie with Johnny Young Bosch at Anime Fest Orlando 2011.
Turbo movie.
Welcome to the A Games. Good to see you.
We get tree hats! Yes!
Oh, awesome. That's speaking of tropes I love. People hiding behind fake trees. Definitely one of my favorite things.
Hey, it's another artifact, and it is glowing like it's radioactive.
Right!
Yep.
Nobody here is going to be able to have children. I'm telling you right now. They're all not having kids.
This establishes why Spike is adopted.
Right. Absolutely.
I don't know. Remember, according to Narvi, he sprang fully formed out of Skull's head.
Point, I consider Spike already adopted.
What?
A child sprouting fully formed out of your head could be another side.
I thought Spike was left at the police station, like the safe haven law thing.
At least folks wearing gloves.
There's the monster.
There we go. He's smarter. That's scary.
Ah, Napoleon. Yes.
Apparently, it's.
He's not a monster. He's just a pirate.
Happy birthday to both of you.
Hey.
Happy birthday, whoever we're wishing birthdays to.
Chris in the A Games.
Happy birthday!
Chris in the A Game sounds like a band.
Yes.
Everybody, we're Chris in the A Game. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well,
hey! I wonder if this is why Tommy's power in Dino Thunder ended up being...
Billy was using the second Batgirl patented disembodied voice program.
Right.
Really should have taken a closer look at this episode a while back, because right now my headcanon sensors are tingling.
Oh.
Because of course my headcanon sensors would be tingling over an invisibility device.
Yeah.
Sean, how did you even know that was there?
Okay, here is my important question. How does he not think he'll be disqualified if he suddenly turns invisible in the middle of fighting?
I'm pretty sure that's not
It's a secret ninja technique. That's
Turning invisible.
Well, maybe Sean got kicked out of the Ninja Wind Academy.
Right. Do us both a favor and stick to the piano.
Actually, you know what? That's my new headcanon. He got kicked out of the Ninja Wind Academy.
Fair enough.
And we all know that Skull's fame came from his piano playing, right?
Wow.
I just want to know why the invisibility shield made Billy's voice echo.
Because he became... Okay. No, because he's the disembodied voice of God.
Oh, okay.
Although that would be a Pocky comment, not normally a me comment.
I mean, I imagine that an invisibility shield would require something
Oh
that
no, the pink and orange alone.
around
Would
a person.
would being teleported from the premises disqualify them from competing?
I
See,
imagine it would alter the
Like
material.
it'd be like going AWOL, and they wouldn't be able to tell why they left or how they left or.
I do love that Kat broke the fourth wall there with "Why is it always them?"
It's them, yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna
That
say
was-
I love when
Are they always in
they specifically are like, oh no, Bulk and Skull are in trouble.
Mhm.
Just them specifically. That's all you need.
I love that it's like, we'll get you back so you can win.
Like, no, we're not going to pretend to just you're going to win. You're Adam. Obviously, you're going
Right.
to win. Because none of us are in the competition.
Right.
Nobody else is on our level.
Yep.
DB, I gotta echo you from yesterday. I really do like this more.
Yeah.
Watching it a lot the past couple of days, it's grown on me again.
It's such a beautiful morph.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Quick, it's effective, visually impressive.
Yep.
It's crazy because it's such an old morph.
Okay, I'm glad they didn't have any problem with that fence.
That's great. They didn't
I
have
was worried for a second they'd be like, oh no, we can't get through.
Oof.
A stick fence. Yoink.
I can't believe that after all this time, they're still so excited to say the Power Rangers.
I mean,
Oh boy.
it's too big.
Well,
Yeah,
to be fair, I would also be.
So Wild Force to be like, yeah, Power Rangers, yeah. We did that. Monsters.
Do they think it's the same Rangers from suit to suit?
I mean, they never directly address that. I've written fanfic about it, but I kind of assume that after the big identity reveal in space, they go, there's no way that they could possibly have been there because, TJ and Cassie didn't even live in Angel Grove for half the time. So I assume that there's conspiracy theory blogs about who the real Power Rangers are, possibly with various Rangers posting trolling theories about who they are.
That would be an amazingly fun fic to write.
Well, I said someone should keep track of all of the plot bunnies I come up with this weekend. But I also still need to finish, the Adam versus Bulk and Skull Flame Wars.
Oh, that's nice.
Now the footage here is very clearly the quality thing we were talking about yesterday, the difference, but that was some really good location matching.
Yeah,
yep.
with the fences.
With the fence and the forest.
Yeah,
that might actually be some of the best location matching I've seen since one of those early episodes of Megaforce with that bridge, which was some of the best location matching I think we've seen.
Well, Megaforce went to actual ridiculous lengths to location match.
Yeah, they're back then though in Zeo location matching wasn't something that you really thought of as a major thing that they were doing. So the fact they actually took the effort to do that here is pretty nice.
Oh, Kat, don't scream for Tommy.
Yeah, they were for Tommy. And she's like, no, I got a shield. I'm okay.
There we go.
Yep.
Get to actually see the shield is a solid.
By the by, when I play Legacy Wars, the mobile game, Kat is one of my mains because she's awesome with that shield.
Yeah, it's a good attack.
Arr, matey. I have a pirate robot.
But you don't catch fish. Oh, never mind.
You never catch a barrel.
That's not how that works. But okay.
You can't say that on the kids show, so.
Oh, we're getting the long transformation Zord sequence today.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they didn't want to spend more time filming Johnny Young Bosch showing off his kung fu.
Yeah.
Tommy's like, goodness gracious, I gotta pilot my Zord over, do the Megazord thing, then get out of my Zord and get into the Battle Zord.
Wow. That does seem a little convoluted, but okay.
Almost forgot about my my sketchbook.
Oh, that's right. We need to see the monster.
Let's see this one.
Yeah, where's
For anybody new to the stream, Jacob has basically drawn every monster.
Yeah. So
And
this
we've been-
this is from when it was new. So here we go. Admiral Abominator right there.
Nice.
Your art at age 11 is better than my art now.
Oh yeah, mine definitely.
And for those of you who missed it yesterday, he also drew Tommy as a hamster in the
Oh yeah. when we got the Defender wheel, I think I mentioned something about hamster wheel go.
Yeah, that wasn't.
And
That's a
then
hamster.
Hockey was like, I will commission someone to draw Tommy as a hamster. And then he did it.
And it is the greatest thing I have seen. And besides, our ginormous donation total that I never thought we'd actually get, which I'm still completely over. They sank my battleships! Which I never thought we'd actually get to, but seriously, that hamster is, as a Tommy, is amazing. And now it is the best part of the episode.
The Kung Fu Championship at the beach.
Oh yeah, that's totally where I would always have a Kung Fu Championship.
I mean, it's fun. It's a fun place.
If only we had some kind of youth gym athletic facility to hold these sorts of events at.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, well.
Oh, hey, it's the Invisible Man cosplay.
It's far.
I love Detective Stone with his lollipops.
Yeah, he's great.
Bulk, are you even...
Narvi's delivery is just
we were kidnapped by alien robots.
I feel like Bulk. Oh man, I haven't seen this one in so long.
Tanya's being such an encouraging girlfriend. See, she called him sweetie.
Yeah, they're almost they're practically canon here.
Oh look,
basically canon.
Sean has a shred of honor.
See, after he's already been yelled at once for cheating on a test, he now at least is maybe learning that cheating is bad. Maybe.
That would be nice. You. So he can learn. That's good.
Yes, Adam should be red.
Yeah.
Adam.
Wait.
Yes, Adam should be red.
Was that what?
I can't take a chair.
Now for the tradition of tying a little belt to one of you so we can, I don't know.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Hello.
And you can tell which one of them is actually the super trained one.
Yeah, Sean looks a little slayish already.
Not the most. You're the most important. Forget it.
Tanya's into this.
No, like.
Well, I mean, her boyfriend is showing off and being.
Yeah.
God! I mean.
It's like when MJ first saw me win a trivia competition.
I mean, you got to think for Tanya, not only that Adam is in this, but to take Sean down another peg.
Oh yeah.
She is all for that.
Still a little weird.
Frankly, considering one of them is a ranger, like
yeah, it's always strange.
This should have been really easy.
So I'm alright with it.
How far are y'all into episode 26?
So now we are.
You're a little ahead of all of us. We're still on the Kung Fu contest.
It's 18 and a half.
You're about 2 minutes ahead of us then.
Oh, 18 minutes?
Yeah, about 18 and a half. This is a nicely balanced fight.
Yeah, it's nice.
Drama.
Dramatic.
Right.
It's so dramatic.
I super appreciate. Just let Johnny Young Boss show off for the entire episode.
Do we think they're choreographed or are they ad-libbing?
It's got to be choreographed.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Nice touch.
Yay!
There we go. He's just that good.
Like, Just the two of them, like the way they bow. One of them is trained. One of them is not. And look at how ship it.
2 hugs.
This is honestly one of the like biggest ships that they never
That they never did it with, yeah.
And I've gone on into rants about this, and okay, see, at least he is finally starting to learn and develop, and Tanya is not being very, well, no. See, he like, stop touching my girlfriend. I've gone on about this before, when Toki Ladies did an episode about canon versus subcanon, and specifically, Johnny Young Bosch denies that Adam and Tanya were ever a thing, where Nakia Baris is like, no, they were a thing. So, I am obviously on Nakia's side for this.
Yeah. It's definitely
the power of
an action
gold. Did anybody notice that Unscrupulous Girlfriend just kind of wandered off the set? And
I was trying to remember, is that the same Veronica who was a bitch to Aisha?
Yeah. Oh. Well, she wasn't in this case. Next episode.
All right. Who is ready?
It's going to have the opening. And the Rangers are crawling around the factory. Divatox is going to try to blow up soon.
Are we ready?
Oh, we're rolling.
Oh, I'm behind.
Yeah, we're just rolling. I'm
30 seconds in.
Well, no, then I'm ahead if TV just said play.
Sorry.
I'm at Rocky Park in the village.
All right, so we're all out of sync. It's okay. We'll roll with it.
That's fine. But we have reached the beginning of the Gold Ranger saga, I believe.
So the Christmas Zeo Rangers there are in a factory.
Yes.
And then the Easter Rangers are over handling another thing.
Oh yeah, we are almost up to, at some point, the holiday episode. The season to remember is only 3 away.
That season.
Oh my gosh, that tree moved.
Do I want to avoid that one, Bats? I don't think I.
It has a token Jew in it.
Oh, that one. I don't think I saw it. I heard you talk about it.
I love Raymond the Token Jew, and I say that as a Jew.
Yeah.
Raven's great.
The squirrel.
He was our only representation until Bridge.
Yeah, really.
You were right that, Veronica was from Stop the Hate Master. I'm like, oh man.
See? At least she is consistently a recurring antagonist of being awful to Yellow Rangers.
Got continuity there. Wow.
I know my things related to Adam and Tanya.
It almost lends credence to Aisha and Tanya being, like,
the same person.
The way Tanya was integrated.
That she kind of took over Aisha's life.
Replaced Aisha wholesale.
Yeah. Well, I feel like there's a whole layer of potential social commentary inherent in Veronica, just by virtue of her being so dismissive to Aisha, Tanya, on Aisha specifically on basis of class.
Yep.
I imagine the same thing with Tanya.
I know these 3 Rangers were gonna get jumped, but it was just funny watching them walk all paranoid through this forest.
And the
trees move, and they're like, Billy, help! That tree moved. Who did? It's a tree. Don't worry about it.
So when I was having wife watch Zeo, because the only seasons she still hasn't seen now are the second half of Zeo, Turbo, In Space and Lost Galaxy, because I refused to let her watch In Space and Lost Galaxy until she's finished Zeo and Turbo. This was actually the episode that we were up to in our rewatch, because I think she was sick of listening to me yell about Adam and Tanya after Game of Honor.
That's
But she is, if we get another $70, hopefully joining us for the Turbo movie tonight.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, in the second half of the season now, and you do feel that slow, steady rise in the power and tactics of the Machine Empire. I mean, we did have 2 episodes in a row of Sprocket playing with.
Oh yeah, the Wolf Lake or whatever.
Many years ago, I'm going to name drop a fanfic writer, Miss Molly, etc., wrote a really, really good essay about the Zeo powers and why they needed eventually to be given up because of the nature of the Zeo powers. But actually, I think this might be a better essay thing for if we get to Turbo, because it's in the nature of why they had to switch from Zeo to Turbo and why Demetria kept questioning them. So I'm going to drop hints about why we should get another couple dollars for, the fair fight in the new Georgia project.
Yes.
So that I can finish that story.
Yes, fair fight to defend voting rights in Georgia when they are placed under attack, and the new Georgia project to expand those the vote to more and more voters through voter registration and outreach.
And
2 sides, same, very important.
That were instrumental in
interference.
Making sure that everyone's voices get heard, even when we are picking up static from deep space.
I was going to say that was a coincidence, but it was just you with that well-timed wordplay.
Yeah.
Well done, sir.
Hold on, we need to...
power pop.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I meant to take my Pyramidas out of the box. I meant to say that yesterday. And I guess, see if I could post the picture in the comments, but it's still sitting in the box, and there's a bunch of stuff on the box. So, there is a toy shop near me that, among other things, if I ever have way more money, is selling a full red Ninja Storm life-size suit and helmet.
Wow. Oh,
but it costs far more than I can currently afford. But it also is the greatest source I've ever seen for various toys. And wife and I, well, not that we're going anywhere right now, but it was it's also right next to a really good restaurant. So it would be okay, we can't go there right now because we just spent money on dinner. And if I go there, I'm going to spend a minimum of $100 on Power Rangers toys.
So one thing that I found kind of funny where I'm just oh, I've done that, was when Clank was talking to King Mondo, he was talking like this, and then he was continuing to talk, and he did this motion. They reached the end of the clip, and then they rewound it so that he could keep going to finish his line. I've used that editing trick before. I
love all the little editing tricks you are talking about, because I don't even edit the podcast. I tried. I pay our wonderful editor, Icky Bully, to do it, because otherwise the podcast would never come out. And I forgot to mention,
yesterday, that one shot of the monster talking, that they seriously looped 1 second of the footage like a GIF.
Yeah.
It was the funniest thing I'd seen.
I forgot to say it last episode, but Kat's hair was on point in terms of 90s hairstyles with the tiny little ponytails, because I did that, and my hair does not work that way, so it was painful. But anyway, her hair is what I want my hair to look like, and it never will.
Kat is just continually a fashionista throughout this entire season.
And I appreciate that, they let Tanya have more natural hair as this went on.
Absolutely.
Second half of Zeo, her hair is...
Yeah.
Yeah, the one time that I mostly unintentionally hooked on to any sort of fashion trend was when... in the mid-2000s, when the boys would have long hair, like Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint in Goblet of Fire, and how both of the Sprouse twins also grew out their hair during Sweet Life.
Hey, Johnny in the chat, you are correct. Adam and Tanya forever.
Yay.
How you doing, chat?
A nice, soft, supportive ship. It really is.
Yes.
By the way, even
is
the
that champagne he's holding?
Point out Rocket's a little low, and King Mondo's looking all regal, and Sheena's gold look.
Yeah, everybody.
Sheen Empire is some good looking villains.
looking shiny, very shiny.
Billy made a thing.
What is that gadget? Look.
Billy makes everything.
Yeah, he
Why were they
does.
moving around so much?
With Pyramidas disrupting the control of the cogs is a really nice element of the Machine Empire that we never really explore. That these are remotely controlled soldiers.
That makes sense.
They could lose control.
And that's great. And that's great for coordination of your forces. But it doesn't function if you receive a jamming interference like the warping in of a super powerful pyramid, apparently.
Or, having Star Wars. We were talking about Star Wars briefly yesterday, or some kid drives the little pod into your control ship and blows it up from the inside.
Yeah.
Don't make bad choices like Anakin Skywalker does.
It's extra appropriate too, considering that I believe King Ranger in O Ranger was a child.
Yeah.
Was he? Or I thought the only Kid Ranger they had was the horrible, horrible one in Die Ranger. Who?
Ranger? No. King Ranger, I believe, as well.
I don't know. Where's Terra?
Yeah, we need Terra for that. I only
I
watched, like, the
own
first two
O Ranger
episodes.
on DVD. But CouchCon sadly went on hiatus before we could do Copy Ranger, so we have at least 2 CouchCons to go before we get to.
Research.
Oh, I got it that time. Hitting Miss Morpher right first try is always a 50-50 thing.
I'm just going to enjoy the second half of the season with Adam still having good hair.
I was thinking about Adam's hair crisis.
If we get to the Turbo movie, I can also tell the story about the song that Johnny Young Bosch sang about his hair.
But yes, in O Ranger, King Ranger, the Gold Ranger was
Yeah.
legendary childlike hero of Pangea, who had chased Emperor Bacchusroth off Earth 600 million years ago. So he was a childlike. So he was played by a child, but he was a 600-million-year-old boy warrior.
Sentai.
Die Ranger.
Are
you sure? Are you sure he was a gold? Hey Jake. Hey Jake.
What's up?
Are you sure King Ranger was a Gold Ranger? Because I think he might have been a Black Ranger.
He was Black Ranger and O Ranger.
As Gold Ranger in there, his title was just.
That's the debate.
Obviously, when I was referring to him as the Gold Ranger, I meant the Zeo Gold Ranger.
Oh, okay.
And here he is.
There we go. Oh, there we go. There's that little flash there.
Oh, that's
And it's the first thing I ever made, like, on the computer. As I was saying, I went down to my dad's computer room and I was like, I need to know who the Gold Ranger is. I need you to look this up for me.
And there we got those Brad Hawkins. What's up?
And it's the second of our VR troopers for the season.
Yay!
There's that guy. Not Lightning Collection. This, I think, is the Super Mega Force figure.
Real.
I do love that shield of not as cheap bling.
It's solid. Like you can. That looks like something that really protects you well. It's, as opposed to like the little triangle or the sort of floppier vest. It's got a nice thing both looks.
That's a solid shield.
Have we summoned Toku Chris yet? Like, you say Gold Ranger 3 times.
But he may be able to swing by afterward, possibly.
Okay.
But that Brad Hawkins just has a great energy.
He has a really, really good superhero voice.
Yeah.
Oops.
On this Super Mega Force figure, they put that circuitry design underneath the shield.
Yeah.
Good look.
That was weird looking.
Oh, hi, quadrupeders.
I do love what a threat like the Machine Empire really feels like.
Yeah, and they did a good job of
I-
steadily, slowly building them up over the season.
I remember being kind of concerned about the wolf blades or whatever. Like this is a really tough monster.
Oh yeah, hey, you got a picture of the monster?
Oh yeah, art.
Oh,
Art.
Yeah. Art.
Okay, that is just such a good weapon. I love it so much.
Oh, the Neo Gold power
I'm
set.
gonna hit you with a giant stick.
Fame.
Cool.
Oh no, gosh darn it, the Gold Rangers are what happened. Oh, sorry, you shouldn't worry about it so much. Oh, he does have the circuitry underneath. You can see it there. We didn't have time to show me being thrown. Here we go.
Well, I mean, they had a lot to get into this episode.
Yeah.
I mean,
Skip ahead a little bit, fast forward.
did the Rangers even have a plot outside of, hey, the monster's attacking and the Gold Rangers showing up? Like, there's nothing really about their civilian lives right now.
Yeah.
That was a
Yeah,
nice
right.
little misdirect there that they were like, hey, the monster got big. We'll take care of it. And Gold's like, all right.
Well,
Not
it's
like I have the sword or anything.
I also like the way that they've timed things in this intro episode was that the Gold Ranger was introduced after Billy went looking for the pyramid. So
Oh, yeah.
there's sort of that potential.
They set the timing up from the very start.
Yeah.
Whoop.
And it was a very good red herring.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've told.
At the time, I'm pretty sure I thought it was Billy.
Everyone thought it was Billy.
He was a strong candidate.
I can see why you would have thought that. Yeah. The only reason I wasn't fooled is because years later.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you didn't get into the show until your son started watching it with Samurai, and you listened to me yell at you for...
Then you told me about the hippie stoner werewolf owns a pizza parlor, and now here we are.
There we are. But yeah, one thing that's actually kind of funny is I've talked to Pocky about this a number of times, but I worked on a fan fiction back in high school that it was going to be a collaborative fan fiction, but everything ended up falling through, and then I went off to college, etc. So I only wrote, but it was a fanfic series of Power Rangers that I was working on with a couple friends. And I only wrote the first 6 episodes. It was called Power Rangers Militia, and it was sort of a Lightspeed Rescue spinoff where Billy was the tech expert forming a new Ranger team.
Awesome.
Was that about the same time that the rumor was going around that Billy was actually Captain Mitchell?
No, this predated that rumor.
Okay.
So I did treat them as 2 separate characters. And one of the things that I did.
I love this effect. I'm sorry.
Have a pyramid about it.
Pyramid is just amazing.
Goodness.
Mm-hmm.
But the 6th Ranger was going to be Billy, but I had set up a similar sort of setup followed by misleading approaches to make it seem like it wasn't, and then actually the switch of it actually this time. Because of course Billy would be able to construct a robotic duplicate of himself to take his place when he's out in the field.
Obviously.
I mean, it's Billy. At this point, I do love all of David Yost's headcanons about what Billy is up to these days, and how, like, most of them are the same ones that Pocky has been screaming about for years and years.
Yes.
But I think my favorite of them is like that Billy is like the grid master, the guy who goes around and fixes problems with the grid, and who's kind of like the new giant Zordon figure of
Totally buy that.
everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's great. That's a great take. I think I've spoken to Pocky about it before, and probably read these. Did you ever read fan fiction by Peregrine back in the day? I remember reading their work on fanfiction.net.
Maybe it's been a long time.
Yeah, I know. It's been like 15 plus years. Close to 20 now.
See, and we are setting up Billy as possibly the Golden Ringo. All right, but what did Peregrine write?
Yeah. The Sun Goes Down saga.
The shrinking episode.
And a number
Small
of
problem.
Zeo focused Billy fics. There's one called The Wolves Within, which explored his treatment on Aquitar.
I remember seeing those, but I'm sure you're shocked to know that I was reading a lot of fic about Adam and Tanya.
What? Surprise.
Really?
I don't believe.
Or Adam and anyone.
I love
So
how
this is Raymond's first episode, right?
No, Raymond showed up earlier.
Oh, right. Virus episode, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh damn. Pausing.
Raymond showed up for our ridiculous computer virus.
Okay. I accidentally skipped the credits there, so I'm paused.
Yeah, I guess it aired while I was out.
Getting the credits is only a small problem.
Yeah. I just enjoy the outtakes.
I do
Yeah.
too. I wish they would keep doing this.
I didn't realize you only get like 2 or 3 seconds to be like watch credits.
No, it's you got it. You got to be.
Wait, it's gone.
Nowadays, you only get the bloopers every 2 years because they show them at like
Yeah.
Paramorphicon or.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
here
but
we
I
go.
don't get to go to Paramorphicon,
You
so I've
ready?
never seen
You ready for
Yeah.
our next episode?
Well, they
Yep.
still released them, didn't they? Remember, Jack had falling off.
Are we starting?
All right.
Yep.
30 seconds in, skipping the opening credits. Episode 20.
31 seconds in.
Problem. Ready and go. Fading in on.
I love the youth center so much.
There's a rock.
Terrarium thing.
I do not. Oh, it's this episode.
Written by Mark Hoffmeyer.
Yes.
Hey, Sean, I think you're frozen.
I might do that from time to time. I'll
Yeah.
come unstuck.
I find that just turning your camera on and off in the Skype chat tends to do it.
Hi, Raymond.
Uh,
Oh.
I love his Jufro.
Camera on.
I was gonna say that is such a Jufro.
No,
grief. I'm related to him.
it's definitely more the Jew curls, not so much the Jew fro. Fro really grows out.
Right.
I'm a Brandeis alum and grew up on Long Island.
When it gets long, it doesn't.
Yeah, no, those are definitely some Jew curls. Oh, we're up to the second Let's Shrink People episode.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, person who is... Hello, Chris.
Yo.
Hey, Chris.
Yo.
It really is funny how like the Clank and Sprocket suits are clearly in lower quality condition.
You were saying yesterday how Sprocket in American footage looks like he's falling apart
Yeah.
or something.
And if you look at Clank, it looks like he's got his stunt suit instead of his mechanized suit from the dialogue moment. Because that mouth does not look like it's capable of movement. That looks like a much more of a foam mask than a more rigid plastic mask, which I imagine was the one used for the mouth flaps.
Well, both could still have been Economicon.
Oh dear.
Now, have they been hired to find this richest mine of gold, or are they just on a money make?
Well, they said,
Her at this point.
Donk.
For some reason, my subtitles turned off.
Oh no.
Strange.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Ernie is just so like I've been here dealing with these kids
Arnie.
for 4 years.
Kid,
Oh my god.
when do I get to retire?
With these kids after 4 years.
I was trying to keep track once of all the times they actually paid Ernie, and I think it was like twice.
So this is a Raymond episode, just not at first.
And here's our setup as Raymond is potentially the Gold Ranger.
I think this one also has Skull set up as the potential Gold Ranger as well.
But that would
They
be.
go for a twofer on this one.
I'll go play around in the old mine. That won't be dangerous at all.
Yeah.
I
totally
wrote a-
dangerous.
Yes, go get some lizards or a spider. Let's not get a spider. I don't like spiders.
Agreed.
I wrote a fic once where the spell on Tommy never was broken, and I was setting up a new team of Rangers, and Raymond was supposed to be on the new team.
Woohoo.
Nope. So now I find myself wondering if the lizard was supposed to run away or if it was just like, we'll just do, if you catch it, you catch it. If not, we'll do an amusing chase scene.
This is ridiculous.
So how many takes did they do of that? Because
Who knows?
Probably like one because Power Rangers.
Yes, let's have more Power Punks because that was the best episode of season 1 NPR.
Hold on, I'll show
I
you
have
how
my
it works.
priorities.
On the back of Sprocket's crystal crown there. I wonder if that's for like ventilation for whoever's inside it.
Ooh.
So
oh
they-
no, we blew up the car.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no, they
Just-
threw it in my-
Oh, so they could replace it with a toy.
It's so
Yep.
cute. It could be used in Ultraman. Oh, sorry.
It's a gun that fits into toys.
Whoops.
Once again, morphing to fight Cogs. Although I guess Mondo and Sprocket are also there.
Yeah.
So did they only get that car so that they knew there was an identical toy version of it?
Probably.
It's like yeah, this car and that.
And this little micro machine. It's good enough.
What would have been really funny would have been if they were really cheap and it was like they had like a gremlin and then it got hit with the ray and it was a Hess truck.
The Hess truck's back and
Bye, folks. We established yesterday that apparently Adam is the only one that can fight Cogs without morphing.
Yeah,
yep,
basically.
Oops.
because he's the best one.
That is that.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Ooh.
Gotta love this.
Shrinking down makes your voice high pitched.
Of course it does.
They are so cute.
They are adorable. Hey, thanks, Dad. Oh.
Don't do this. Don't
I'm
put us in a box.
Here's what I'm imagining for the person who's in that suit. Looking at the size of the arms and the way that they're moving. Have you ever done the thing where you put your knees inside your shirt?
Mhm.
And I think that's what's happening for the person inside that suit. I think they're trying to walk like that with their knees at their
Oh.
chest.
Oh, that
And
would
I
be
think
helpful.
that's the only way that they can walk.
He just walked back to the youth center from the desert.
Yeah. How,
Poor Raymond.
You need to be in a hospital.
Like,
Probably severely dehydrated.
You know what? It's Angel Grove geography. For all we know, the desert is just like 1 square mile.
Yeah, it was
It's
like
right.
5
It could
minutes.
be. Yeah, it's around the corner.
here's something I want to put forth. From Raymond's perspective, all his friends are terrible to him. It's like,
Yeah.
oh man, everything's being infected with a computer virus. See you later, Raymond. What? And it's like, all right,
I'm sure that
guys.
when
Guys,
the first time.
Why does he put up with them?
And then we get to Season to Remember, and it's just like, yeah, why don't you go put up that Christmas tree? And it's like, I'm Jewish. What is with these people? They're horrible.
Yeah, they are.
I like the theory that all of Angel Grove is actually in on the secret. So and they just know that the Rangers don't want to be
talk about
public figures.
Right.
So
he came back. He just came back to warn Tanya.
You can just push the mesh off.
Like, Raymond's a good guy.
I'm not really buying the conundrum of them being trapped in this terrarium.
Right.
So who ate the wire mesh? Or like?
Yeah.
Obviously, someone ate it rather than it being burned through or something.
Molecularly miniaturized. Okay. Right. Sorry.
I'm just saying, Raymond. Like,
okay, yeah, their power is shrunk with their size. I'm pretty sure they can still punch through glass.
Yeah, I agree.
Or is it? I mean, if the suits need to be completely intact to do it, is it possible that like some of the wiring that's in the suits got damaged when they shrunk?
I buy that. Oh, nice.
Watsonian explanations for the win.
Absolutely.
Be right back.
I am not looking at the spider.
Also shifting.
Tell me when the spider's gone, okay?
Yeah, agreed.
I was gonna say this is a little creepy, but by no means really all that threatening.
Not if you really don't like spiders. I am literally the person who screams for my wife to go get the spider for me.
It's not totally believable, but cute.
Someone tell me when I can watch again.
A little pink spider legs.
Looking outside.
Shot.
See, I sympathize with Zach, who is also scared of
distract the giant spider, and I'll cause an avalanche to crush you.
We caused a very
That does not sound like a good
Well, a
idea.
rock slide, actually.
That should hold up long enough for us to get away.
None of that made sense.
That makes 0 sense.
Nothing about that little avalanche makes sense.
Oh.
See, I sympathize with Zach all the way back in season 1 with his fear of spiders.
Agreed.
Because...
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, Queen Riley was saying how Raymond's not nearly sweaty or dirty enough to have walked back. Like,
True.
It was a brisk walk.
Oh, hi, Queen Riley, I miss you! Again, that is my old co-blogger from Ranger Recaps. Yay. For those of you who were around in 2010.
I've been around for a long time.
Yeah, but not everyone possibly in the chat is, so...
Yeah.
As someone who's used a pickaxe professionally as an archaeologist, that was really painful to watch. Just saying, that was bad.
So just saying to anyone in the chat there, if you in your life have managed to somehow hit the mother lode, please, by all means, share the wealth and donate to Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project so that we can hear that everyone's voice.
Are they still dealing with this spider?
The future of the Congress of the United States and potentially the future of our world as well.
Both, that's just a Power Ranger. You're
playing with the
you're all right.
skull could be it. Thank you, Brad Hawkins. I love that edit cut. That was hilarious. You could see the cut.
Rangers grunting. That is the best subtitle I think I've seen yet.
Rangers grunting, Rangers grunting, Rangers grunting, Rangers grunting in a world full of grunts. There's a grunt that you'll like.
Oh, apparently she had already messaged me on Facebook to tell me she was going to be watching. This is why I should pay attention to things.
Oh, good.
Gold Ranger's, he's a good bean there. Just a nice guy.
Oh. Masters of the obvious there.
Yes.
Got it!
The compositing of the Zeo...
Okay, that might be the most 90s outfit I've seen yet, Tanya.
I missed it.
She's overalls and a yellow t-shirt. I'm pretty sure I wore that in like 4th grade.
No.
I mean,
I'll just be
See, thank goodness I was older and was not wearing that. But then again, I wore 70s outfits, so not actually any better.
That's right, Rocky.
Hey, Adam, it's us that's shrunk this time.
Hey.
But see, Sprocket loves his mom, which gives more justification to Queen Machina as being one of the few good moms we see in Power Rangers.
She's a good mom.
I don't think that spider was about to eat.
Supportive parents, once again.
Spiders eat like tiny insects that are considerably smaller than them. That they were the same size as that spider. It was not going to be able
to.
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing this one, Jacob.
All right, let's see it.
Tarantula or whatever it was.
Yeah, Tarantula
Terminator.
Tarantula Terminator. Let me see here.
Might not want to show second background though.
No, I'll look at the
Tarantula.
We got a spider monster.
Oh, it looks like I didn't fully finish giving him the zigzags, but
that is very cool.
Nice.
Are they measuring him?
Molecular respacer? That is fabulous.
Look, I made a car.
But now you have a Jeep in the middle of the base.
You know,
what do you do with it?
Oh no, the purple and orange alarm.
Going back to the viewing GlobeCon that we had a few weeks. Time has no meaning anymore. When the actor who played Cam was complaining about being stuck in the base, I want him and David Yost to be like talking about how much it sucked to just be sitting there going, okay, hit the button, hit the button, hit the button. Will you guys just morph already? And I am standing again by my theory that Sean got kicked out of the Wind Ninja Academy. Or maybe he got kicked out of the Pie Show Academy. One or the other.
Yay.
There we go.
We're big again.
Yay.
That was one of my biggest challenges. Nice, Billy.
And meanwhile, they're like, Billy, you fixed the timeline of the world before. Wait, Billy, didn't you just come back?
Wow,
okay.
What a cut.
Her little butterfly hair clip is so on point for 1996. More spiders.
Like just.
Oh, they're dead. Cool.
The idea of Billy being like, that was one of my biggest challenges. It's like, Billy, you established world peace on an alien planet. What are you talking about?
Oh, there's the Zeo cannon again.
It's kind of wow. This
power
fight
cell
is going
and
fast.
all the other.
Yeah.
We ain't got time for this thing. Around and
away we go.
Oh man.
Should really be aware of this by now, but
you would think.
Whee! Zoom! Very intricate formation.
It's pretty nice and clean.
Right. Your web looks oddly like a net.
It sure does.
Just throwing that out there.
I don't understand how that could be trapping anyone, but okay.
I call upon the power of pure Midas,
Ooh.
as the caption said.
Yeah.
That was...
What did it say?
It said pure Midas.
Pure Midas.
That makes no sense, but okay.
That's gold, baby. That's gold.
That is gold.
Oh, nice. Ultrazord time.
I like the formation.
Show the toy. Show the toy. Sell the toy.
Sell the toy.
No, I like the chariot mode.
Now,
I don't like the stand-up mode. It's basically just shove all the Zords into your Midas.
It is the weirdest, I think, of the Ultra Zords. before they start coming up with the insane combinations.
Like, they're gonna stand up, and then we just shove all the swords in the back.
Yeah.
Okay,
Which, I
that's
mean,
yes.
It's not. It doesn't have quite the synergistic style of the original Ultrazord, but I'm not gonna lie that it looks powerful.
But
Like
that
this
is
thing looks
And then this one stands
weird.
on top.
It looks like a display case.
So from the front, the only other visible sword is the battle sword.
Yeah, I know.
That is weird.
Mhm.
Yes.
We shove everything in the back.
But you look at that
But
finisher, and you're
curious,
just like,
awesome,
my
and they use it, I think, twice, maybe just once.
Zeo Ultrazord is just like that. That it looks impressive. It definitely doesn't look like, you know, a merging of all their Zords.
That's true.
It's just like, but it still looks impressive.
Well,
In
here
terms
might
of
have stayed
having the Ultrazord look down, the idea of, you know, it being a true fusion of all the Zords in a meaningful way, you can't beat the original Ultrazord for the design.
And there's that.
Everything else is, every other Ultrazord has either been everything shoved on top of or inside of a carrier Zord individually, or a Megazord with just a bunch of extra pieces on its arms, legs, and back. So I feel like you can't really beat the original.
Flying to your friends. Fun pursuit. Okay. All right. Well, you are my own friend.
He's
So
too
I guess
Oh,
it's fine.
Spider.
Is it a spider? It's a spider.
You know it. I'm not looking.
Watch credits.
There we go. Watch those credits.
Oh, we're back to the other extra scene thing.
Oh, this is one of those sort of deleted scene kind of situations.
Oh, I didn't hit it in time. Damn.
It's all right.
All right, tell me when we are.
Gotta be Pyrite.
And I'm gonna go back to it so I can see it.
It's fool's gold.
Are we? Tell me when we are starting the next one.
I love that they gave the proper name for it too.
And then flip over. We press the next episode button.
Now,
Start. Oh, it's Christmas.
ready for
Everyone loves Christmas.
No.
season to remember. Season to remember.
Definitely
Oh, man,
to
guys,
remember.
I've covered in Power Reviews.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's gonna have any thoughts on this.
All right, here we
Nothing
go.
controversial about this episode.
To kick off episode 29 of Power Rangers Zeo, we're jumping past the opening credits. We're going to be 30 seconds in when we start. A season to remember. 3, 2, 1, go Zeo. 30 seconds in, zooming in on that Christmas tree. This one
Oh dear.
was the premiere of year 3 of Power Reviews, which I know, you know, year 3 has already lasted for 3 years, but
6 years, right?
But I had been trying to decide how I wanted to tackle, you know, the intro to year 3 and how I wanted to pace things out. And I decided to choose this one because year 1 ended on a holiday episode, technically. And I wanted to have that trend of ending a year on a holiday episode. But I felt like when I hit episode 80, it didn't feel right to have year 2 end on 81. It felt like 81 should be the start of year 3, so year 3 would be a full 20.
Remember, I had that one for one.
Hey, Raymond.
Hi, Raymond, the token Jews.
And I couldn't think of a better.
I was gonna say I do like how he's at least in the previous episode, so they're not like, look, he's not just the token Jew. He was in the last one. He's hanging out with them.
No, he's still the token Jew because he is the one Jew that they have, and he's not one of them. So he's kind of being othered in this. And again, Hanukkah is not actually a big holiday. It is an incredibly minor holiday, and I have This is my annual rant that I go on, and I'm actually trying not to be as cranky about Christmas this year because this year has been a giant disaster for everyone, and if it makes it happy for people, but it is incredibly othering to be surrounded by Christmas and have Christmas be the default, and especially when you go back to like Zed with his evil dreidels and
it is kind of bizarre considering the fact that Power Rangers is so and has been for so much of its history controlled by a very proud Jewish man.
True.
Israelis are a little different. Israelis look at things a little differently. So I mean, he's an Israeli. My husband's uncle knew him, so I was actually at a soccer game with him or something like that. But
well, that's fast.
Meanwhile, JJ's son keeps hearing the story.
Yes. I love how
actually a really cool
the
person.
story for this episode's too thin, kid. I'm gonna give some filler here. But to comment on David's note about the OG, the big difference with the original Ultrazord is the fact that they built on the Megazord that had been established first. So it's like, okay, first we have the standard Megazord, then the armor of the Dragon Zord, then the chariot of Titanus. So it feels like it's building upon itself and building into, that warrior to armored to cavalry kind of progression, as opposed to some of the others where it's just like, okay, armor and then more armor and then more armor.
Shove everything in.
Or individual Zords all broken apart. Oh, do we not have the donation link in the description right now?
I reposted it.
That's probably my fault.
It's at the top, but in the chat, and I've reposted it in the chat.
I'm back, y'all.
But let's get that.
I posted it in the chat, but it is not in the description. My mistake.
I'll post a donation link here in the chat. You can edit the...
I just added it to the description. Sorry, everybody. The donation link is now in the description.
Yep.
Why on earth is Zordon celebrating Christmas? Like, Christmas is not a secular...
Zordon has Snapchat filters.
Because Christmas is for everyone except for
I was meaning...
Summer.
And Adam also does not celebrate Christmas.
That's true.
That's so interesting that you're telling us about this. And if this...
Those are not actually Hanukkah candles?
That is the correct link.
Are you posting it in the YouTube chat?
I posted it into the YouTube chat, yes.
Because are you folks in the chat seeing that? Because I'm not seeing it pop up, and I think it might be being moderated.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Anybody in the chat, can you confirm if you're seeing Jacob post the donation link?
Fresh, and I didn't see the link go in. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I don't see it.
No, it didn't show it.
Yesterday, I think it's moderated.
Yeah.
I don't know how I could set up the moderation there, but there I just sent.
Well, it's in the description now, so you can get to the donation link from the description.
Yes. I just put it in the chat now. It'll let me post links, but it's not letting anybody
I guess
else.
that's why it didn't let me post the link either. Oh, Queen Riley says Raymond Skippa. Oh, hold on. Thank you. Oh, wait.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cher. Was that Cher?
Share.
Share? My apologies, Share. We appreciate your donation. Thank you. It should be coming through so everyone can see the dancing star in a second.
Dancing star. Oh, there it is. Twirly dance. Dancing twirly.
Oh, and now I just need to say we are $69 away. Nice.
Bulk, why did you just eat that?
I know. I was just going to say, why are you eating
I looked back up at the screen and Bulk just took something off the street and popped it right in his mouth.
Yep. Another thing that, with regards to why I chose this episode to kick off year 3 is because, well, one, I wanted to do a holiday episode to follow up the finale like I had the last time around.
Metal
And two,
dudes. Go ahead.
all the different holidays seemed like a great excuse for me to introduce my, to one, introduce the whole threat of the time storm, and two, to kind of make up for my long, super extended run for year 2. I'm like, oh, year 2 is taking way too long. I'll just write in something so we skip a year in universe. And then, of course, that actually came out like 3 years later. So it didn't even come close to actually hitting the little Christmas tree.
See, this is how I feel during half of December, pretty much.
Now, to full disclosure on my end, I raised.
Look at him trying to be intimidating.
I know, really.
What?
My father's Lutheran, so I did celebrate Christmas along with Hanukkah.
He wants to walk. Don't you need my Kwanzaa?
Yeah. And this was, I feel like, when
Who
the
made you holiday monitor?
Who
See-
made you
Love
holiday?
that line. Adam's like, I don't even know why I'm here.
I feel like that line was just like,
You'll be able to say Merry Christmas again.
oh my goodness.
Oh.
I feel like, was this the last time that we really had, well, I guess Time Force was a bit more focused on prejudice, but this was one of the last times we had, some sort of moral about prejudice as sort of the moral of the day kind of situation.
I think so. I'm trying to remember.
Exempting Time Force, which had it as
Oh my god, the Mandarin is here.
But I mean, this was so frustrating because they did a pretty good job of at least showing like what it felt like to be othering for it, and those are really not good Hanukkah candles.
That's not Hanukkah candles. It's not, no. Just not how it works.
And I know, I mean, that is why years later when Bridge had his, well, I don't celebrate Christmas, I celebrate Hanukkah, like, my heart grew 3 sizes.
Yeah, that was just great.
Yes.
Like, bless you forever, Matt Austin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Forever and ever.
Oh, one thing, Sheree pointing out how they would love for us to have an LGBTQ ranger. I know we had, Trini as, sort of a subtle representation in the 2017. But one thing that I find really interesting with Jonathan Entwistle starting his new Power Rangers cinematic universe thing that he's doing, whatever that's going to be, is the last show that he worked on for Netflix was I'm Not Okay With This, which I don't know how many people have watched.
I have not, but is it about to go on my list?
I'm in the middle of a Supernatural binge.
It's a coming out story. I'm Not Okay With This is a teenage superhero coming out story. Well, I say superhero. A superpowered teenager coming out story. So, considering that, I would be interested to see if he takes any of his experience from working on that show and parlays that into his future work on Power Rangers.
And I'm not asking for a lot for some queer representation. I'm asking for someone like, I wish Trini had at least been willing to give herself a label to say it, because I'll even take like oh yeah, I think they're cute, talking about someone like, I mean, just give me a crush. I'm not even asking for a relationship. I'm just asking for some acknowledgement that,
right. What I really wanted to see from a sequel to the 2017 movie was for Trini to be introduced to and have a crush on Aisha.
What I wanted was for Tommy to be a girl.
Which would also...
Well, that would have been nice, yes.
And then for it to still be a Kim-Tommy relationship.
Child song time.
Oh God.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh dear.
This girl.
Now, my mother was, because she's retired now, an elementary school music teacher, and she likes to tell the story of how when she started teaching, the Christian kids refused to sing Hanukkah songs, and the Jewish kids refused to sing Christmas songs. So she actually wrote a song that was really progressive for the early '80s, but by now is a little not as great.
Yeah,
But
for early 80s, I would expect. Yeah.
it was very '80s, but it got published, and it was a tradition for the next 30 years until she retired for them to sing that because there was so much. No, it is actually see, we should never disrespect anyone's culture or traditions again. Can we please print that out? Can that be one of the things that we say at the end?
Yes.
But seriously, what Tommy said about when I moved to Georgia, one of the stories I tell is the first year I was here, I didn't really know a lot of people. My roommate went out of town, so her best friend invited me over, and I got invited to her place to celebrate Christmas because down here movie theaters are actually closed, so it couldn't be National Jews Go to the Movies and Eat Chinese Food Day. So I went to her house, and they said, and they introduced, this is my name, she's Jewish, and they said, oh, that's okay, honey, we don't care how long you celebrate as long as you accept Christ.
Yeah.
So,
the point.
That's feels like such a stereotype of just how excessive Christians.
And it's why I get so frustrated, and I'm trying this year because I know that Christmas makes so many people happy, and don't get me wrong, I'm going to watch the Muppet Christmas Carol because the Muppet Christmas Carol is... But I'm going to try this year because I know it makes people so happy, but it is also incredibly othering to be surrounded by.
Oh, and, I don't get that because, my father is Lutheran, so, Christmas was something that was something that we celebrated anyway. I can absolutely see that would feel very exclusionary.
It's hard. Well, it's harder for bats than for me.
Yeah, well,
my mother makes a big deal out of it every year too.
Yeah, well, Mary, I mean, you're in a majority Jewish area, and I grew up in a majority Jewish area, so being down here. Although my favorite actually is the coworker who knew that there was a holiday and wished me a happy Ramadan instead of a happy Rosh Hashanah. They were trying.
That's point for why every year I explain that you don't say Happy Yom Kippur.
Well, I don't know. According to Amazon, you can buy, food for Yom Kippur.
Flour. I like the shoe phone, by the way.
Is anyone else getting static?
Yes.
I think that was some rough lights, but it's
Really?
All right. So
I love her outfit.
Tanya's outfit is wonderful.
It is amazing.
Sure, get the Jew to bring the Christmas tree.
I want that.
That's clearly not big enough.
I wanted to put a really big fake tree.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I found about 6 of those people.
And then he did it. And I'm just oh, that's a problem.
Also, what night of Hanukkah is it? Is it even Hanukkah at this point?
Christmas don't overlap all that often. And you don't light all the candles every night.
I do also still like the fact that Adam acknowledged that he doesn't celebrate anything at this time of year was, again, one of the things that solidified him as my favorite.
Yeah.
And also, Kwanzaa and Christmas are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
They are not.
And here comes the flash forward.
Yeah. The moment that this is the moment that where I feel like the Tommy Kimberly shippers.
I was going to say all the Tom Kimberly shippers scream at this point. No.
Well, I mean, you know
I will
what?
say, the elderly makeup is better than what Sam Winchester got in the Supernatural finale.
Good to know.
Look, everybody, it's JJ.
This is JJ's kid.
Yeah.
I think. No,
Kids.
I think the older brother. Yeah, this is the older brother. So this is JJ's. This is JJ.
Oh, okay. That's JJ's son.
I love that they're still vaguely looking for their. I mean, the thing about Power Rangers also is we have been introduced at this point to the concept of multiple timelines, so this might be one timeline. Maybe there's another one where Tommy married Kimberly. Maybe there's another one where he married Adam. Or, someone who is not a ranger at all. Apparently, Hanukkah in 1996 was very early December, so it was not Hanukkah at this point. Thank you, Queen Riley.
Do we know that this was actually...
Hello.
Like, I feel like this was just a generalized holiday celebration, so I don't think it was actually on Christmas Day or anything, was it?
Probably not, but... So it could have been, like, during Hanukkah. Maybe it was the 8th night.
But I suspect they just didn't know.
It actually played the bloopers without me asking it to.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's the one that had the music video again.
Oh, they
we get to see her music video again.
I have no idea why. It's just
like somebody ran short on editing or something. And like, crap, we messed up.
I was like, wait a second, did we go back to Song Sung Yellow?
Yeah, I thought it glitched for a second.
For this, so here's where our 2 minutes of stock.
And why at the end of this episode?
Okay, here's the question.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
What?
Because like Rocky and Adam are shot filming Tanya. By who? Where did they get that great shot for Tanya? Like
Alpha.
Resources did Adam have?
Alpha did it.
I agree. Alpha did it.
Bye, Queen Riley. Thank you for tuning in. We were glad to have you.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah. So when the music video is over, I'm going to duck out and feed my children some lunch. I was going to say dinner. I don't know what time it is. I don't know.
It is 11:30 Eastern.
Yeah. Go figure out some kind of food-like thing.
Queen Riley, being in the South is hard sometimes. No kidding.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree.
So just again, a reminder: we are still we still got $69 left to go before we see the Turbo movie this evening, and we have another $400 after that before we get to see Turbo for next weekend.
You can do it, folks.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Turbo movie, Power Rangers Turbo. Let's get there.
Yeah,
that's gonna end. Okay, so
yeah, the random music video.
Yep. Got another 10 seconds.
Filming the filmers here. How is this working?
Yeah, they don't have a very vibe in it.
That is very weird.
All right. So next episode, I guess they needed some time to play.
I'm confused by that because right at the end it was like watch credits, and then it was like, oh no, wait.
All right, are we?
Next episode. Oily to bed. Oily to ride.
All right, here we go. Episode 30 of Zio. Oily to bed, oily to rise. And we are going to be kicking this off in 3, 2, 1. Go, Zio. Skipping the opening credits, 30 seconds in, catching away. Oily to bed, oily to rise on our screen now.
I feel so bad for Stone Canyon. They only exist to lose to Angel Grove.
Yeah. All right. Chris, I think that your mic might be the static you're hearing.
Don't worry about it.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I think your mic was just a little too close to you when you were moving, so that's why we were getting that staticky sound. Hey, David.
Oh, now it's David as the potential.
Yeah.
Nice little space hairy group.
Yeah. A lot of things you don't know about well, because we haven't hung out since we met. What's up with that?
Yeah.
Also, how did David know that Tommy was his brother if Tommy didn't even really know he had a brother?
I'm assuming
the story of the arrowhead.
Yeah.
David knew he had a brother. Tommy was never informed.
Yeah.
Somehow the information got passed down to David, but not to Tommy.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, this monster is terrifying.
he's back.
That's gross.
I forgot that he's one who I drew earlier.
Can't wait to see this one. Yeah.
On our topic from Season to Remember, also, when I was growing up, one thing that my mom did was she would come in every year for Hanukkah, and we'd actually have a little thing with like my elementary school class where she would teach everyone how to play dreidel, show them the menorah, and read Herschel and the Hanukkah Goblins.
Herschel and the Hanukkah Goblins is so great. I'm actually getting it for my cousin was raised Catholic, but he has 2 kids now, and I'm making sure they're at least vaguely aware of their heritage.
Wow,
So they're getting Herschel and the Hanukkah Goblin for Hanukkah this year.
Great. Fawcett is ridiculous.
I mean, right there, that's peak Power Rangers comedy.
Yeah.
Also, of course, he has Coffee of the Month.
Java.
My apologies, Java of the Month. I actually do not drink coffee. When I'm saying I'm having caffeine, I mean I'm injecting Dr. Pepper basically directly into my veins.
Fair enough. Dr. Pepper is usually the caffeine of choice as well.
In the White House. No about.
Okay, I love that, and I wish that was a thing so I could buy it for Pocky.
Yeah. Detective Stone teaching people how to make coffee is pretty amazing.
Just smelling it amped up.
Great. I do love the detective office set. It's pretty wonderful.
That's why.
I just love the whole detective storyline. Like, this is such good character development for all 3 of them, and I still want a copy of their resumes.
Yes.
Whoa! What the heck was coming out of that water fountain?
It's like green.
It's ooze. We're having a Ghostbusters crossover.
Yeah.
Let's brew this coffee with Surge. What could go wrong?
Which, hey, if we get up to Power Rangers in Space, we get a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles crossover.
We will. Yes.
And many, many Morphicons ago, Adam and Tanya are sparring. Sorry.
She's
another Adam and Tanya.
Like, look at some of her moves right now.
Like,
she's like quite good.
She has been working. She, like I said, although I guess that was one of the episodes I had no sound for. She knows that she is when she started, she was the weak link of the team because she was the new one, and she has been working so hard to.
Like I feel like she could totally take out, like she could totally show up Kat at this point in terms of her martial arts training.
Well, I mean, Kat did not see the same thing when it came to training. God, that looks like that awful, again, Ghostbusters tie-in Ecto Juice thing that they were selling, like in those.
I was like,
Adam, don't drink that. Don't be an idiot.
Adam. I'll drink it. It's green like me.
Cog oil. That's very interesting that the cogs have a smell. That I could totally see the Rangers.
Smells like cogs.
Familiar with it by now, and not everybody.
They filmed this right after the kung fu competition.
You know what? It probably was in the same block, and that might explain why they were on the beach for both of them, especially since.
Just redress the set slightly and let's go for it.
Especially since that was mostly Adam and Tanya who are once again there, so they could potentially be doing the filming for both in the same block and sets.
Well, these were both written by Robert Radler as
Her alarm was
saw the beach music
random
video.
thing to notice.
Yeah.
So that does
Lead that more, Kanye.
sort of all tie in pretty well.
I love when she gets to lead them more. And I still love my personal headcanon as her as basically Beyonce
Yeah,
for the Power Rangers.
yeah, I'm legit. That sounds cool.
And since I didn't get
Is
to
that-
talk about it in Instrument of Destruction because we had Dr. Jason Narvey joining us, I do love the fact that Adam apparently took the creative writing class so many times that they wouldn't let him take it anymore, which is why he was in that music class. So I also headcanon him as basically writing a series of superhero novels loosely based on the Power Rangers. And possibly at some point writing a Power Rangers comic with Trent.
I could see him be getting more into filmmaking, getting his directorial start with working on our music videos.
Yeah.
Moving on to action films. Considering he did become a stuntman, he had that experience making her music video. He was familiar with writing.
Oh.
And so that's actually a good one too.
It's not something I ever really thought much about, but it does seem to fit with his development through Zeo and Turbo.
I added in a fic, and I'm sure you're shocked it's an Adam Tanya fic. At one point, like, he got tapped to write a movie about the Power Rangers, and everyone made fun of him for like 6 years.
Right.
How is Angel Grove, like, why do people still live there?
Yeah.
I mean, I assume that, like, the prices of houses are very, very cheap, but your insurance costs are through the roof. And I love that we have some continuity about Rocky being a lifeguard, because that was...
That's true. Good point.
I also like how they were fine with David listening to Zordon because he knows.
Yeah, exactly.
I kind of want, like, the fic where, or, like, the thing where, like, Zordon chews Tommy out because there's still the rule, and all Tommy could have said was, because I rescued him already. And then he wouldn't have had to reveal his identity.
And
But
I like the idea of Kat, that Kat also does surfing, because, of course, she's
the diver. Kat
Like,
is
When I reviewed Tattooed Teenage Alien Fighters from Beverly Hills, no matter what, like, circumstance led to them, like, getting discovered and somebody going to their cave, Nimbar, their Zordon, like, their mentor, would chew them out every single time.
Yeah.
Like you were just saying for Zordon. Like, we have a rule. They're like, we couldn't help it.
You know, Kat is just incredibly talented. I mean, she was an Olympic-level diver.
Yeah.
She surfs. She does ballet well enough to become professional.
Yeah.
While still going to high school and training service dogs, which is a full-time job.
Yeah.
Like, I am in awe of her multitasking abilities.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to be well rounded. It's difficult to be well.
I cross-eyed the whole time.
Although I am sad that once again they need to rescue Kat because, oh no, the Pink Ranger.
Sitting out there, no.
Oh no.
Oh no, it's a wave. If only she was on a surfboard or something.
But ostensibly that should be that the toxic stuff was coming.
Wipe out.
Where's Kat? Come on, she's a swimmer. You should be fine.
She should have been tied to that surfboard.
Oh, she's right there.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
That was the most false drama cut to commercial. Where's Kat? Oh, there she is.
That's...
Look at the go. It actually was kind of in the shot there. That was pretty neat.
Yeah, you can just kind of see it on the edge there.
Let's kick our way to shore. That'll only take about 25 minutes.
Yeah, it'll do the trick, though.
Leaky faucet giggling.
I like that they recognize that Leaky Faucet was a monster they fought before, which is why I'm not breaking out the sketchbook right now.
Yep.
I'm not during Invasion of the Ranger Snatchers.
Adam's like, I looked at the computer. Help computer stop all the downloading.
Yellow and green just look good together. Don't know what it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good color match.
Yep.
Oh, God. It's so ecto cooler.
Rocky, you're not doing a very good job as a lifeguard there.
Hey, are you okay? I'll go get help.
Also,
Like-
wouldn't it be nice if you could just defeat the monster and then all of the damage caused would just go away?
I was going to say, the early seasons didn't really do that. Well, Mighty Morphin, I guess, did it a lot.
Yeah.
Zeo kind of got away from it, but here it is
Zeo
back.
Zeo got pretty bad with it at times, where you just
Defeat the monster and undo everything.
Yeah.
I feel like Zeo was a little more scientific than that.
Like when they blew up Digster and apparently that fixed the lava.
Oh, God.
That was a pretty amazing one. Another song and dance. When we get to it, I will point out how blatant that one is in terms of being ridiculous on defeating the monster, fixing the problem. That one's really bad about it.
So I know we don't have our O-Ranger expert on hand right now, but are we aware if this is 2 occurrences of the same monster in the Sentai footage, or turning one encounter into 2 episodes?
Oh no, this was definitely 2. I mean, I can't say that with absolute certainty, but it does seem that.
Oh, that's a UAOH. That's the organization they belong to in O-Ranger. So that is just the UAOH.
I'm surprised they didn't edit that out.
That is straight up Sentai footage.
Yeah.
I guess they, people are gonna be like, what letters are on the device doesn't really matter.
I mean, I think my favorite example of that is still in RPM with the Go-Onger and the Bomber, the van.
That's the Ground Operational Outdoor Networking General Purpose Exploration Rover.
But I guess if Tara's supposed to come back later, and she might be able to tell you about this monster, since she is the Toku Lady's 90s Sentai expert.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
I do know, like, it was probably 2 different episodes, but every once in a while they would, stretch it out, reuse a little footage.
Okay, it was a.
Have a monster. It was just one episode.
Yes,
okay.
or as Navi called it, wow.
Okay, Barra Fawcett was rebuilt from Fawcett Chuck, but with different color hat, gloves, and boots of different colors. Okay, so it's very.
So it is. Oh, you see, you should have drawn this one because it was different.
I know, but it was also.
It was a recolor. It was a palette swap.
It's just a recolor.
Just a palette swap for the update. That was weird.
Yeah.
The cog opened its eyes to fire and then just exploded.
But yeah, I believe that I could
Something
be.
about the monster freaks me
I
out.
could be mistaken, but I think with the with what we saw before was with Invasion of the Ranger Snatchers, I believe may have been from the O-Ranger movie, where they used a string of monsters and then those monsters got reused later on in the show itself.
That's it. Speaking of scientific solutions, Freon.
Well,
I appreciate that they have safety clips.
Look out, monster will slowly rappel down towards you. 1,000
Where'd
solid.
gold come from here?
God, I wish they would hit him and he just shatter into little pieces. It's way too brutal.
Out of nowhere, just sort of in the middle of the battle.
Around and around and away you go.
So when we get in the Zeo reboot with David Tennant as the voice of Clang,
right, yeah.
We'll take David Tennant as
using his Scrooge McDuck, his flying Scrooge McDuck voice.
So
to make him the Gold Ranger.
On the topics of fan fiction and drawing, I couldn't tell you where it is, so I'm not going to try to find it. But I may have drawn Doctor Who as a Power Ranger one.
Oh, that's great.
That is fantastic.
Basically, a TARDIS-themed Ranger suit.
Nice.
I'll have to send that to you guys at some point.
I
kind of like, and I'm sure a lot of us do this, but I kind of like crossing Power Rangers over with other fandoms that I'm into.
Yeah.
You should see my friend Rivulet, who is the queen of crossovers.
Pure Midas is just so amazingly massive.
Pure Midas is...
And then we started to get into that. They formed the Ultra Zord and it's just over.
I know. But it's also just a beautiful, beautiful Zord.
It is. It's OP as hell, but...
Yeah.
It even has a really cool name. Pure Midas is one of the greatest names the show's come up with.
What?
I'm pretty sure that's just zero.
No. Why? Why?
Straight on down.
I like the subtitle of Train Whistle Blows.
I don't know what just happened there to them. Are they dead now?
That's just a fact.
I mean, I don't get it. I only drink coffee if there's a lot of chocolate in it.
Yeah.
A lot of chocolate.
I've never been a coffee guy.
And I was a barista for 6 months, and when I first moved to Georgia, and still don't drink.
Yeah.
Oh, where'd our friend go? Oh, we had something to take care of.
Oh,
and actually, out of all the various characters that they have appearing as the fake Gold Ranger in these episodes,
Billy and David were the most obvious choices.
Whereas Raymond really was never even in contention. Like, he showed up in an episode where he could have been the red herring, and then it's like, no, we're gonna make Skull the red herring here. It's like Raymond gets nothing.
Wow.
Didn't even...
Stone Canyon actually wins for once, although Kat is correct that clean water is more important, and we're how many years in, and Flint, Michigan still does not have clean water, so...
Poor Flint, Michigan.
Oh, it didn't even ask.
Oops.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it was a little delayed.
Really quick there, Mondo said that machines are forever. Who's seen the fan film Zordon of Eltar?
I have.
Yeah. I really liked how the Machine Empire strategy that they say in that film is basically like, we'll make peace with them because we're going to live longer than they will, so they'll die off and we'll just take over.
Oof.
We can wait a couple thousand years. It doesn't really mean anything to us. We're machines.
Here we go. Time for episode 31 as we're chugging along through Power Rangers Zeo.
Power Rangers.
Rockabye Power Rangers.
Starting.
We're going to be jumping
Why does
past
Power need to be a
credits.
title there?
So 30 seconds in, kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go Zeo. 30 seconds in, fading in on a battle. Rockabye Rangers.
We are starting in medias res. Written by Tony Oliver, this one.
Oh, Tony Oliver.
That's a name we haven't seen as a writer in a while.
Really how much they established the strength of the cogs.
Yeah.
Like the Rangers were constantly morphed to just fight them, and still even then sometimes weren't winning.
Yeah, they just piled on with the cogs.
Oh, that is such a good weapon.
Yeah. Oh, Sir Paladin, you're over in Invincible? I'm so sorry. I know that there's been a lot of trouble there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, Tanya, don't
Like, the Machine
don't
Empire
die.
keeps engaging in good strategy, not in the sort of approaches that Rita always worked in, which was psychological attacks. These are more focused on military strategy, which is
physically.
a very nice.
Adam. All right.
I'm adorable
Hey,
right now.
Ranger Rule 23 in
green.
action. You can wear your significant other's colors.
Yep, I was just saying she's wearing green.
There we go.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds
Green on top of yellow. On top.
Star necklace from yesterday. Not being exactly subtle about it.
Yep.
It's just working. Now that is possible because the other explanation for Billy is that he was working on the turbo powers.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say, is that he was probably working on the turbo powers at this point.
I have a different theory.
Oh?
No, actually, it's not a theory per se. It's more based off of off one of those fan fictions I was telling you about before, where it sort of explored Billy's recovery from on Aquitar with the Eternal Falls. The theory that fan fiction basically put forward was that the reason that Billy kept disappearing during the Gold Ranger saga was that he was already starting to deal with his aging effects.
That's a really good theory.
And so
that's
he
definitely a
was
possibility.
Keep it secret and trying to counter them on his own.
And as we saw with the Machine Empire artifacts,
yeah,
that was glowing and giving off. It was with the unstable elements that also contributed. So it was kickstarted by, and now he's dealing with it.
Oh, Somnibot, you're adorable.
That is a very cute.
I do like a lot of the Machine Empire monsters with the big eyes and the big faces.
They're just, anime googly eyes.
Those anime googly eyes. They're just so cute.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Somnibot, don't.
Put the. That's that's a Jigglypuff effect.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, and we're here.
Is that Angel Grove Youth Center logo always there?
Let it sleep.
No, right?
They've used that a time or two, and
all right, now
that one.
Monster again. It's been a little while.
It's been a while since we've seen them actually teaching karate classes.
Again.
Here we go. Here's good old Somnibot.
Aww.
Now, here's the funny thing. I couldn't hear him clearly back when I was...
Look.
So I thought his name was...
Cat is straight up channeling Cher from Clueless.
I didn't know that it was spelled Somnibot. I didn't know what was going on there.
Hey, look. It's Adam and Tanya sweeping together.
Oh.
Technically. Adam, wake up. Gotta go to
Adam's
work.
bedhead there is amazing.
Fantastic.
Like, she's like, okay, no, I'm not going to be seen in public with you with your hair like that.
No, you know what? You're going to put a helmet on that head in a couple minutes. It'll be fine.
Meanwhile,
actually, it'll be fine if you teleport back.
Hair is continuing perfect.
Teleporters reset your hair. Little known. Oh, I'm glad they got the alarm spinning again, by the way. In the last episode, it didn't spin.
Oh, I missed that.
Broken.
I understand. I'm like, I love how Rocky is just like, yes, a sleeping spell is great. I would like to go back to bed, please.
Cat's just straight up rocking Cher from Clueless, by the way.
It's the right year for it.
Knocking directly on the eye.
Dun dun dun. Oh, this is great. I forgot about this whole bit.
So, in that Power Rangers annual comic where Bulk and Skull became Rangers, and Skull is wearing orange right now, by the way. They end up calling a locksmith to get the Rangers out of the monster, and the locksmith's name was Pick Jaggers.
Oh God.
It's basically just taking the safe away.
Oh no, this is broken. Oh.
Oh no.
A twisted lateral doofrat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
right.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what a doofrat is. He's got to take it to the shop for 20 minutes.
Oh, those poor suckers.
Nah, you guys.
Yeah, no.
I love that the phone quacks.
Yep. It's duck phone.
Lieutenant, boss. That was nice.
Dun dun dun.
Mr. Stone?
Dun dun dun.
What? There's Zeo power frequencies. I'm here. I'm not this.
Yeah, the fact that even Alpha doesn't know what Billy does now suggests that he's dealing with his personal stuff.
Yep.
That was interesting there because that was a red herring with nothing, like, there's no battle going on right now, so they could be like, he wasn't somewhere else, or he wasn't being the Golden.
What's going on with him? And they never explain it.
Yeah.
That is what fanfic is for.
I do definitely buy into that theory that he's working on his aging process.
I do like that the more you...
The aging process for the turbo powers.
Yeah.
He could be doing both. Billy's good at multitasking.
Well, the main reason that I would
He's working on the turbo powers and like, I'm arthritis.
The main reason I would suspect the aging process over the turbo powers is just because why wouldn't Alpha know if Billy was working on turbo powers? That feels like something Alpha and Zordon would know.
It's something he was kind of quietly working on his own.
Maybe,
like, you want to come up with fan theories and whatever to explain anything. Yeah. Like, maybe he detected some kind of flaw in the Zeo powers that he didn't want to worry anybody about until he had a replacement.
Maybe that
would help a little bit too, because one of the most frustrating aspects of the turbo powers is how ridiculously unnecessary they seem. Seeing as they directly establish that the Zeo crystal is a perpetual energy generator.
Yeah.
Well, if we get to the Turbo movie, I will tell you the theory that Miss Molly had.
I have theories as well regarding turbo powers, so it'll be interesting to compare.
So let's see if we can get to the Turbo movie. We only need $69, and it's for a really good cause.
Yeah, come on, let's keep it going.
$9 more.
Sharing to those social medias.
This is a private slumber party. I'm pretty sure that's Barbara Goodson.
It might be. I don't know.
As a matter of fact, I can find out.
Yeah, I know. I've got.
I wish there was some way to find out. With all of this internet I have around me.
So much internet. Oh, Somnibot. I feel a little sad because it's like all broken apart.
I was just saying because the monster sounds a little bit like Sprocket. I didn't know Sprocket is Barbara Goodson. That surprised me when I learned that.
Sprocket, Somnibot, and Orbis.
Yep.
Which is weird because no one ever asks her about it. It's always Rita. And I'm sure she'd like somebody to ask her about anything else.
Tell us a bit about Prince Sprocket.
She was also apparently the fighting flea.
She
Icy
is
Angel,
so
Scout.
talented.
Oh, Nauticon. And I knew that she was the female voice of Mandalok. I didn't realize she was Nauticon as well. Her more childlike voices don't get that much attention.
And she is still working.
Yeah, she keeps going at it.
She's got a voice coming up in World of Warcraft.
Oh, and I also did a drawing of the modified Somnibot as well.
Nice.
I still called him Sounderbot there.
Humans will drop.
She's in Final Fantasy VII Remake, Shenmue 3.
Wait, who is she in the Final Fantasy VII Remake?
Final Fantasy VII Remake, Marie.
Okay. Oh, right. I remember because when my wife was playing, I was looking up who was who, and then I started screaming about it. My actual weird, I want to know about this voice, what voice they did is for Johnny Young Bosch eventually, because he is listed as doing additional voices in Saints Row 4, and I have played through that game like 7 times, and I know his voice pretty well at this point. I have not figured out who he is. And it's making me crazy. So that is, if cons ever happen again, who are you in that voice?
Nice little touch there to cut back to the command center, and the Rangers are sitting down, because they're tired. We better get the Geo jet cycles.
Although you guys don't drive when you're tired. You'll drive off the road. Although I guess, we haven't hit Car Ranger with their traffic safety yet.
Better get Geo jet cycles, those things we use all the time.
Somebody's coming across the stream? Do they not have headphones, or?
I've been hearing it. Scott's maybe? I don't know.
And then I'll get out a marker and draw on your face. Oh wait, that's somebody else.
Yeah.
There was also a fic where Rita created a Jigglypuff monster.
Oh, that's great. Just Pokemon monsters.
And the Yellow Ranger in that one had to dress up as Pikachu to fight it, because that's how you stop it.
Ah, yeah. But Billy?
Actually, it might have been the other way around.
Now this is more... Hey, Billy disappeared, and here comes the Gold Ranger.
Yeah. And, yeah, it feels very obvious that there's...
Yeah.
But the only other thing that I could see...
Like, looking at it in hindsight, it's almost too obvious.
Would be if he was experiencing immediate emergency, and in that case, I could see his aging syndrome acting up, being an immediate emergency he would need to tend to.
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Good job, Alpha.
So had they casted Trey when they started the Gold Ranger arc, or did they just start it?
I know that's all really tricky, because the initial plans were to have Brad Hawkins play Trey.
Yeah, they kind of jumped around in terms of what their approach was for this, and eventually they wanted it to be. I don't know how the Filippo triplets ended up getting tapped. I don't know, maybe somebody met them, knew them, was aware of them in some way, and thought, hey, this can be some way that we can make it a little more alienish, so it can be an interesting change up, because it's not looking like it's going to go the way we want it to go. Hey,
Because it looks at this point, it was stalling.
like the franchise, has this world now, Triforia, and this part of the lore and everything. And something like that can come from, we needed to recast at the last minute, and we got these triplets, and we'll use them. Okay, so they're triplet aliens from the planet.
Right.
Now they're part of the canon.
Exactly.
That's really true of a lot of Power Rangers. There's a lot of stuff established in the canon that was kind of the result of last minute stuff.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And there are still questions that have never been answered, and probably never will be.
Probably never will, yeah.
But again, that is what, headcanons and fun and speculation are for. And
yeah.
Netflix got it a lot closer that time, by the way. It was Pyramidas, just with a U instead of an A.
Right.
Instead of Pure Midas.
Wonderful.
Shove all the Zords in the back. There you go. Put your toys away. Good job. Now clean up that monster and then go to bed. Gotta love a good monster staring up at the giant sword.
I mean, to be fair, that is, like, if you were just staring up at that going, oh my god, that's gonna blow me up in a second, I would be.
Yeah, exactly. That thing's it's just a beast.
Oh, Machina getting on Mondo's case. And he was asleep. Oh, it says here the whole time. Yes, I hired your detective agency to keep my safe guard.
They're safeguarded. Well, I had a safe, but I felt like I needed a safeguard. Why not several safeguards?
Maybe keep my safe.
It's a recipe.
Tax-free municipal bonds. Skull's showing some of that intelligence.
Okay, so who in the room likes egg salad?
Egg salad's alright.
Thank you, Pietro.
Ding! Dodo?
We have a thing?
Star?
We have a star. Thank you.
Starman. Oh, Starman, he coming.
Hold on, he comes. That star. Not bad.
Yeah. Oh, man, now I want egg salad.
Egg salad. Salad.
Nice. Thank you so much. There we go. I could. Due to my resolution. So that was another $29, and I couldn't quite see who that was from.
Pietro, it looks like.
That was Pietro. Thank you, Pietro, for your donation.
Thank you, Pietro.
We are now $40 away.
Only $40 away from the movie?
From the movie.
And then beyond that to the rest of Turbo. It's going to be great.
Heck yeah. Beyond. Alright. Out.
I like how Rocky's just like on the point here. Like, it's a very reasonable interpretation.
No, he is not denying it.
He's not.
And that smirk there.
Oh, he's just like, I want to keep them guessing on that. I want the idea of them thinking I'm the Gold Ranger because that makes me feel good. I like that idea.
Yeah.
What amplification? De-amplification? Re-amplification? Post-amplification?
Alrighty, Jacob. This is where I'm gonna step out for a bit. I've actually got to work on the Warpers review, but I will be popping in later on.
Yes.
See you then, Sean.
We've got 3 more episodes of the Gold Ranger saga, followed by the return of Mark Litton. So yes, enjoy your good work, keeping up more content for this channel beyond this weekend.
Yeah. All right, folks, have fun. See you in a bit.
All right.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
All right.
So we are up to Do I Know You, episode 32, and say when.
Okay, so yes, episode 32 of Power Rangers Z-O, Do I Know You? Reveal. We're skipping past the opening credits, 30 seconds in, kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go Zia. We've got the boys on bikes, freewheeler. Now, I forgot that Freewheelin' was a Zio song initially. Just because I'm so used to it being what plays when Tommy is NASCAR driving.
Since I didn't get to say it, since I was offline when you were doing the Mighty Morphin the movie stream, I went skydiving for my friend's midlife crisis. And, you know, you can pay to have a video taken, and they will put 2 songs on. So I was the crazy person who did their skydive thing to the Mighty Morphin theme and then to the song that they skydived to in the movie.
Perfect.
Because I am ridiculous.
Tommy is totally not, like, caring about Zordon things right now. Oh, this is interesting.
If you notice, slowly Adam's hair is getting longer and worse.
I don't know. I think that's good right now.
I mean,
I don't know. His long hair wasn't that bad.
It was not to his liking. I totally get that.
I have opinions about his long hair. So does he.
Does it get longer and still worse, or does it get better in the Turbo era?
No, if we get to the Turbo movie tonight, I will get to tell everyone the story that Johnny Young Bosch sang about his hair. Yes. So, hey, $40 more to get us there tonight.
There we go.
And the Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project are 2 really, really good causes. Support democracy, people.
For less than the cost of 2 nights.
Pyramidas a TARDIS.
Save democracy.
Oh, Pyramidas being a TARDIS is a really good crossover idea. Remind me to harass Rivulette.
Yes.
It's like a console thing that feels like it would be like in Roos TARDIS.
You know who actually I think has a TARDIS? The Phantom Ranger.
I mean, okay, so that may have been early development of Power Reviews. I never decided to actually do it, but in early brainstorming for Power Reviews, Phantom Ranger was going to functionally have a TARDIS. Our closet was going to be a TARDIS. I ultimately ended up not making it into the final story of the series, but it was a major part of the brainstorming initially.
I'm glad that you and I are on the same wavelength.
It was going to be the explanation of why we had Dr. K in the living room initially. But that was only something for very early development, and I realized that it was going to be unfeasible for the way that I wanted to use it. Because Dr. K was always going to be in the first episode. But Dr. K was not going to be the only Power Ranger character I was going to introduce. I was going to try to keep having friends of mine be other Power Rangers characters if I could. And it ended up not being practical, but the idea was going to be, the closet is a TARDIS, and we keep seeing more and more Power Rangers characters popping up in this guy's living room. And then eventually you find out, this guy is also a Power Rangers character himself. He's the Phantom Ranger. Before I had developed the whole actual arc of the show, this was just me brainstorming what the show could be. And then I'm like, you know what? Trying to make everybody I know into a Power Ranger character, it was not practical and not sustainable. So I decided to really zero in on Dr. K as a character. And just develop that throughout the course of the series instead. And I think that was a better choice.
Yep. I love their monkey alarm.
The monkey alarm is fantastic. Yeah, and Skull is just listening to his shoe. Oh, there's the woman looking for her dog.
Well, if I am a dog, then the party is on.
I'm Mrs. Skiller, and I'm looking for the detectives.
But yes, Sean. Yeah, MJ is very much Dr. K, and it was that's why that was always going to be the first character from Power Rangers. And then I just sort of decided to, talk it out, and make the focus be on that character and not Rangers. Like we were gonna have MJ also be Alpha 5 at some point as well, but that ended up. Yeah, some background, I think.
I think
It had to be the pyramid. We picked up the same energy surge. Right, we'll keep looking. Tell me now.
Yeah, the episode. I'm hearing the episode here, and I'm hearing the episode from your.
yeah, I'm hearing it from.
She said this is where she was. There's the dog's footprints.
I think is that Sean?
Yeah, that's Scott right now. So
is that Scott right now?
Right now, the output of your episode is getting picked up on your mic. Just letting you know. Also,
Sorry about.
Thank you. I love the Verox Bounty Hunters, by the way.
Yep.
I so would love to see more with the Verox. And I'm kind of sad they're only in like 2 episodes, but I love that they're in these 2 episodes. And I have thoughts on what a proper origin for the Phantom would be.
Oh.
I might gather. And the Verox actually would be tied into that story if I were to ever get a chance to tell it. That particular element is something I would not be able to explore in Power Reviews. But if I had a chance to work on a separate story, telling the full origin of the Phantom Ranger, I would love to make the Verox be a part of it.
That would be pretty awesome.
Yeah. Everybody's looking for that pyramid.
I still like the idea of Pyramidas just being a giant holocron.
Yeah.
But I've been binge watching Clone Wars lately, so that is where my brain is going.
Okay. Yeah, I still need. I don't know when I'll eventually see the final season of Clone Wars. Season 6, I remember, seeing on I want to say Netflix years ago, and that was just really solid.
Yep.
The animation on that show was always a little interesting because it was just a little bit below what movie quality would be, but well above what typical television quality would be. So I get why the Clone Wars movie was not really latched onto by a lot of people, but the TV show was very impressive. And only got more impressive as time went on. They played with more complex backgrounds and animations and motion. Now why were you worried about him being out in the open? You were showing up inside the Pyramidas earlier.
Bike defense.
Yeah. But yeah, just the idea that, there we go.
Yay, Cat gets the set!
Nice.
Which, again, if they just appear on their wrists, why were they in that backpack in the first place?
Because reasons.
Or is it possible that they can teleport to their wrists, but they need to be within a certain space of them?
I'm going to go with they can teleport to their wrists. They don't need to be within a certain space of them, but they sometimes have them physically with them as well. So I'll roll with that idea. Everybody's just trying to figure out who the Gold Ranger is. But yeah, this was an interesting, different take on the Sixth Ranger saga, where it was not, a clear multi-parter, but more of a stretched out running mystery.
Trying to remember any other times where we've had the running mystery of who is the Sixth Ranger.
Well, I mean, there's that guy who never revealed his identity in the series.
Well, besides.
Yeah, and Zeo and Turbo were really the only long-running who is the Sixth Ranger. And Turbo just chose not to reveal, which was, I think, a very bold choice.
Unless you go with the Trivial Pursuit game.
Oh, the Trivial Pursuit game say Ghost Robot?
The Spirits of All the Rangers, I think?
Yeah, that early, yeah. I mean, when I did the reveal and power reviews of Database being the Phantom Ranger, one of the big things was the idea that I wanted to play on the series of him being a ghost robot. So that reference of him being that, I thought that I was, I thought there was a possibility I was a robot for this reason. I thought I was maybe an undercover agent like a ghost for this reason. And I'm like, no, I'm neither of those things. I'm the Phantom Ranger. And I chose to go with him being a synth-organic biomechanoid, specifically because I wanted to play with the idea of what a robot was, leaning far more into the Carol Chapek RUR style of robot rather than the traditional mechanical robot. To just sort of lean into the different theories of who the Phantom Ranger really is. And then, of course, making him be an amnesiac as well, so even he doesn't know who he is, was also an element I really wanted to focus on.
Definitely.
Here we go. He's a little tuckered out right now.
I just want to say again how much I love Brad Hawkins' superhero voice.
It's really solid. Where is our good friend Seamus Kelly? He should be preaching the preaching the gospel of Brad Hawkins right now.
Seamus said he is not available this weekend, which is why he gave us such a very generous donation. But since he is not here, I will preach for him.
I can't read a pre-recorded message.
Were you at the Morphicon? Thank you, beautiful. So my wife just brought me lunch. Were you at the Morphicon when Brad Hawkins was doing the auction and Seamus?
Yep, so I remember Seamus getting that poster.
I literally emptied my wallet of change and just handed it to him. And when I got married, Seamus did a video at the temple for me. And then at a CouchCon, he also sent us one of talking to the cardboard cutout about how he should be there.
Nice. Yeah, I love that he used it as a vest rack of all things.
Well, I mean, what else would it be?
Yeah. And I've stayed with Seamus a few times when I've been out in LA, which I'm very grateful for. Who's messing? All right.
I will be right back.
And just getting a little check-in with Mark. So it's looking like he'll be good to go for when we get to Mondo's Last Stand. So that's great. Now, why does revealing his identity to them cost him his powers? That's a good question right here that we don't really explore.
They probably wrote that on the seat of their pants.
Probably a little bit.
Or maybe he's lying.
Well, I mean, there are the 3 Ranger rules. You know, you can't reveal your identity or else lose the protection of the power. What was one of those rules.
But they've gotten away with it a few times, including just recently with Tommy's brother.
Exactly. So it's a little bit strange there where, I don't know, maybe he's taking the 3 rules a bit more seriously a bit more literally than they are.
Or there's biological penalty for Typhorian Rangers.
Yeah, considering what we learn about him in the next episode, it is possible that he just the Gold Ranger powers stabilize him into his single form. So maybe it's less that he can't tell them who he is, but he can't more that he can't demorph in front of them.
That is a good suggestion.
That being said, he should still be able to tell them who he is. The fact that he can't is a little strange.
Also, imagine him explaining himself in an inopportune time like this.
Yeah. Hope you like our foot scanners. Yeah, he knows who they are. Now, the fact that he said, "Wow, this place is incredible," really kind of, again, highlights that it's not Billy. Is this Varrock's Bob Paffenbrook again? It sounds a little Rito laugh there.
Just Billy, being yeah, I'm freaking awesome.
It could be Billy. It could have been experimenting on himself and then it creating a Jekyll and Hyde-like thing. Where it's the 2 personas.
But yeah, the idea of just this sort of independent organization of bounty hunters that, they come after targets one at a time, but they just keep coming, I think is an interesting approach. It is one of those things that I do like about the Varrock's bounty hunters.
A really interesting approach from an entire season of maybe the bounty hunter's goal is the power that's bonded to the Rangers somehow, and they just are going to keep coming and keep coming.
Yeah, and that's the kind of feel that you get from them in these episodes. Even with it being such a short run. Stretching out a little bit. Now she's just trying to think of things for them to do, which is just ridiculous. Don't just ask somebody to reshingle your roof. That's not something you just want a set of random people. Get a professional to do that. Ah, yes. We have not seen Rito and Goldar in a while. Outside of the fruitcake episode with Season to Remember. Hey, Billy. What is that one way? Oh.
Except Zordon defeated Rita many, many years ago, and is probably a historical figure that is considering the Equations.
It's no, it's not me, guys.
Considering the Equations knew him.
I like the little wrist turn and the communicator just falls off.
I did not hit it in time to.
It's tricky. It's a tricky thing. And nothing at all. All right. So we're keeping the stream alive and good and live and running. We still need some more donations if we want to hit that movie tonight. I know that we're still, it's a small but loyal crew. Anyone who can donate, please do. Anyone who can't donate, please keep sharing on social media. Keep getting the word out there of what we're trying to do. This is, as much fun as it is all part of the work of trying to save the world, building up the resources that people need to get their voices heard, so that they are able to, have an impact in the future of their worlds, the future of our world. So I think let's all keep that in mind. Let's keep reaching out to people that we know, people that we would like to see be part of this effort to raise funds. Bring them here to good old Orange Ranger Videos channel. Let's surprise Sean when he returns with some nice big donations if we can. We are just, again, $40 away from Turbo Power Rangers movie and $440 away from checking out Turbo next weekend. So if you want another weekend of this sort of streaming content, please, by all means, donate. Or at the very least, reach out to others to keep spreading the word of the importance of the Senate runoff races in Georgia and the efforts that we're making to make sure that everyone is able to have a say in the results of those elections. Everyone, especially people like our good old stream queen, the second Batgirl from Toku Ladies, the disembodied voice of God, leading us through, manning our tech, and joining us as we continue into episode 33 of Power Rangers Zeo, Revelations of Gold. Let's find out who is the Gold Ranger. So this is episode 33. We're going to be jumping over the opening credits again. That'll be 30 seconds in, and we're kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go Zeo. Boom. This scene here, the Verox going after Pyramidas, is just amazing to me. I love this scene.
Is that original or no, right?
Yeah, no, it's got to be. That's. I don't believe that that's Sentai. I'm fairly certain this is all original footage, and this is just a great scene. And we have all these Verox bounty hunters, which are just so unusual, because it's just all these little sort of variations on that one monster, I believe.
Honestly, if I were to guess, I think the exterior shots of the ships shooting down Pyramidas would be stock, but the cockpit of the monster or whatever.
I mean, that's normally, original. But the film grain doesn't look like Sentai. I think that's just early. I think that's early CG. Like, they're very similar to the Quadra Fighters.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely original.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, you could see the rebooty kind of look to the CG.
Sorry, I am back now.
Yeah, that CG is crazy.
But to me, the peak disparity between Sentai footage and American footage is the Lost Galaxy and Lightspeed.
Mm.
It could really be told the most because there's a lot of grain on the even in the intro, the Lightspeed footage, the Go-Go 5 footage is really grainy.
Many years ago, when Tokyo Ladies podcast first started up, we were lucky enough to interview Jackie Marchand, and we spent a lot of time talking to her about the issues of turning Lost Galaxy into Lost Galaxy from the Sentai footage, because how do you take that and make it a space season?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, this whole scene is just so crazy.
I like space battles. That's one of the reasons I like Star Wars.
Look at that CG, that 90s CG, and falling down to Aquitar. That's not Sentai footage. There's no way that's Sentai footage. And it's a great scene. There's a lot of drama to that. And I realized that I hadn't shown off my Verox Bounty Hunter sketch yet.
Oh, that is very awesome.
Got all those little wires and things going on. This also really...
I'm just I don't know how many people want to see me on screen.
The fact that they took out one and that just led to 6 showing up to take him down, like that just makes them feel like this really crazy threat out there that you never know when you could unleash.
That would again be like a really good season villain arc.
Yeah. Like they always seem like this sort of rogue faction. So I totally believe that the Verox could still be out there. There's no indication they were part of the United Alliance of Evil. To my knowledge, at the very least.
I don't believe they show up. And did the Z-Wave destroy everything or just the UAE? But no.
As far as we can tell, just the UAE. My interpretation of that has been specifically that because Zordon's energy was connected to Dark Spectre, the release of his energy was able to neutralize all the other forces that had been connected to Dark Spectre. So when they swore loyalty to him, they bound their life force to his.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
And we can talk more about that if we somehow manage to raise another $640 today so that we can try for a Power Rangers in Space next weekend. If you're interested.
If we get to 1,700 today, then we will be able to make enough room in next weekend to take a shot at Power Rangers in Space. Obviously, such a fantastic season. My favorite season of Power Rangers. So many amazing episodes.
I just love all of the Aquitar footage.
Yeah, actually, wait, where's Pocky right now? Why isn't Pocky here looking? We've got Equations on screen and Pocky's not in here.
Pocky is doing house stuff.
Oh, I suppose.
Hi, Delphine, I love you!
There we go.
I love Delphine so much! And Sestro. I also love Sestro, and he was so cool.
Zordon would only be able to wipe out the known threats.
Yeah.
Because if someone started being evil after the Z-Wave, how would the only way they could have been wiped out if there was like residual Z-Wave? It doesn't stop future threats. Heck, that's why Thrax exists. He was turned evil because his parents abandoned him.
Oh no.
Or at least that's how I put it.
That's the Gold Ranger. Dun dun.
So if he's Lord of Triforia, is he King Trey or Prince Trey?
He's apparently the Lord of Triforia. So I guess he's Lord Trey. We're sort of trying to spread the word out there on social media that we are still rolling along.
I'm doing the same.
Alien Rangers being back.
How do you spell Aquitians? AQU?
AQUITIAN.
Oh, good. I spelled it correctly.
Good.
I should know this. Pocky is one of my best friends.
Also,
yep, I am aware that Sonic fan that Johnny Young Bosch has wanted to kill off Adam, and I am glad that he was overruled both times because we are not killing off Adam. Although if we get to In Space, you will get to hear my long, in-depth theory that I have written like 15 fanfics about Adam's psyche during Always a Chance.
Always a Chance.
Which is hands down my favorite episode of Power Rangers ever.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't count it exactly as a single episode because it's just a culmination of story arcs. But, and yeah, Johnny Young Bosch just wants to kill him off.
Yeah, he's. I feel like he just kind of likes to push the buttons on that.
I think he's trolling.
Oh, good. It's a Skullfish. Yeah, there you go. Oh, looks like I was wrong. Everybody just gets smashed against the shields on their way out.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is where you really sort of feel the drama and the scale of everything and the 2D compositing after the previously wonderful shots of this pyramid. That was such. They're like, no, we blew all the money on the pyramid crashing shot before. Now we're just sending a 2D image of Trey into the water with a little splash animation.
Well, I mean, they only have so much of a budget.
Yeah, exactly. But this is a nice dramatic moment here of them diving into the water to try and rescue Trey. Like, he's been helping them for a good long while now.
Why did I stare so intently at Adam's hair flopping about?
I mean, there has been a trend this season that will continue at least into the Turbo movie of trying to rescue people from the water.
It's true. I mean, there is a lot of, and that shot there of it rising above the waves is great.
Yes.
That's.
Oh,
fantastic.
Adam is the one screaming for Tommy this time.
Oh my. Oh, really?
Oh my, indeed.
Yeah, I think that Johnny Young Bosch largely just kind of wants his character to go out with a bang. So every time he comes back, he tries to think of some way that he can have that heroic sacrifice. Oh, here we go. Wavy, 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 woobly, woobly, woobly.
Don't blink. So, who do you like more, Pink Trey or Green Trey?
Good question. And I think they're all still Brad Hawkins, too.
And together, we are the Triforce.
Yep.
Now, are they all born as triplets, or are they one person who then splits into three?
That's a good question. How they reproduce is interesting. Perhaps part of him being entrusted with his powers is the secrecy is paramount for his people. I'm not sure.
And what if while they're separated, one of the traits does something that's something more of another trait? Do they have to rebrand themselves?
I don't know.
No, there's so many questions about the nature of Triforians.
Because like when Grumpy was originally dreamy on Once Upon a Time, and then he had his heart broken, he went so hard picking in the mines that his axe broke, and so he picked a new one, and that's when he became Grumpy.
Right. Yeah, I kind of remember. I haven't watched Once Upon a Time in years. I know.
Luckily that was season 1 episode, so it wasn't like you would be falling off.
Yeah, I remember that. That was
at that point.
That was a nice little story for him. There we go. Once again, that just beautiful morph. Like, they tried to top it with the turbo morph for the movie, and it just couldn't with the helmet forming around their faces.
Yeah. Since someone asked, did Johnny English just not want to come back? I don't actually know. He has come back repeatedly, so.
Yeah, that's why I think it was mostly he just wanted to be sort of an out with a bang kind of thing to finish it.
He's technically overdue.
Than wanting on.
And as for shares, I mean, I try not to compare, since you're the Sentai versus Power Rangers. Like, you can like both of them. They're different things, and they tell different stories, even when they're adapting fairly closely. You can like both of them on equal terms, or you can prefer one over the other, but both are totally valid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I personally I can't even compare the two because I've never seen Mega Ranger.
I kept buying the Shout Factory DVDs and then just not watching them.
I really need to see Mega Ranger because I do love Power Rangers in Space so much.
I'm not allowed to do anything until I finish Kuga or Pocky will murder me.
That's reasonable. Kuga's good, but it's not to my personal tastes. I know a lot of people absolutely love Kuga. Obviously, Pocky does. And I appreciate a lot of the aesthetic and what it tries to do, and I think it accomplishes what it's trying to do well. I think it's mostly just the approach to pacing for the series. The slow pacing of it took a lot for me to really get into. So I while I was watching it, I felt an appreciation for it more so than necessarily an enjoyment of it. Like when you're watching, a good prestige series, it's like, oh, this is, it's nicely performed. They're doing a good job, but it's not necessarily my personal, my personal jam.
Yeah. All right, so are we about to get to your rant about physics and how they work? With Billy's excuse here?
If I recall correctly, it was negative antiprotons, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, negative antiprotons. I mean, by definition, an antiproton would be negative. Those are actual particles. As far as having them in his body, that feels like that would be tremendously dangerous, since they would lead to all sorts of very bad nuclear reactions, I would imagine. My familiarity with the details of particle physics are pretty pretty loose. Mostly I tend to focus on, teaching the fundamentals. So that's the stuff that's sharper in my mind, the basics of Newtonian mechanics. And even when I was a physics major, and I did a few grad courses as well, particle physics was never really a major part of my physics program. They focused on, calculus-based physics, so establishing that different approach to it of using derivatives and integrals as opposed to simple formulas that were simple ratios, so they could be applied over more complex applications. So mathematical methods of physics was a big thing. Intermediate mechanics was a big thing. Electromagnetic theory and electrostatics were all important. Quantum mechanics was a major part of my curriculum. This is just such an amazing moment with seeing Rita and Zed back again.
Mama and Daddy.
Super cute.
I love
that they're their parents.
Does this give an intended second meaning to Revelations of Gold and the fact that Goldar is relearning, like he's getting his memories back?
There's so much in this episode. Like, this episode is insane.
It's not negative proton. Is negative proton? Wouldn't that just be an electron?
No, there is. Okay, a negative proton's not a real thing. A negative antiproton's a real thing.
So it's just negative protons, though.
We said negative protons instead of negative antiprotons?
Yeah.
Come on, man. They're antiprotons, not negative protons. He might just be using simplified terminology there. So,
that is true. They did kept saying, like, for 4 seasons we have it being like, Billy, explain. No.
Yeah. Like, an antiproton would be a negative proton.
I mean, maybe that's also the basis of his aging.
Where it's like with radiation when it's just destroying your body. No, I didn't mean to skip. Give me a moment. Actually, one thing I'm going to do real quick is I want to jump back to that physics explanation one more moment, because I know I was talking over it a lot. To see what he's exactly what it was that he said there. So he ran a biomolecular scan of himself. Now, negative proton molecules. Negative proton molecules, which resist the gold power. Okay, that's all he says. That's really not how that would work. But then again, I don't know what the nature of the gold power is, so that's a whole question there. I mean, as far as it resisting anything, I suppose if it's full of negative proton molecules, then those would reject each other.
He did say it was like 2 magnets.
Yeah.
So,
but negative proton molecules are also just not really a thing.
Maybe they are on Aquitar or Triforia.
Like, I'll put it this way. So I need to think that through a little bit in terms of what that would actually mean. Negative proton molecules, that must... I mean, you don't make molecules out of protons. You make atoms out of protons, and then you make molecules out of atoms. But negative proton molecules would suggest that these are somehow molecules that are maintained... I guess antimatter molecules would be what they would have to be. So I suppose you could interpret negative proton molecules as being an alternate terminology for antimatter molecules, which are things that we don't generally observe. In our realm of space, there's very little by way of antimatter. So there's a lot of questions on the nature of antimatter and how it functions and what it is.
It's not just so that Star Trek can accomplish whatever they feel like that week.
Well, antimatter is basically it's in the name. It's the opposite of regular matter. If it interacts with regular matter, it is a destructive force where they basically collide together, dissipate into pure energy. If I recall correctly, it's been a very long time since I've done anything with particle physics. This was like...
I didn't even get to take physics because if you did not get into advanced math in 7th grade, you could never take calculus. The best I could do was pre-calc. And I missed it because I needed 3 A's and I had 2 A's and 2 B pluses.
That's so close. And really, calculus is not necessary for high school level physics. It really isn't. So long as you have a strong understanding of algebra, you can do high school level physics.
Long
you
Island.
have a solid understanding of trigonometry physics. I mean, I'm in New York State as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, I could have taken the regular physics, but I needed another AP exam, so I took AP Environmental Science instead.
Yeah, I did AP Physics, AP... I did like 7 APs.
I did 8. It was a lot.
Yeah. No, 8 is... Yeah, I did 7, and that was a lot. 8 is...
I almost did 9, but I dropped French.
Good call. Sounds like a good call.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So, it is time to bring back Austin St. John, and for the record, systemic racism exists. Thank you.
Yes, systemic racism does exist. That's not really something to even be debated, really. It usually what it comes down to is whether or not something exists. Outside of when we're talking about like mythological creatures, whether or not something exists, it's usually not a matter of whether it exists or not, but whether it exists in statistically significant, in a statistically significant way. Racism exists in a statistically significant way, so as to be properly categorized as being systemic. That's just the way it is. It's a thing that is directly observable. If you are willing to open yourself to the possibility of observing, it is directly observable. If you deny the possibility that something exists, you are not willing to observe it, and you're not going to allow yourself to be proven wrong. But we can absolutely continue that discussion as we continue.
But before we start the episode, Sonic Fan, if we get to Turbo, if we get another $440, we will be glad to talk about Turbo writing staff and the problems of adopting Car Ranger.
Oh, Car Ranger, you have so many questions.
So help us get to Turbo with some donations, people.
But yeah, we're about to kick off one of this next episode is one of the biggest unexpected surprises that Power Rangers has ever delivered.
Yep.
In its entire history. After a very wham-heavy episode with Revelations of Gold, revealing the Gold Ranger, bringing back the Equations, denying Billy's ability to be the Gold Ranger, seeing the Verox, everything with the dramatic scenes of trying to rescue Trey and the return of Rita and Zed. So many Chekhov guns just went off. And now it's time to see the reveal of who will be our next Gold Ranger, which nobody saw coming. And I think this is the last time that Power Rangers ever truly did something quite like this, where nobody saw this coming when it came to a Ranger reveal.
Yep.
So, this is a golden homecoming. We're about to kick that off. 30 seconds in, we're skipping those opening credits. And here we jump in to a golden homecoming, episode 34, in 3, 2, 1, go Zeo. We have the crystal glow on the golden homecoming across the screen. But yeah, something that I feel is important to. So there are a few things that I feel are important to recognize when it comes to your heroes. When it comes to your heroes from television. Also, I love how well they hid his identity here with these long shots and the sunglasses and these sly angles here.
And they even had him touching his face to cover up any other possible distinguishing features.
Like, everything about this moment makes you think it's going to be David. They played it up as David so clearly that you feel it's got to be him. They're covering up the hair, so you would think there's long hair under there. But yeah, when it comes to your heroes, you can appreciate the performance that somebody put in. You can appreciate other good works they've done in their lives. I'm not going to deny that Austin St. John has done good work in his life as a medic. There was a Power Rangers fan who went through sort of a seizure at a convention, and Austin St. John was able to help him immediately, and that was a fantastic good work, and I always want to promote good works. But people are not defined solely by their actions. They are more the sum total of their actions. And you need to recognize that people are always going to be a mix of good action and bad action. And you can absolutely respect and appreciate the good action while still condemning the bad action. You want to support a person who you see as a hero, support them in their heroic actions, and inform them when their actions are not respecting that heroism that they seem to want to embody. That is how you can more reasonably support your heroes, by letting them know when they are not being heroic and when they are hurting people. Because if they are true heroes, if that is the core of who they are and not just a piece of who they are, then they are going to want to do better and be better and not do harm. So absolutely let them know when they are doing harm, and let them see and give them that chance to try and be better. And sometimes you will be let down. Sometimes they won't be the heroes you thought they were. And that's okay, because no action that a person takes is the entirety of that person.
And no one is saying that you still can't appreciate Jason as a character if he means something to you or anything. It's just a matter of acknowledging again that, they are actors playing a character, and in some cases they do not always.
This flashback footage is nice, though.
Yeah, I love the flashback of who Rito and Goldar really are, and then getting their memories back is great.
I also, since we were talking over it, I did forget that actually Tommy and Jason did get an unmorphed fight there. So someone besides Adam got one.
Yeah, a little brief one in there. This whole sort of mental, reaching out to Goldar and Rito is pretty great.
Yep.
So, was the loss of wings a plot thing, or was it just the suit was just falling apart and they needed time to fix it?
I assumed that he just lost them when the command center blew up.
Yeah, well, in universe, definitely lost them when the command center blew up. Out of universe, I imagine it's just generally easier for him to work without the wings in the confined spaces of Bulk and Skull's garage.
Both the Watsonian and the Doyleist explanation.
I love to focus on both.
Yeah.
And they played this up so well too. They didn't even bother to they avoided putting the guest starring credit in the beginning. Like, all that work is amazing to hide that ball so well.
Yep.
Like with the War Doctor in The Name of the Doctor, when John Hurt showed up at the very end, and they credited and introducing John Hurt as the Doctor.
Yeah. And I do want to also recognize something else with regards to our discussions of Jason just now, specifically Austin St. John. But Jason as a character, Jason is not Austin St. John. Austin St. John is not Jason. One is a person who exists in the actual world. The other is a character who that person contributed to. Keep in mind that
The writers.
Austin St. John represented Jason. He was not the sole creator of Jason or the sole representative of Jason. The writers determined who Jason was in many regards. He contributed to who Jason was in terms of his performance, but Jason was the sum total of work from multiple parties, both physically and mentally. So it is an interesting thing to sort of explore and recognize in terms of our relationships with characters. So you can absolutely, I think that Jason is a great character. I think he was a great leader. Thrilled to see him back.
I want to know why he left the peace conference.
I wish that we had more of an explanation. I assume that it was more along the lines of the peace conference just ended, but still.
In which case, where are Trini and Zach? College?
It's also a good question. I love the resurrection of
And if you notice, Billy's reaction was a bit more subdued than the rest of the team, even though they didn't know him as much.
Yeah.
I mean, for Billy, it's got to be incredibly hard. Like, this is one of his oldest friends, and Billy has just in some way, mentally at least, felt like he failed at being a ranger again. Like, he had his chance, and they were like, you're going to be perfect, and then they bring back Jason, and it's like, he gets the second chance, but I don't.
And Jason, to a certain extent, Billy was probably used to being in Jason's shadow, and probably had felt like he had grown beyond that. He had grown into, a major leader within the team. And now the original leader is back. And for both Jason and Tommy, that's a big change. Like, they both sort of become the leaders of the team and have been for longer than Jason was. So that's got to be a strange feeling to deal with. That, you would have. I'm sure there would have been a great feeling to see Jason again, knowing that he's now the powerful ranger on just this, this guttural level. Not one, obviously logically, he knows what's up. He knows the situation. He knows what it has to be. But on an emotional level, it can't feel great to someone who to sort of have to be less while someone who was always sort of the stronger one gets to be more all over again. And that's got to be a really interesting emotion to be feeling. Which was another thing that I had planned on exploring in that Power Rangers fanfic if I'd ever actually finished that series.
Hey, there's still time.
Oh yeah, I know. It's like almost 20 years ago now, but it was but yeah, there would have been an exploration of resentment towards Tommy and Jason that would have been explored later on in the in that fanfic series. All right.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't do even one woman to be a Gold Ranger red herring. And you might say, oh, but the suit is still for a man. It's not her suit anyway. It's Trey's. So it wouldn't have to change.
Yeah, but we're not going to get a female Sixth Ranger all the way until, Gemma, and even then she's half of the Sixth Rangers. And I guess, like, the in-universe explanation would be the voice is male, but, at this point, Power Rangers...
They're not using Brad's voice.
Well...
Yeah.
They'd be using the Ranger's voice.
But remember, originally it was, like, Brad was supposed to be. So...
Yeah, I guess.
It was no,
In 1996, there was absolutely no way that the Sixth Ranger was going to be female. It was just not going to happen. As much as you have no idea how much I would have loved that. But I mean, we don't
you
even
you
now, like,
emotions if it had happened. What if like Kimberly had become the Gold Ranger?
you should see the hard eyes that I am, like, anime hard eyes right now.
Like that would have been insane to have to deal with your ex becoming the part of the Ranger team.
Okay, so I kind of need that as a fanfic immediately. And somebody did write a fanfic where Kimberly actually ended up becoming Dino Thunder Black.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. But we didn't get it. Power Rangers has gone back and forth on how great they are with diversity, and the gender balances, especially recently, have not been fantastic. They've done better in regards to race recently. I mean, it's better than Jungle Fury, which had the worst balance.
Oh, yeah.
But as much as I love Jungle Fury,
very bad.
But I've been very disappointed with Hasbro and Neo Saban's not gender flipping like they used to, and that's probably not the best expression, but
but I like that we are looking at a gender flip for next season for the first time in a very long time.
For the first time since Taylor.
Since Taylor.
But I mean, we've had 2 female Reds, one of which was evil and only there for like 2 episodes, and poor Lauren, who got screwed over. So, as much as
I mean, we had Grace in the comics, but again, not that was a very brief run.
And let's just for the show, like, you can do much more in the comics. You can get away with much more in the comics. But for the show, like, I'm not sure which one I would love more, a female Six or a female Red, or just even a team that's split 3-3. Like, if we're going to get a 6-person team and it's for once actually balanced.
Yeah.
Like, it took us until 2015 to get our first African-American Pink Ranger.
Yeah.
Is that the year Dino Charge debuted?
And I think that the 2 seasons per team thing kind of exacerbates it because it just inflates the gap of like the amount of years.
The 2 seasons per team has not been good for the show overall.
There's been some interesting stuff they've been able to play with, but it's not been great overall.
Especially when you get, like, when they tried to cram 2 seasons into 20 episodes each.
Yeah. But yeah, Sky, I saw you raise the point in the chat. Yeah, Dino Fury, if they hadn't gender flipped, would have been 4 guys and 1 girl. And then in Dino Charge, it was 4 guys to every girl, where they had 10 Rangers, which is just ridiculous.
Yep.
I
was so hoping they would have flipped somebody.
Have I told you what my preferred gender balance would be on Q Ranger if they ever were to adapt Q Ranger?
No.
Obviously, pink and green stay. I would like to see for flips.
Oh, new toys! Show the toys.
Oh, I
Sell
love the
toys.
Super Zeozords so
I do
much.
love the Super Zeozords.
Oh, I love the Super Zeozords so much.
Okay, sorry. I just.
It's fine. I would have loved to have. I would love for Q Ranger adaptation to flip. So we have pink, green. I think sky blue could easily be flipped female. as since that is a child ranger. I think, and if we're looking for suit differentiation, we could easily flip Violet to be female with the more flowing outfit. And to really subvert things, I would love to see Black be a female, like alien Minotaur.
Yes.
With Gold being a non-binary robot. I think that would be a great way to get a nice, a far more even gender balance there, where you basically get. I know that they get up to 12 though, so it's close. It'd be like 6'5" and non-binary, but it'd be way better than anything we've ever had.
Yep.
The Super Zeozords are extra great because they also have the Rangers' weapons, just like the Shogun Zords had their own weapons. But I like that these are even more aligned with the weapons we've seen the Rangers using, like the little tonfas for the Blue Ranger. They get to use the Super Zeo pistols, the whole arsenal.
As for where Power Rangers could air, if not Nickelodeon, Hasbro. I'm agreeing with Scott there. Hasbro is very Netflix friendly. It could just air there, but there are other options for where a new series could air if not Nickelodeon. Or, Nickelodeon could let them do 40 episodes a year.
And also, there was one series I forgot.
And
War for Cybertron is a Netflix original.
That's true. We do have Transformers Netflix original now.
And hello, Arrow. Welcome.
Oh, nice. Arrow is back again. Great to see you.
Oh, yeah, and we could have a whole discussion about robot and gender. Tokulides has been vaguely discussing doing an episode about that for like 2 years.
Yeah. I also I've long been a proponent of Power Rangers on Nickelodeon compared to Netflix, just because the issues that I keep seeing with Power Rangers I don't connect to its broadcasting service, and honestly, Nickelodeon has treated Power Rangers better than other stations have, and better than any other station would be likely to. Power Rangers has had a reliable time slot on Nickelodeon for basically 8 years before changing it up during Beast Morphers. But there's just
okay. Sorry, I ship them so much.
Station is a great conversation. I'm sorry.
I ship them so much.
That is fair. That is a reasonable ship. That I'm sure neither of them would agree with, but that I think is, again, where you can separate fictional characters from the real actors.
Yep.
And, and there it was in the...
There
in
it
the
is, the Austin
credit.
St. John is...
Austin St. They had to have that right at the beginning of those closing credits. To just sort of highlight, he's back now, and we couldn't put it at the beginning of the episode without spoiling it.
Yeah, and when Johnny Young Bosch came back for Always a Chance, like I've said this before, but I literally fell off the couch when I saw his name in the credits.
Yeah, which is
Because
amazing.
I had no idea that was happening.
But I do want to say,
are we
as far as
stopping for a
Nickelodeon-
second, or are we going straight into
yeah,
it?
let's pause for a moment because we do have our next guest coming up in just a moment. I'm going to give him a call. But I do want to say that with Nickelodeon compared to other places, etc., Nickelodeon is probably the best channel for it to be on. It has the best ratings compared to any other kids channel. There are no real kids blocks on network television really anymore. The ratings that it's gotten on Nickelodeon, while consistently declining, have still been ranked highly consistently
because everyone else's ratings are cratering.
Yeah,
like
we only look at the Power Rangers, but
I've used The Simpsons as an example quite a bit. Yes, its ratings have obviously cratered since even just the late 90s, but general because the rest of network television has cratered so much, it's maybe 6 million viewers a week. Rates it, and it ends up rating pretty highly, or I guess 4 million maybe. But either way, it ends up rating rather highly for the night or even for the week.
And another thing is that cable is expensive right now, and with streaming services, you kind of have to prioritize. We got rid of our cable. I can't watch Power Rangers live even if I wanted to.
I got Philo for when I want to watch Power Rangers live, and that's the only reason I have Philo. It's at least not particularly expensive.
We are paying for the football package right now on Hulu. So
I do not watch any of the sports. So
yeah.
My priority.
Are we getting our guest this episode or?
Yeah, this next episode, Mondo's Last Stand.
No. Are we up to Mondo's Last Stand? Yeah, we are up to Mondo's Last Stand, so we are going to get our special guest.
All right. Spread the word, people. We are bringing back... Yeah. If you have any background noise, turn it down if you can.
Is that Chris, or is that...
I think that might be Chris. So I want to make sure that we can hear clearly, because he's coming through my phone.
Hi, Dick. Good morning, or good afternoon for you.
Yes. Good morning to you.
Hello again.
Oh, I'm getting some...
Whose background noise is that?
Has gotten actually louder.
Music is playing.
I think we need to mute.
Hello?
Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. We just had sort of a spike in background noise. So
No, I'm doing something.
All right. Hey, Mark. Welcome back.
Good to be back.
Amazingly, just right at the end of last night's stream, we had a killer donation, and we are good to go throughout the rest of today. We actually hit $1,000 on the mark yesterday.
That's amazing. That's terrific.
We were all blown away by that. It's been a little bit of a slower morning. Hopefully things will pick back up now that special guest has arrived.
Especially as we are $40 away from getting to Turbo, a Power Rangers movie.
Yes. But yeah, we are. We're pretty well. We've been maintaining pretty good on track with moving through today. Mondo's Last Stand is about to kick.
Okay, can you mute them?
That background noise. So Chris just during.
More with AT&T wireless plans. And things your way with features like HBO Max included.
If things dead. Okay, thank you. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, you're at your mom's house, so that's reasonable. That there would be other background noise there. Thank you. Okay, so yes, Mark Litton, writer of many episodes of Power Rangers over the years. We're about to kick off another big one with Mondo's Last Stand. Anything that you would like to tell us about before we dive into the episode?
I'm thinking maybe it's best to just dive in on this one.
Right.
From what I recall on it, this actually is one of the scripts I still have.
Oh wow!
But unfortunately, I haven't called it up here to take a look for direct comparison.
Before we start, though, this
I remember it better than other episodes because I like the baby food stuff we do in this one.
Oh, right, the baby food.
Hey, guess what, everyone? We're watching the Turbo movie tonight. Thank you, Pocky. We are at $1,110.
Woo! There we go.
Wahoogies!
One. Wonderful. All right, I'll have to update the. In that case, I'm going to update the gold bar real quick.
And while that, I'm going to ask my quick question. So, this episode deals a lot with Rocky's insecurities. Can you tell us a little about that?
Well, I mean, usually we'll have a very standard trope for the Power Rangers was to have one of the Rangers be insecure about something, about leadership, about some aspect of their life as a Ranger, whether they're good enough to be a Ranger. And so this is one of Rocky's turns.
Yeah.
To be the guy with the insecurity.
Oh, wonderful. All right.
Jacob, you've got the amount that we have incorrect.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, it says 10:30 and it should be 11:10.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I was going off of what it was showing to me for a moment there. 11:10. There it goes. I don't know why I said 10:30. What's wrong?
That was what we started with this morning.
How we started the day.
I had left it with that value. There it goes.
All right, so I guess let us start.
All right. Yep. We are about to kick off episode 35 of Power Rangers Zeo. We're skipping past the opening credits as we tend to do. So we're going to be starting 30 seconds in, and we're about to get it started in 3, 2, 1. Go Zeo. Kicking things off with a nice sparring match between Jason and Adam. And this was our first time ever seeing these two fight, which is great.
Yep.
And it's I guess there was something of an echo for it because it's Jason facing the Green Ranger.
Oh, that is true. Since that is how we met the Green Ranger originally.
Yeah.
Poor Rocky.
But yeah, seeing Jason interact with two characters that, ostensibly, should have known each other back in season 2, but never actually interacted. That must have been fun to actually give them a chance to interact in a way they weren't able to.
Oh yeah, that's right. Jason would be off somewhere because Austin wasn't there. The whole ninja encounter was just Billy, Tommy, and Kim.
Right. So.
Sorry for a moment. I was just watching.
Yeah.
That's the danger of these things. You can get caught up in them.
We definitely know that at this point.
Yeah. Oh, we were we like to alternate back and forth between like marveling at the spectacle of the show and like getting into like really deep discussions. Like we were discussing
Here's
like
the line I liked.
which one was it?
The extra beats line.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I tended to like treating the juice bar as if it's an actual bar sometimes.
Yeah.
So I'll, when they come in and order juice, they'll add little extra shots to it.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I know you had the joke you wanted to have in Wild West Rangers, where it's just like serve it in a dirty glass, but apparently you couldn't because kids would.
No, they cut that. They
Yeah.
said no. I don't even know. I don't think they even filmed it.
Right.
They didn't even get that far.
Right. I do love the whole. We've been just sort of praising all day the whole Bulk and Skull as detectives routine. Do you know any of how that change came about from them being the junior police officers to being private detectives?
Well, every year they would look for something different for them to do, and this is what they landed on this year. So I mean, they go from the police academy, and then they'd say, "Well, if we don't want to, and you don't want to do that again, but you like the whole idea of investigation, and you wanted to keep Stone around, then being investigative detectives like this was the next idea."
That makes sense. Yeah, especially considering a lot of us, we think of Zeo as a singular season now, but really the beginning of Zeo was sort of the end of the third season, and then the second half of Zeo is sort of the beginning of the fourth in many regards.
Right.
So this would be, the detectives was kind of how they kicked off the fourth year after they had spent so long.
Do you mean that in the way that because the last 10 episodes of Season 3 were dedicated to the Alien Rangers and they weren't in a state to continue their stories, that the first 10 or so episodes of Zeo kind of make up for that?
We talked about it a little yesterday.
Everything you know about this RV and how it came to be.
Oh, yes.
We just found it funny. And because don't they go off in this RV when they got married?
No, when they got married, they had Serpentera with the just married sign
that's right.
on its tail.
They did have Serpentera. That's right. I don't know where this RV came from. You're going to make me call Mark Richardson to find out what how this came about, or I'll just go ask my brother. That's another possibility.
We should get Mark on this stream if we can. Just get all the Marks. We get the Mark Litton. We get Mark Richardson. Bring in Mark Hoffenmeyer. We should just bring in all the Marks.
Sure. I don't even know what the Mark Hoffmeyer's up to these days. I'm sure he's around.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have contact information for any of them. So
sure. I have contact for Mark Richardson. So maybe I'll see what I can do about giving him a call.
Oh, that'd be fun.
That would be fantastic.
Purple bucks.
Oh man.
Where did you decide for the Burble Baby storyline here in general?
Yeah.
I just found it funny.
Yeah.
I just found the whole thing about the babies.
Yeah.
Stuff funny.
Rule of funny is always great.
And it's cute seeing him interacting with Bulk and Skull again, and them trying to play catch up there as part of their in. It's just good. Now, personally, with my upcoming life events, I could totally use those 10,000 burble bucks.
Sure.
I'm sure we're gonna have plenty of baby food expenses. So we gotta power up that little ranger.
Yes, you will. Also, with Jason losing his communicator there, was that an intentional throwback to Tommy as the sixth and always losing his communicator?
A bit, yes.
I know that
I mean, the fact that we have to separate the Rangers all the time, and that's one of the things that was our go-to of losing the communicator.
Right.
So when we've got Jason back, it's like, yeah, now it's his time to lose the communicator.
It's always fun to come up with more and more random creative ways of separating them out. Although I'm sure there were probably moments where it was frustrating.
Well, I mean, you do have that kind of thing. Well, again, do we have to go here again? But by and large, it wasn't a problem.
Yeah. But this whole Gold Ranger arc was really sort of a change up from a lot of the things we had, where it was just sort of this running plot line here. Can you tell us anything from your perspective as far as the reintroduction of Jason and what that whole process was like, and what sort of things were going on in the writers' room at that time?
Well, we really didn't have a writer's room exactly how you might think of it.
Right.
Because at this point in time, we would have we'd have Doug Sloan in there as kind of the head writer. We would have I don't even know if Chip was doing episodes at this time. He might have done one or two by now. And you could tell me better on that about when he started up with that, because at first Chip worked in a different capacity on the show.
Yeah, he wasn't really he didn't do any writing during Zeo. He did a little bit of writing in season 2, but not season 3. So if I recall correctly, his first episodes, I believe was what was it? It was okay. So he's credited with the Power Transfer, and When Is a Ranger Not a Ranger, and The Great Bukala Escape, and Blue Ranger Gone Bad. I could have sworn he was Escape from Venus Island as Welcome to Venus. No, Mark Hoffenmeyer was apparently. I thought that was Chip. Maybe I'm misremembering now. But yeah, he wrote during season 2, but not during seasons 3 or Zeo, and then came back with writing for Turbo.
And that makes sense to me, because I know that he did kind of leave the show for a while, and then returned, and then stayed.
yeah, and then just kept on keeping on, and just wrote a record number of episodes. I mean, I think Jackie has had the longest singular run, but Chip is credited for the most episodes overall.
I love that thing with the door right there. I'm sorry. On top of Rocky's Day, that is just...
It is. Because ostensibly, it's an automatic door. You shouldn't have a problem with it. Rocky's just...
Well, absolutely.
So, at this time, I would it be accurate to assume that the writers were aware that Rocky was always sort of overshadowed by Jason with the kids as well?
Yes. I think that would be fair to say.
All right. Yeah, because this is a nice. It's nice that the show actually addresses that you chose to actually address it here. It's also interesting that this episode is very unexpected in a number of ways, because it addresses something that had been, talked about in the with the fans for years about, Rocky versus Jason, but it also is an unexpected departure of our main villain, which was very unexpected.
Especially after having Rita and Zed around for so long.
The idea that Mondo actually gets to be destroyed is pretty crazy.
And that well, you'll notice though that in the ADR dialogue, and I don't think this was in the original script.
Yeah.
That they do mention that he can come back at any time.
Yeah, that he can be rebuilt, and he does. He does get rebuilt, with shockingly little fanfare when he gets rebuilt.
Right.
It was just like at the very end of the musical episode, Another Song and Dance. It's just like, oh, King Mondo's been repaired. It's like, oh, okay, that just happened, and he just shows up like nothing happened at all, and then they just move on, which is pretty funny.
Let's see. Sorry, I'm looking at the Damocles sword, which is obviously coming from the
from the Sentai footage.
Well, actually, I was trying to think if that was all Sentai footage, or if we did some of that.
It looks like you guys did the summoning of the sword from the ground.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we did do that.
Yeah.
But you've got the Damocles sword is essentially from the sword of Damocles, going back to there's a Roman philosopher, Cicero, like 45 BC. And it's a sword that cuts both ways, essentially. That it's as dangerous to you as it is to your enemies.
Right. The sword of Damocles. That was the sword. Wasn't that the sword that dangled above his head by?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sword of Damocles hanging over my head. Sorry.
Which is why I had King Mondo wielding it, because it's something that's going to come back and bite him.
Yeah, big time. And it's great whenever Power Rangers, whenever you guys can have those nice little subtle references to to more mythology and culture that kids aren't going to pick up on, but it's just sort of there for them to be aware of moving forward. And so if you are informed of them, you can appreciate it.
I mean, that's the whole idea, is that they will later look it up or find it or just come across it, and it'll then connect with them. And that's the idea behind it, is that we're it's just like a small little teaching moment.
Yeah. We were joking. We had Jason Narvi on here yesterday, and that was obviously a lot of fun, as you can imagine.
I'm sure.
And we all got a big kick out in the first season with the Trick or Treat episode. For his Halloween costume, he was dressed as a prisoner, but he had 24601 written across his chest in a reference to Les Mis.
Yep, that would be Narvi.
Is that like the only prisoner number in all of fiction that's even like been popularized?
No, but it's probably the most infamous.
It's definitely the most infamous, along with I would imagine number 6.
Yeah, that was about to say number 6, but
number 6 and number 1 from the prisoner, because even Reboot did a prisoner episode, which is still that's just such a bizarre choice, but it was amazing. They really gave you some great Megazord battles to play with this season.
Wow, that's just not something you usually see.
Just sort of like, hey, we got a new toy to play with. Mark, you want to play with the new toy?
Yep, sure.
Show the toy, sell the toy.
There we go.
The footage is just as much a toy as the Zords are.
Yeah. I also just love the wielding double katanas attacks from the Super Zeo Megazord. But yeah, this is sort of a momentous occasion here. The first time that a main villain is in a Zord battle, like you know, not a general, but an actual lead villain.
I'm trying to remember if we ever did this with Rita. If we, I mean, because I'm sure she's grown to giant size a few times or so.
She grew to giant size once,
Okay.
only once, and it was at the very end of Rangers in Reverse, which was the last episode of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers before it became Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers. So that was sort of the big cliffhanger there when Rita, Zed, Rito, and Goldar all grew and were stomping around the city before Master Vile immediately recalled them at the beginning of the next episode because that cliffhanger had to be resolved quickly.
Right. I'm sure we did that.
Yeah. And I love that it was Ernie the whole time.
Yeah, that's. I think my code got off a little bit, but yes.
Yeah. Baby food smoothies.
Well, it certainly could never have been Jason.
Yeah. Just the bringing in Ernie for the reveal on that was just so. It's always fun when Ernie gets incorporated into the plot because he's always there, but he's very rarely gets to have a plot point.
Ernie should have gotten a real goodbye.
Mm.
Yeah, well, Richie was a great guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
He's one of the cast who's no longer with us, I'm afraid.
And he's missed.
But he was always fun to work with.
Yeah.
I love that last line right there.
New guys buying.
The new guy is buying, yes.
So, were Rita and Zed always planned? Oh, that line.
That line also.
I don't have a headache anymore. That is such a great line to end the episode on.
That was my favorite line.
I can't blame you. I think that's.
I love the fact that we got to the end of that script and it said, now I can do this. I can put this line in.
After close, over 200, not over 200, but over 180 episodes. I think this was the 190th episode of Power Rangers. Rita's headache finally goes away.
Yeah, I'm sure it returns, but
of course. But yeah, were Rita and Zed? Do you know if they were always intended to come back from the beginning of Zeo when they were first written out? Were they always intended to come back? Do you know?
I don't know about that. It's been too long for me to remember. But yeah, clearly, I mean, we at some point we definitely knew that they were coming back. So it wasn't something that was a surprise in the episode. That was a producer call.
Right. Yeah, I imagine we've got to get Doug Sloan in here at some point because I know a lot of the.
He will have a lot of the answers. Yes. Absolutely.
So.
Well, I tell you what, either he will have the answers or Jackie Marchand will have the answers.
Right. And Jackie, unfortunately, seems to work a lot of weekends.
Okay.
So because I've been in touch with Jackie, and she would love to be able to join in as well. Do you still stay in touch with stay in touch with Jackie?
Well, usually the way we've stayed in touch, I mean, we're Facebook friends and that sort of thing, but we don't really talk a lot. But certainly when we're at conventions or
Right.
that kind of thing, we'll get together and talk and see how things are going.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, outside of that, I'll see her. But I think I'm not sure where she is right now. Because my last location for her was located outside of LA. So so I don't know if so my chances to see her, were reduced tremendously.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I know she lived up my way for actually a little while before, and then moved away without me ever knowing. Like she was working at the I think it was the Saratoga Performing Arts Center for a little while, which is quite close. I very much within driving distance. So that was very surprising to realize. So we have I know we have 2 more episodes of yours left to go.
Yes.
And which will include the first ever big Power Rangers team up. So that's pretty exciting too. You get to really hit on a lot of like momentous occasions throughout the series.
I was fortunate for that they allowed me to do that.
We definitely got quite a few status quo shifts. And actually one more thing I guess on this episode, were you surprised when you found out that Jason would be returning? When you found out you would be writing for Jason again after years of the character being gone?
I think we were always surprised when a character returns. when the cast member comes back. So really, he's dead.
Yeah.
But usually that's a thing that we didn't have any control over one way or the other, and certainly happy to see him back.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you get a proper return for Jason, Rita, and Zed all across the course of these 2 episodes here, and it's great to see. It really, changes up the game and keeps Zio interesting, keeps you on your toes. So we'll
see each other a little later this afternoon for Ranger of Two Worlds.
Yes, Rangers of Two Worlds, where we get
so excited.
Get to say goodbye to Billy once again.
Yes, the second goodbye.
The second goodbye. The sad forever goodbye. At least for now. You never know what the future may hold.
Oh, I'm not sure that David would be returning, but...
Oh, I know.
Maybe if the show ever goes union.
I'm mostly just saying, like, considering how many times the show has changed hands, changed producers.
Oh, sure. That's always a possibility.
Yeah. It's like, oh, yes, it's now being produced by, I don't know, Martin Scorsese or something, and yeah, would you like to be paid $1 million to do Power Rangers with Martin Scorsese? And I imagine that would probably be one of those. Okay,
I'm sure the answer would be yes. I would certainly agree to that.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what Jonathan Entwistle is going to be doing with the with sort of the new movie and whatever's coming out of that. That's all of us are curious what that's going to be.
That should be very interesting. I agree.
I don't know if you've followed his work. I've seen both of his series on Netflix.
Oh, I have. I have, and obviously it's very unlike Power Rangers.
Yes.
And he wouldn't be able to do the same tone, certainly.
No, I mean it is apparently going to be more mature, whatever it is that he's working on, and less.
Sure, I think it would have to be.
But I imagine probably considerably less so than the sort of very.
You can't even say.
Yeah, exactly. But that being said, he has explored some teenage traumas there. So
he has.
A little bit on the different side. All right. So I can't wait
We'll see what happens when teenagers really do have attitude.
Oh my goodness, those get. He's got teenagers with attitude in those series. All right. Well, thank you again, Mark. As always, a pleasure and a privilege. Thank you for your continued support of our efforts.
You're welcome, and we'll talk to you in a few hours.
Thank you again for joining us. It means so much.
Absolutely. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Talk to you again soon, Mark.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
And before we start, I believe Tara is supposed to be joining us for this episode, according to the spreadsheet.
I believe so, so I can add her in there. Here we go. Adding people.
So while we are waiting, why don't we again remind people what we are donating for and what our goals are.
All right.
Goals
are. So we are currently raising funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. These are two wonderful causes to help people in Georgia exercise their right to vote. The New Georgia Project reaches out and registers new voters, helps them be informed on how to engage in voting, while the Fair Fight is all about making sure that that people who have the right to vote are able to maintain the right to vote. So for anything that engages in voter suppression, anything that's keeping people from their right to vote, Fair Fight raises legal defense funds to combat those voter suppression efforts. And there's been a lot in the state of Georgia over the past several years. Sadly, the governor, Brian Kemp, is notorious for purging voter rolls, for not investing in working voting machines, for not using modern voting machines in places where they have been funded, and also for not allowing for enough polling places to be open to properly represent the people of Georgia. And considering that they have a Senate runoff election coming this January 5th, and the deadline to register to vote is December 7th, we really want to make sure that they're receiving all the support that we can give them. Georgia is a part of this United States. We want to make sure that they're receiving the support of the United States, because they're going to be determining the future of the United States for these next several years, because this runoff election will determine who has control over the United States Senate, which determines who has full control over the Congress and the legislative future of our country.
And as we have seen, it determines what sort of legislation can be brought to the floor and when.
There are some serious issues with how the Senate is run right now, where a party, if they are not in power, they do have the ability to completely, if they're not in power in the other two branches of government, just by having a single vote majority in the Senate, they can bring any legislative agenda to a screeching halt if they so choose. And we have seen specifically that the current majority party is exercising that ability to continually block a lot of good works that could really help the people of this country. We are still in the midst of a pandemic. A lot of people need assistance that is being denied. There are protections for the environment that are being constantly rolled back as we are approaching our major deadline to reduce carbon emissions. So if we want to protect people now in this moment, we need to take immediate action. And if we want to protect people for the future moving forward, we need to take immediate action. And this is one of those sort of unique scenarios where everything is centered around a single state. So we can really focus our efforts and have a real impact towards changing people's lives, making sure that their voices are heard, and making sure that those voices are able to impact the world.
And in just 2 years, these organizations that we are donating to managed to make a very large difference, because Georgia has historically not been a competitive state.
Yes. And what we're seeing because of these organizations is that's not representative of the people of Georgia. It has been representative of the people who has control over who can vote in Georgia. So by making sure everyone in Georgia can vote, we are getting to see the true spirit of Georgia, and they're making their voices heard. We want to keep that going. We'll let them have their voices heard, like the Georgian I'm speaking to right now.
Yep.
So sorry if I spoke over you there for a
Oh,
moment.
no, that's fine. But, there is a difference. I live in a fairly solid red county, and my wife and I waited about an hour to vote. And then you hear about other areas where people are waiting 12 hours to vote.
Yes.
And that is a big difference, especially when you're outside and it's very hot outside.
Yes. Or very cold, as we as our temperatures swing wildly in various places.
We're in the middle of 3 different seasons in Georgia right now. It starts off as one in the morning, it's a different one by afternoon, and Georgia's weird.
Not to mention, as a country, we've also been experiencing record hurricanes, and those definitely hit the South more than the North. But I think one made its way up to Canada somehow.
Is that a Tara I hear?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, Tara.
Hey, I was just saying, all Florida gets is rain.
Yeah. The moment that Tara popped in, I actually had to try not to completely skip a beat there, because I noticed that you have Glitta from Toku as your icon.
I do.
Distracting.
Gritta is the patron saint of the Toku ladies.
She is.
As she should be. She is an icon.
She's all over my phone. FYI.
The Victorian Lady Grimace, just much. She she makes much better choices than the actual Grimace in terms of of who she ultimately chooses to associate with. She does not abide. She recognizes that shadow cannot be allowed to overtake the light, and I think all Grimaces need to recognize that. That there needs to be that reckoning there. So I think that has successfully derailed our point. The main point is donate money to help people vote. Do that thing, and then you get to see us do more of the Power Rangers things. We are on track. We are now set to watch
more of the Power Rangers things.
And next weekend we can continue with the actual season of Power Rangers Turbo, provided that we continue to get those donations. We've got a little under $400 left to go. We've already hit well over. We're at $1,110 right now. We have $390 left to go to hit Turbo for next weekend, and we've got goals beyond that. We got big goals, stretch goals.
Come on, we want to get to the TJ gets baked into a giant pizza episode.
There we go. If you want to see TJ get baked into a giant pizza, the legendary story of... So, with all that said, let's kick things off with episode 36. That's right, we're down to 15 episodes left of this series. Episode 36 of Power Rangers Zeo, Bomber in the Summer. We are jumping in at the 30-second mark, skipping over the opening credits, and we are kicking things off in 3. I'm pausing.
All right.
You pausing?
We got a stream has disconnected. It appears to be back, but can someone who has the stream confirm, please, that we are still connected?
I've seen myself eating a sandwich.
Yes.
That's good.
Okay.
I can eat a sandwich. Yeah, that's on me.
All right. Sorry about that. I got a stream has disconnected message on my end, so...
Keep going?
So we start again?
I'll jump back to okay, it looks like actually the 40-second mark.
Is when we...
There we go.
40-second mark, you said?
Yeah, so I'll go back to the 40-second mark.
Okay.
And
I apologize. Again, I don't know what happened. It just said that we disconnected.
These things happen.
Yep. All right. Say when.
All right. Time for Ernie's Beach Club. Welcome to Ernie's Beach Club. Bomber in the Summer, episode 36 in 3, 2, 1. Go Zeo. Back to those lovely steel drums. I'm having myself a little PB&J. Wonderful.
And as I was saying before, I love Cat's butterfly clips. They are peak 90s. Uncomfortable as hell, but peak 90s.
I want to believe that his expansion of the Beach Club, that's what he's doing with that big Burble baby money.
I feel like this is Ninja Storm right now.
A little bit.
Hold on, I'm just going to turn on my light. I'm not sure how much that helps, but...
Why would you ride right into the...
Because they're being hooligans.
Sir Paladin, you said not everyone is audible. Who can't you hear?
Here we go.
Funny.
Oh, that turf. Well, there is myself, Database Ranger. We have Scott.
I'm here.
This, I believe, is largely muted at the moment due to background noise. But we also have Terrier Lee and Second Batgirl on audio.
Okay, I just love that we are basically, like, in a 60s beach movie right now.
Yeah.
I feel like Billy and Jason's wardrobe really added to that.
Yep.
Bob
my God.
Voice, and it's always great to hear.
I hate that little bomber.
Oh, you don't like Louis Kaboom?
I don't like Bomber the Great.
Oh, okay.
Remember, Tara's our O-Ranger expert.
Yeah. I hate what he did to Bulldout.
So she is holding a grudge.
Yes. Also, look at that weird medal he has on him. It's like a half-naked woman.
Oh, really?
So wait,
Yes.
is this the Louis Kaboom episode?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or
Louis Kaboom, yep.
Did you draw Louis Kaboom?
And it's good!
Okay, thank you, Sir Paladin, for letting us know that everyone who is supposed to be audible is. Hooray!
Hey!
Probably never.
Oh, man. There's a nice little explanation of what's going on with Mondo.
As far as I know, his head is in like a thingy.
Now, at the time, I wasn't drawing main villains. I was only drawing monsters, and I had no idea that Louis Kaboom was going to be recurring. So I just went ahead and did him.
Yeah.
Along with the bomb that he was made from.
Nice.
He's got those rocket abs and everything.
See, now, this should have been...
shows up like General Havoc in a way.
This could have just been the surf competition, because that's how you get the beach back. You beat them in a surfing competition.
Mm.
I mean, we could be in Surf Nazis Must Die.
Yeah. That Power Rangers fighting fascism, that'd be some fun times.
Well, I mean, in general, that is...
stuff. Metal Mama.
I feel like Skull became more and more
Look at
assertive.
the metal.
It's like like one of those sort of mud flap kind of things.
Yes.
But you're right, Skull does get more and more assertive as time goes on, and he's definitely coming more into his own. And I think part of that at least for this, goes back to Instrument of Destruction and knowing that Bulk is not going to be leaving him for having different interests.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. That's a sign of the friendship growing. Also, respect for finally giving Jason a love interest.
Besides Tommy?
Besides Tommy. He has to move on. You know,
Trini never got a love interest. Oh, wait, that's a weird
scenario. But,
Trini had a love interest, she had Richie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jason, out of the originals, Jason was the only one who didn't really have a love interest up until this point, which is kind of crazy. You recognize her from the Elephant.
What's your Coke?
Well, what's your evidence, dude?
A necklace.
Yeah.
I love that Ernie is a really good friend of theirs.
Yeah. Okay.
Now,
like he's being a really good friend to Ernie here, and I appreciate that so much. He's recognizing that he needs to speak up. There's something wrong going on, and he needs to speak up because otherwise people are going to suffer. And that's what we should all strive for.
The fact that she's worried about what would happen if her boyfriend sees her talking to another guy also, not the sort of person you should be dating, hint hint.
Yeah. And I found it interesting that his tone immediately softened the moment that she said that too.
Yeah.
Is that the closest we've ever gotten on a barefoot of a Power Rangers character?
I don't know, probably. That was a pretty. You can't get too much closer than that.
But it is interesting that his tone does soften, and the fact that they have all done so much work with just volunteering probably assumes that they've at some point done something about domestic violence. But yeah, don't stay in a relationship with someone if they try to control who you can talk to or...
Yeah. This is such an important conversation now. It would be good if someone that she actually knew could talk to her about this, but you know, it's nice that she's at least willing to talk to someone about it, even if it's not someone who she really knows. Yeah. Oh, and here we establish that he has the same sort of powers that Rita and Zed have.
You know, I miss those sort of monsters.
That are just created from random objects?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then it gets to be, oh no, I just saw this thing. And...
Well, to be fair, we have gotten that these last 2 years with Beast Morphers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So technically, we haven't had too much chance. We haven't had too much chance to miss it lately, but definitely prior to Beast Morphers, it had been a long time.
Yeah, so many aliens. And
okay,
otherworldly creatures.
I don't know what hand motions I got to do, but I got to do some hand motions.
I do love that morph too.
Yeah, the fact that it's the only morph that I can think of right now that doesn't have a morpher is kind of crazy. Especially because there was a Gold Ranger Morpher toy that I can recall.
Well, I mean, you know, we have to sell the toys.
Yes. But just the fact that that toy never appeared in the show is just so strange. Like, even Magna Defender was given a Die Ranger morpher. So the fact that he was never given a morpher is just so unusual.
I wonder why
Probably
they didn't.
because it's within him. So the way the systems work with those Ranger powers,
Yeah.
it just needs the hand motions, and the innards will pick him up.
You know, it's interesting there that Billy specifically says the Gold Ranger needs your help, considering his probable feelings about the Gold Ranger and Jason.
Yeah. But yeah, I just double checked, and yeah, there was a morpher for King Ranger and O Ranger.
Yes.
But for whatever reason, they chose not to adapt that over into Jason. They just had the source of his powers be the Golden Power Staff, and he just summons the powers because he's connected to them, which is a very interesting deviation. Oh, and I realized, yes, of course, not only did I have Louis Kaboom, but also Tough Tusks.
Cool.
And I, of course, draw the little, whenever they're created from something, I always like to do a little drawing of what they were from, whether, in this case, the elephant necklace. Which I imagine must have some personal significance to Emily, but I don't know what Sure. It's just said Zeo power crystals instead of laser pistols for no apparent reason.
Honestly, it makes so little sense that Jason loses his Gold Ranger, like he loses his ability to maintain the Gold Ranger powers right before the rest of the Rangers do the same with their Zeo powers.
Yeah.
So it might as well have just lost it all together.
Yeah.
Especially because Jason was in the damn movie.
Yeah, I know. But I everything surrounding Jason during this time is just very strange.
I mean, especially since we never actually get a final fight against the Machine Empire.
Yeah. It was very strange how Zeo just kind of petered out rather than really ending, which is kind of bizarre considering how well everything else just kind of was building upon what had been established. So, I mean, we do get a little bit of a final fight and defeat of the Machine Empire ostensibly, but it just kind of happens. And isn't really, sort of this big, climactic battle. It's just a matter of, we're going to all fight now. Just like we had this whole plot for the episode, and then this other plot for the last 10 minutes of the episode where we fight the final baddies, and then the final baddies get blown up by the other baddies, and then the other baddies just never show up again until Power Rangers in Space. And that is a very peculiar thing.
Which, of course, led to that one rumor that went around for years and years and years.
Scorpion Rain.
Yep.
Love Scorpion Rain. Get the Zords going. You got Zords. You should be using your Zords. It's like, Zordon, get off my back, old man.
Billy's doing the best he can.
I'm the youngest one here by several thousand years. Maybe you could try pulling your weight sometime, dude.
Oh, I love these Zords.
I'm 17, and you're like 17,000 years old. Can you cut me some slack here? I'm 1.7 times 10 to the first. You're 1.7 times 10 to the fourth. Those are some orders of magnitude of difference. Maybe you want to contribute. Yes, I did just for no reason break out scientific notation on aging of billions or not. This is clearly the content you're here for.
It is totally the content that I am here for.
Whoop. He's just freaking out now. It's crazy that the Super Zeo individual cockpits are larger than the regular Zeo Megazord cockpit. And that's hilarious.
Yep.
I love how the Super Zeo Megazord just kind of flows together in that stacking formation. It's a
God, I love it.
It's a very different kind of design for a Megazord in that respect, but everything just meshes so well.
Like blocks, if you will.
Yeah. But in a way that doesn't look blocky. Extremely solid. It's very well built, but it's not, it's not Zhuoger style.
No. It's O blocker, but it's still lovely.
That is true. But yeah, I know O blocker, you're referring to its Sentai name, but it that did bring to mind the stacking Zords of Zhuoger.
Yeah, I got that.
But yeah, welcome Jenny, good to see you.
Hi Jenny, bye Jenny.
I love the double katanas so much. That it's just a great finisher. I know I've already talked about it several times already, but that fan fiction series that I was working on back in high school, one of the Megazords would have had a very similar finisher to the Super Zeo Megazord, with the two swords that come together to create a giant sword.
I think my favorite finisher is still the sword hat from Samurai.
I really like the SWAT Megazord finisher, just because I like describing it. It's like, what does it do? It grabs the monster, lifts it over its head, flies it into space, throws it into orbit, transforms into a giant gun, and blows it up. And I can't think of a better description for a Megazord finisher than that.
And they just decide to not be a jerk. Okay.
Yeah. Like, it was definitely resolved a little simply, but Emily is apparently very persuasive. Like, I don't know how she managed to change their minds in the way she did, but I guess it's one of those things where you just need for somebody to speak out, and then somebody else will speak, and somebody else to speak out next, and you'll find that there are more people who are, willing to do the right thing than you'd think.
But then no one's really willing to be the first one to speak.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that transition to the moon freaks me out.
That's a great transition. You always hear about the star wipe. You never hear about the moon wipe. Yeah, they're back to being maids again, it seems.
So that whole thing with Bulk and Skull basically making them their maids / pets, that was not weird. A great look.
Nope. There are problems there. I mean, it's very wacky, but it is nice that Rito and Goldar actually do get to kind of kind of have their little mini revenges, where it's like, that wasn't okay. We weren't okay with that. We were taken advantage of, and we recognize that now.
I'm glad they get to occasionally stand up for themselves.
Unfortunately, now they're, you know...
Oh no, if we get to space, I will go on my long rant about who is saved and who is not.
Mm.
Let me put subtitles on. Let me know. Are we hitting start?
Alright, so let's kick things off again. Raising funds for Fair Fight and New Georgia Project, two very good causes to help us save the world, get voices heard, and we are currently $390 away from hitting our next goal of $1,500 so that we will continue this fine stream next weekend with Power Rangers Turbo the series. At this very moment, we have 14 episodes left to go on Power Rangers Zeo, plus Turbo Power Rangers movie later this evening. So we want to keep this going next weekend if we can with Power Rangers Turbo. But for right now, let's kick off episode 37 of Power Rangers Zeo, Scent of a Weasel. We are jumping past those first 30 seconds, past the opening credits, and we will be kicking things off in 3, 2, 1, go Zeo. Doo-doo. Scent of a Weasel. On our screen, the models are strutting along that catwalk.
On the catwalk.
On the catwalk. So, the catwalk. Rocky looks so uncomfortable. Like,
you got this, Rocky.
Oh, I mean, he was just about to walk straight into a mob. Oh my god!
Ooh.
Like even down to that wave, it's just like a, like that is just very uncomfortable. Mr. Stenchi. I don't know what language that is.
Supposed to be French.
But
why the mouth pop?
But the mouth pop.
I don't know.
What?
Maybe that's just his own like signature, like what's the word?
We were talking about this one with Narvi when he had the supermodel girlfriend. That's very stenchois. Eau de stenchois. Oh, he has freed himself over the remote control. Ho-ho.
Looking up a planet, looking up a planet.
Monsieur Stenchy.
Monsieur Stenchy.
Oh no, God, the angel didn't put the right meat on the dinosaurs.
Oh, right. I just remember what this introduces, and it's just like, and they do keep you kind of on your toes with this introduction as well.
Hey.
Oh dear. Dun dun.
I just love that RV.
Yes. Do-de-do-de-do.
We'll get there when we get there.
me was just such a genius inclusion. It's just amazing.
I still want a sitcom that's just like.
And for the taking. This is great. This whole RV dynamic is fantastic, and I love it, and it's beautiful.
Yep. VIP.
Stop gawking at her, man.
There we go. Yeah. Okay, so they're getting a chance to actually also dissemble some
Toxic masculinity there.
Mm.
It's like, yeah, no, girls actually are down for it when guys don't get too wrapped up in themselves and their gender roles.
Unfortunately, this is before the ballet episode, so they're going to have to learn a lesson a second time.
Yes. Like, there are so many things where I feel like Power Rangers worked on instilling a lot of lessons into kids back in the early days. And I feel almost like they decided that they kind of grew away from that because they didn't want to keep retreading the same lessons because they felt like they'd already tackled it, and without really recognizing that those lessons still needed to be learned, which is unfortunate.
And especially since the audience, like a new one, keeps coming in. Like,
yeah.
This is so sweet, though.
This is a really cute interaction.
It is. This is genuinely cute. It's always nice when they get to just have those genuine emotions.
Like,
yeah, and Skull is a cute guy. He's adorable.
He is, and that's just it's really, really sweet.
And this is also a nice moment here, just a simple, quiet moment with Bulk and Detective Stone. With these two just kind of bonding, which is something they never really got to do.
Well, I mean, it is their surrogate father figure for
really
both Bulk and Skull.
And that's just kind of great.
Oh my god, it's a skunk monster.
And then later they have their surrogate grandfather figure in Power Rangers in Space. Million tons. That's pretty big.
I swear, if it's Gunmajin, I'm gonna be so angry.
It is not Gunmajin.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's.
Yeah, Gunmajin is the next episode.
Hold on.
Damn
okay.
It.
So we're going to refuse to interact with each other. So are we just all self-quarantining? Has Machina taken over the world?
No. Maybe a little bit. My brain's coming in and out a little bit at this point.
Yeah, mine too. Hello, Mr. Buddy. No, you are not going to be joining the stream today, sir.
Oh, is Kitty over there? Toku Cat over there?
Yes, Toku Cat is over there. He is sitting in the doorway and meowing.
But yeah, I'm trying to think of what Power Ranger series has had quite such a good, there have been very dynamic morph sequences where you get to see cool movements, etc. But in terms of the actual materialization of the suit, I'm trying to think of anything that really competes with Zeo for that wireframe materialization morph sequence.
Lightspeed?
What was it? Lightspeed?
Lightspeed Rescue?
That's up there with the sort of flow around in the lock in with the visor. But I think Zeo still ranks above Lightspeed for me too. Time Force is up there. Time Force I think is a little or no, not Time, correction, not Time Force. Time Ranger. It is definitely, I would say, is up there. I think Time Ranger had a better morph sequence than Time Force. I've never actually seen Time Ranger, but I've seen the clip of the morph sequence that was I think it was in the early trailers where that helmet formed around the person as they sort of spun around, and that was really cool.
Yep.
Dino Thunder was a good one.
Is what's coming? Is the meteor the gold pyramid?
No, we already have Pyramidus. Pyramidus is solidly in play already. But
so what the hell is this thing heading towards the Earth?
You know what? I won't spoil it for you then. I'll let you be surprised.
Okay.
Aw, poor Alpha. Don't take off the helmets. Helmets are... It's a good thing they don't have carpets in the command center. You'd never get them out. Never get that smell out. Gotta love that just green beam rotating there.
Billy is like, will you please move away? I don't want to smell you.
Whoop. There's so much drama in Zeo. It's kind of great. It's so strange that a series that had so much escalation across the course of it ended on such a sort of anticlimactic note. And there we go.
Giant roller?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yep. Warrior Wheel. But yeah, Tackle Boy from Lone Ranger. I thought it was good old little Tackle Boy.
Shouldn't it be Stenchois?
He's not French. He's Moonish.
At least it doesn't seem to be contagious since, Billy is not covered in it.
There's our Stenchy monster. He's bringing in the high art here. Ooh.
Hey, Tara.
Yeah.
Was there a lot of fighting on a beach in O-Ranger?
Yes.
Okay. There we go.
Towards the end. But this is not. This is pure American footage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You got Emily there. You've got the
towards the end.
I was just thinking if that's why they started having all the things on the beach early, because they knew the footage was coming.
I like. Oh, she has no questions of how he knows her name, which is hilarious.
They are not very good at secret identities.
They are not. But it was nice for her to step up in that way. He was saying bombing big time, and it came out as varmint big time. And what are you doing, Netflix?
Are we sure those are Netflix's captions and they don't just take the captions from whatever DVD release or whatever?
Way, it's still ridiculous.
Yeah.
We haven't heard him actually say that in a while.
It's been a little while.
Flying through the sky.
That stupid cannon. That fact that they kept.
Why would they go into belly flop formation just to land on their legs? Or land on their feet?
Why not?
And I was just like, oh yeah, my sink apparently can teleport things and disintegrate them into nothing. Hopefully there weren't any people in there. There we go.
All right, let's show the toys. Show the toys.
He's so spinny. This is a very scientific robot. It makes spinning happen. Zeo had quite a few Zords for its day.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, we've got 2 Megazords, we've got a Carrier Zord, we've got a Support Zord,
and a second support Zord.
Warrior Wheel, and we'll be getting,
Orko soon.
Yeah. No, not Auric.
Auric.
Not Auric. Because Orico is
yeah,
obviously a different pair. Although I will admit those are very, very close.
Yeah.
They're one. It's one O. The difference is that you have Auric, and then you have Auric, where with a little O, who's a Ranger.
Yep.
So remember, Orico Ranger. So you have Auric and Auric O Ranger. So not to be confused with Auric from O Ranger or Orico the Ranger.
Time to go bowling.
Yes.
You know what? I bet this was Max from Wild Force's favorite Zord.
Yes. Oh, that good old tornado spin. Yeah, just wave hi to Tackle Boy. He's so cute. Warrior Wheel is kind of adorable. I don't know what that word means. I don't know what a pipperoo is. Is that like a hobbit kangaroo? A pipperoo?
I have no idea. Hey, people in chat, what do you think a pipperoo is?
Yeah, any ideas, people? All that tomato juice. That is an insane amount of tomato juice.
Skull occasionally rolls a natural 20 on his wisdom roll.
He kind of really does.
He probably put all of his points in, like, intuition or something.
Hey, Emily. Yeah.
I do also love that it's none of the girls who are doing the modeling in this one.
Yeah, which is pretty amazing. That is a nice flip from what you would normally expect.
Oh, Sir Paladin says, is it related to Bopperoo from Ninja Storm?
Here we go. Pipperoo, Bopperoo, Bip Bopperoo, Bippity Bopperoo, Boppity Bopperoo.
Calisnoon, Bippity Boppity Boo.
Yeah, get those smoke machines going.
Here we go. Boom. The little searchlights and everything. Working it, striking those poses.
Wow.
Fashion shows are...
What is this outfit?
That's what fashion shows are. They're long series of what is this outfit? Because I feel like fashion shows they're really more like art installations than they are actual demonstrations of products for people to buy.
Oh my god.
Was that just Rocky?
Yes.
Yeah, the little.
Oh my god.
With the little back window there.
Yeah. Having watched the first
So
10 seasons of Project Runway,
are there?
Yes.
I will just say that. Oh God, Jason. At this point, I have seen a lot of ridiculously insane fashion, and none of which is wearable. Although I do maintain that in universe, Ashley would totally have been a guest judge on Project Runway.
That's fair. She's like, there's not enough yellow plaid in this.
Nope.
It needs more yellow plaid. I see no yellow plaid. I'm sorry. You can't make it here without the yellow plaid.
Okay, but this one outfit is really... I can't actually... where is it? It was like orange and yellow swirls.
And that's just cute.
That is so...
That was cute.
Like, that's just sweet.
It's interesting that the sort of guest character who's who needs to be helped. It's like taking a bite out of that tinfoil. I love the guest character who was in need of help this time was someone who did not interact with the Rangers at all, and was helped by Skull, which is a very different sort of thing to happen. And it's a nice change-up. They really do a lot of nice little change-ups throughout Zeo that I feel aren't always necessarily recognized. And that was a great example of that.
Yep. So we are about halfway done with our stream of the day, pretty much.
We are actually we are at about our half.
Well, no, we've got the 4 episodes of Turbo that make up the movie.
Oh, that's true. We do still have the movie as well, so we're not quite halfway through our stream yet.
Through the of Zeo or Zeo
we are
for the day.
nearing our halfway point in today's Zeo presentation. We will be having more. We will be having more after the conclusion of Zeo. We have the movie, but yeah, we are 12 episodes into the 25 episodes we're watching today.
And we are still $390 away from getting to watch Turbo next weekend.
Yes, so if you are interested in seeing that, and more generally, if you're interested in really helping contribute to these causes, please reach out to others that you know to try and get them in here. I know we've had people coming in and out throughout the day. A lot of people made great contributions yesterday,
which we are very, very thankful for as we head into this Thanksgiving week.
We were able to bring in any new people, any people who if you follow them on Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, who you've been in touch with, who other YouTubers who you would like to see them bring their followers along over here. Feel free to spread the word on social media, Twitter, Facebook. Feel free to tag a few people. Get the word spreading around, saying, hey, there's this great stream going on. It's for a really good cause. We are trying to help really make sure that those Senate runoff races are able to succeed. And you know what? If you're in the chat, feel free to let us know that any things that you're doing in your life outside of the stream to help contribute towards making the world a better place. Feel free to make mention, oh, hey, I donated during this stream, or hey, I shared this stream, but also things like, hey, I, helped somebody out this week. Hey, I made these phone calls, or hey, I volunteered here, or hey, I helped someone move earlier this week because they needed last minute moving. That can be let's keep those good vibes going of different ways that we can help the world. Not just in these big, impactful, targeted ways, but also more generalized as well. Keeping that sort of Ranger philosophy going throughout your life. it's important, and it helps carry you through, and it helps carry others through so that they can contribute towards making the world a better place. So if you're in the chat, feel free to make mention of something that you've done recently that you're proud of, whether it's related to this stream or not. We'd love to hear about it. We want to use it as our inspiration for ways that we can keep making the world a better place. So that's something that you guys down in the chat can work on, along with spreading word of this stream and working to get those last donations to get us to Turbo for next weekend.
And if you're looking for the donation link, it is in the description of the video.
Yes. We've realized that we apparently can't paste it into the chat because we're not because it's not our channel. This is Orange Ranger's channel. But it is still in that description. Streamlabs.com/database rangers power reviews. That is my Streamlabs link, so you can feel free to swing by there and donate whatever you feel comfortable with, or share it with others so that they can donate as well. Friends, family, whoever you like. Now we are coming up on 3 o'clock Eastern Time, and I think it's a pretty good time to jump on into episode 38 of Power Rangers Zeo. So again, we'll be skipping over the opening credits. We're going to be 30 seconds in. So let's get ready for episode 38 of Power Rangers Zeo, The Lore of Auric. Kicking it off in 3, 2, 1. Go Zeo. Oh, dramatic music. Mysterious islands. Why are machines chasing these people that we don't know? Who knows? I think it's time to focus on somebody who we haven't seen focused on too much today. Got a fair bit of focus yesterday, but this is going to be a focus episode for Tanya, who has brought the amazingness during the first half of the season, but has been a little bit pushed to the side in favor of the whole Gold Ranger focus, and before that, the Tommy focus. So this is a pretty cool little plot line we get to explore now.
Yep.
Skeleton!
Yeah. I still maintain that they're friends with Andrew Hartford.
I'd buy that. That would also...
Valid. No, that works.
It's like Andrew Hartford. It's not... Oh, you know who else they could be friends with? The Fernandezes.
Ooh, yes.
Just all the archaeologists apparently are all hang out together and have just been steadily getting disconnected from their children or building new ones, one or the other.
Oh, and this is a Jackie Marchand episode.
Yay! Always good to see some more from Jackie. Directed by Doug Sloan. Of course, you know, Doug and Jackie worked very closely together.
Yes.
Some familiar names.
Where's the key?
Who's got the key? Throw a rock, because there's going to be lasers. Are there going to be lasers? There are lasers.
We are just straight up in Indiana Jones at this point.
Because if there's one thing we all remember from Indiana Jones, it's lasers.
And it's getting the valuable relic with a whip.
Yep. Also, I said lasers before I actually remembered that it was actually lasers. So I'm like, no, you can't go there. There might be lasers there. And then I'm in my head, I'm like, wait, are there lasers there? There are probably lasers.
The laser was the same color that he just threw out of his eyes.
Of course there are lasers.
So these are Tanya's parents. Do you think they know Andrew Hartford?
I maintain yes.
Okay, bye.
He just blasts off.
Into the roof of the cave?
Yep.
Louis Kaboom blasting off again!
Do Auric. Do Auric. Auric, the historic.
Auric!
Oh, this reminds me that Tanya is still living with Catherine, isn't she?
Yep.
So wait. On the one hand, I'm like, okay, it makes sense that any mail for Tanya would have to go through Catherine. But at the same time, how did anyone know? Oh, okay, Aisha, that's it. I forgot it was from Aisha.
Which...
Wait. There was a little letter in that package?
Well, there's more in that.
It's the key!
I like that they made reference specifically to Ashala. It's great. Tanya's hair has really grown out at this point.
Was there any padding in that envelope?
It looks like a little bit. This is. I'm loving the enthusiasm Nikki is bringing here.
Well, I mean, it's a chance to find her parents after however many years. How many years have they been stuck on this island after a plane went down?
It depends on how time works. Everything about the way that time works here is very confusing.
How is this not Power Ranger? Bro.
Yeah, Zordon's
there
like...
was no need to tear her down like that.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, there's no reason to bring it with you.
She could have given it to her boyfriend instead, or to her best friend who she lives with, or to Billy. Yeah. But plot reasons.
Just leave it in the command center primarily would be the smart thing. Yeah, Pure Midas. Pure Midas is great. It's a like literal brick of a Zord, but it is amazing. I'm not even sure what it is that makes it so amazing, but it is amazing.
We are getting some echo from somebody's
After
episode.
He went Open Sesame, Open Pump, Open Sesame, Open Pumpernickel, I think Poppy on Rocky would have been a good one to go after, because it keeps up the bagel theme, but also the like popping and rocking.
Yeah.
Okay, why did you take the key out of the command center?
Yeah, that's the whole point there. It's like he should not have, like, leaving it with Jason was... Jason shouldn't have said leave it with me. He should have said leave it with us. Taking it out of the command center was not a good idea.
If only there was a small child who could take that key and run. Good job, Jason.
Jason, you messed up there. We're definitely still in that sort of new Ranger zone where every episode kind of needs to be about the new 6th Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we had the Rockies issues with Jason arc. Then we had episode. Then we had, Jason focus episode. Then we had a Skull focus episode where Jason learned about how men's fashion is still important. And now we have a Tanya episode where Jason screws everything up for Tanya.
You should probably watch your head.
I mean, Jason and Tommy are, known for major focus for a reason. They get a disproportionate amount of Zeo focus here. Although with Jason, it's less notable because he
is only there for the second half of the season.
Yeah, and really, when you get right down to it, it's more like the last third, because he's introduced very late for a Sixth Ranger because he's the second one to hold the powers. No respect for the Luika Bow.
No, you're just an idiot.
How?
I recognize that beach.
Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of that beach.
Is that the beach where Time Force continually lands?
I believe that is 100% that beach.
Because they landed on it both in Silver Hills and Turtle Cove, or in both Time Force and Wild Force, despite both seasons taking place in two different cities.
Which does add credence to the idea that Angel Grove keeps moving, and keeps changing names, but it's all still one place.
Or it's just the nexus under the city that just moves around, and that's why the monsters are drawn there.
Which is another thing that I take, where I kind of take a little bit of headcanon from that Peregrine fanfiction stuff. I see some clever work from Sprocket here.
And this time he's outside.
Yep.
So nothing falls on his head.
Yep.
Now, if he's a conqueror, how is he the defender?
Because of how conquerors see themselves. He is literally a giant idol to colonialism.
Now, this is such a good plan, Sprocket. Like...
Yeah. He's just playing into the fact that he's a child.
And so they're really mean!
It's a pose.
I love the water pump. The water pump is amazing. The water pump is the best thing.
Because you left the command center without the key, damn it.
Yes, you did. Like
Rocket.
Like let's face it. Most conquerors see themselves as heroes. That's absolutely a thing. So pretty. And see, not being willing to listen to your adversaries when they're trying to explain that they do not need your interference.
Yeah.
Oric is
the shrine to colonialism, indeed.
He kind of is.
And to conquerors in general.
I'm just gonna say, Oric ain't exactly a ninja in my mind. He's not too far off, but he's not quite a ninja. But yeah, at this point, we seem to have grown past the sort of fashionista phase and are getting more into the t-shirt and jeans phase of the wardrobes.
I I mean, for Tanya, it makes sense because it's like she's like, okay, we keep getting attacked. These skirts are not practical.
Yeah.
And also, I'm totally dating Adam, and now I can be a little more comfortable in what I'm wearing.
Yeah, exactly. They're at the t-shirt and jeans phase of the relationship.
It's a good phase to be in.
It's comfortable. I mean, I've never been one for jeans on my end. I always prefer khakis. As I think we've established in the past, I don't know if I've mentioned this to you, but yes, I did used to work at State Farm for a time. And yes, I did wear khakis during my entire time of being Jake from State Farm. I've had a lot of weird little jobs. It's been a crazy time. I know on Twitter there was that thing going around of would 17-year-old you be proud of you? And everybody's just kind of saying yes, no, with regards to what their dreams were when they were 17. And mine were a little oddly specific. Like me at 17, my goals were basically I wanted to be a scientific researcher who then performs the role of a Power Ranger and then gets to write and create his own Power Ranger series, and after that, settle down in his 30s to become a teacher and raise a family while also leading a drama club and volunteering to do good work to help the world out. And I feel like I hit those targets pretty well.
I would definitely say so.
It's an oddly specific string of targets, and I definitely hit them in a very different kind of sense. What with, not knowing that YouTube would be a thing. But I have now gotten to, at the very least, through YouTube, played the role of a Power Ranger and done my own little Power Ranger series. And my scientific research career was fairly brief and just in the form of internships, I did get quite a bit of variety in there as well. Definitely wasn't expecting to do sales, let alone selling knives for a time. Didn't expect to be Jake from State Farm, but I've done. It's been quite a road, and from there.
Going back to the show for a second before I respond to you, it's just like earlier, it's like, how would he possibly know who Zordon is? And now Oric is like, anyone on the side of good knows who Zordon is. So,
yes, I know.
Continuity.
It's like the only way they know our names would be
if they know us.
If they knew us. Now that being said, it's like, now if he had just said that he knew me, yeah, I know, everybody knows me, I'm Zordon, everybody knows Zordon. But he knew who Alpha was, and that kind of raised an eyebrow.
I don't think it should have. I mean, especially what is the reason for why Trey knows who Alpha is then.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, who knows who Alpha is outside of, like, King Lexian?
History nerds?
They name drop Zordon all the time. But, like, the only people who know who Alpha is are generally people who know Zordon. So,
maybe Trey. Dude, where's my car?
It's not their fault.
For once, it is not their fault. It's the fact that the Nexus lives directly under them. Or perhaps they are the Nexus.
I mean, you still did pretty well considering you're using a magnet from the moon. Lieutenant Stone and his cars. Like, that's kind of a great running gag throughout the season. There's so many little running gags that are recurring elements that come and go throughout. No, you
No,
could be
no, Tanya, no.
He has done nothing to actually earn this trust at the time.
Nothing.
Also, it was specifically entrusted to you.
Yeah.
For a.
And now Jason's just standing there like, wait, do I need to keep playing this? I just need to. This is kind of heavy. Am I just gonna wear this around my? Do I need to wear this thing in the shower? What am I supposed to do with this thing now? And then it's just not something he carries around anymore. They've been squashing for a while there. Oh, yeah, just gotta slowly remove this snake and pull the lever. There we go.
My question is, how long have our parents been on this island?
A very long time.
Maybe the island has some sort of time compression. So for them, it's only been a little while because it's tied to the key or something.
Oh, this is amazing. This is amazing. Oh.
But obviously, then it has been long enough that they don't recognize her.
I believe that it's probably been close to 10 years, or at least I would say probably a good 7 years at least.
You know what? I wonder if the weird time thing, if part of it happened, they haven't entirely been there the 10 years, but the alien rangers in Back in Time just kind of messed it up a little, and they were kind of caught in a jump forward or something from that time.
I mean, there are some questions,
especially there. when Tanya went possibly to the future.
I mean, I've discussed with Pocky some of the issues with the whole time travel thing, where I basically interpret it as a regression more than a literal time travel, since it's an alteration of everyone in the positions where they are rather than putting them back where they were at the time. So I see it more of a rewriting of perception and a regression than a literal time travel, creating a literal different timeline. And then we have the restoration to present day. But as far as with Tanya and her parents, due to the time traveling elements of the Zeo quest, that makes for some more dicey things. So I suppose that, you see, it's really tricky with Tanya's parents specifically, because it's like, did they experience that whole jump there? And so if they experienced it as only being a year, then it wouldn't have been long enough for them no longer to recognize Tanya. So, and ostensibly Tanya would have been reverted to a younger age before meeting Aisha and then returned to the age she properly was there. So she might have actually... Alright, so I'm trying to lay this out. I'm going to say that she lived with Ashala for 7 years. Then it got regressed, so she had only been with Ashala for 1 year. And then it got, returned to normal, where she was then in Angel Grove. And apparently then Aisha had been with Ashala for 7 years somehow, although none of that really makes sense. That whole time skip thing is really tricky, but when you put the time skip aside, there had to be a sequence of events that had happened before the initial time regression in order for her to be appropriately contemporaneous with her parents. There's so many questions there in terms of how that timeline works. And we know that nobody has the answers to that. And that's tricky.
A feat worthy of discussion.
So, I see some people are sharing things on Twitter. Excellent, excellent. So, I think it might be time to move it right along to the next one here.
Okay. I'm actually going to head out. It was nice. See you guys again.
Thanks, Tara.
I will see you guys hopefully next weekend.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
we've got a bit left to go, but hopefully we'll see you next weekend.
Alrighty. Later, guys.
Keep spreading the good word. Thank you again for joining us.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Keeping it strong, keeping it limber, keeping it Zio.
We can do this.
What was that?
We can do this.
We can do this. We can do this. Keeping it rolling. Keeping it rolling. There we go. It's early yet. So let's check out episode 39. We're again going to be skipping over those 30 seconds of the opening credits, starting in 30 seconds. And we are going to be taking a look at episode 39 of Power Rangers Zeo, The Ranger Who Came In from the Gold. We are kicking that off in 3, 2, 1. Go Zeo. Hello, dancing ladies. These little ballet girls, and Jason. And
Jason is a ballet girl. We all knew that.
Adam, looking very tired. Yeah, this is the first time that we see with Kat focusing on ballet.
Yep.
But yeah, Adam really likes those baggy clothes.
This is not a good episode for either Adam or Jason because, first of all, like, they're both like...
They try to be big, strong man.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have promised to be in it if they had no intention of taking it seriously.
Yeah.
And
I'd like to imagine that.
And also, there's...
Yeah?
No, you go ahead.
I like to imagine that this was something that Kat has been sort of doing on the side. Like, she's doing choreography. She's clearly been doing dance for a while. I like to imagine that dance was something she got into more after she had temporarily stepped away from diving to just have something else to focus on. And even after finally getting over her fears when it came to diving, she realized that dance was more in her wheelhouse in terms of what she enjoyed. So that's sort of my little theory of what's going on there with her in ballet.
Yeah. But my other thought about Adam and Jason there is they both do martial arts, and so much of kata's it's being able to do... They should be okay with the stretching and the following the pattern and moving your body. So the fact that they're being... Kat is their friend, they are not being fair to her.
Yeah. Well, yes and no. I will put it this way. Yes, a martial artist is going to be capable of doing the kind of moves that are being that are being asked of them. But at the same time, they are doing something that they are clearly uncomfortable with. They're trying to be comfortable with, but the fact they have this extreme restraint and discomfort, I think, is disrupting their performance. So, to a certain extent, like, it could go either way. Either one, they are not taking something seriously.
Patrick Swayze reference. Gene Kelly. What show is this?
So far,
something relevant to my interests. Sorry, you were saying, Jacob?
Oh, or two, they're, it's because they are pushing themselves, they're trying to be good friends, but pushing themselves so far outside of their comfort zones that it's disrupting their performances.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking, I remember when I was learning basic kicks, like, how many times we had to just balance in each position of it. I'm like, it is probably that they are very, very uncomfortable, and it is, I'm assuming, a masculinity thing.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a sign where, we were talking a little bit about, toxic masculinity with Sean, and it does seem to be something of a recurring trend throughout this season, a recurring theme. The whole thing with toxic masculinity is not that masculinity is toxic, but an over reliance on sticking to your gender role can limit you and hurt you in different ways and impact other people in other ways. In this case, their connection to
what they think being a man is going to make them uncomfortable and hurt their friend.
Right. They feel, their preconceived notions of what their physicality can be used for is preventing them from actually making use of very strong skill sets that would absolutely apply here. And it's just how that mindset can harm your ability to succeed in ways that you don't necessarily expect.
I do love, though, the names that that Tanya name dropped, though, because
the little Midas sound is just such a bizarre little thing. There we go. They're just going to turn everything gold. And it's weird that we were kind of skipping around a little bit in terms of, how many monsters we actually encounter. Because we just had, the lore of Auric, which doesn't have a monster in it. Auric was arguably the monster. And then Auric kind of disappears after that episode a little bit. And now we have, like, the, in Mondo's Last Stand, Golden Homecoming, Revelations of Gold, we didn't really have much by way of monsters. And this one, the monster is a little golden dog, which is a little bit non-traditional there. But yeah, I think it's one thing that's always sort of tricky when it comes to discussions of toxic masculinity, as we've been talking about, is that it is important to deconstruct it and recognize how damaging it can be. But I do think it's also important to recognize that it is something that is also difficult to break free from. And it takes a bit.
It is something that you need to learn to unlearn.
Exactly. It's not, it's not a lesson of the day kind of thing where you have a single experience and then you're done with it. It's something you need to consistently work to unlearn and grow away from over time.
And it's the same thing with trying to learn, especially for racism or homophobia or transphobia. Like, you need to constantly work to learn, because especially with vocabulary, like, it's an important lesson to learn, and it can be very hard and very difficult, but it's still something that people need to actively work on.
And far too often people think that they are adults that being an adult means you're done learning. And it's usually people like that who fall into the traps of the cages of toxic masculinity or racism or other forms of prejudice or xenophobia, or being trapped within these power structures that lock you into roles that may or may not reflect your identity well, but definitely can be damaging to others when you try to further reinforce them.
Yep. And
yeah.
Go ahead if you were.
No, go ahead. I wasn't sure what my next thought was going to be. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and one thing that if we learn anything from this stream, I guess, it's that we should always be learning. We should always be striving to be better.
Yeah. As much as I think we all kind of disapprove of some of the statements that we've seen made by certain actors who are currently on display in the episodes that we were watching. It's sort of important to also recognize that those statements aren't just localized within a person, but are reflective of systems that are challenging to break through and really do need to be understood in order to be broken free from. And some people just don't want to understand and don't recognize the damage that can happen by that refusal to understand what is happening there.
Yep. And you can learn and evolve and try and be better, and it's just a matter of putting in the work to show that you've changed and you've learned and you are still learning. Doesn't necessarily always guarantee forgiveness, because you can't force anyone to forgive you.
No.
But you can still change.
There's something to learn, that there's something that you have been in error about. Without that acknowledgement, there can't really be learning, which is a challenge in and of itself. Recognizing that you're wrong is especially in our culture seen as a moral failing, when it's really the first step that's necessary towards moral growth.
Yep.
Yep. Wait, why did you even go there if you need to go to the Zord holding bay? Wait, what?
Because they have to summon the Zords first and then go do something?
I feel like I lost the train of what just happened there with Adam.
Good doggy.
Why?
Where is Billy anyway?
Yeah, no, his Super Zeo Zord isn't there because he's in the Zord holding bay. So he teleported to the others. He teleported with the others to Tommy to tell him that, by the way, I can't join you right now because I'm going to go be in the... It's like, why did you even teleport there? That was such a weird little moment. Oh, and by the way, of course, got the Midas Hound.
Aww.
Little pup. Everything's been Goldarized. Goldar really needs to get royalties on this episode.
I feel like this is Goldar's favorite monster.
Yeah. It's all the different pieces of them that have been spray painted gold. Oh no! I've been Goldarized!
I feel like this movie might have been the inspiration for Goldar in the 2017.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's what Billy's doing. He's fixing Jason.
Apparently he decided to stick Jason's head into the foot scanner.
Is that a commentary?
It might be. I don't know. That's a cool little effect there.
Yep.
It's very colorful. I like the colors. It's shiny. Oh, and now he's back to being the Gold Ranger again.
Okay. If he was unmorphed before, how did he morph here?
No, he was morphed, and then he got zapped by the gold beam, and then that demorphed him into the gold form. So I guess it's just restored to him to how he was before the gold form.
I guess.
I mean, it's iffy, but it's not terribly inconsistent. Oh,
It's a monster. I wonder how.
Because of the shots, I never actually got a good look at the Midas monster's feet, so it's one of the few monsters I don't have feet for.
It looks really nice, though.
That monster only appears very briefly. So again, we're running into the occasional unfinished monster. Oh, are we coming into another? I think we're coming into... okay, so we're not quite there yet. But in another 2 episodes, we'll be hitting our next Tommy. So after our Jason string of episodes, we're going to have another Tommy arc. Because Zio. We're almost up to our 3rd Tommy arc. Although 2 of the Tommy arcs were back to back.
Yep.
It's kind of surprising to me. I know that it's still a couple episodes away. When you get right down to it, Tommy didn't actually get very much focus this season outside of those very major arcs. Like, he didn't really get any simple individual focus episodes.
And yet, when you think
he
about
got 1/7 of the season.
Yeah,
because it's 50 episodes and there were 7 straight episodes. So
yeah, I think
he had a huge arc.
I think I think the fact that he got those, like, if you ask about character arcs and what people really remember from this, people go with those 3 arcs. It's the Tommy breakup episodes, it's the Tommy Brothers episodes, and it's the Tommy going evil again episodes. Like, if that's what people remember about, and I guess Jason, that's what people remember about and Billy leaving.
Yes.
Even though, like, Tanya gets some incredible focus episodes.
Yeah.
And Adam gets some really good focus episodes.
Rocky has some pretty good focus this season, too.
Well, Rocky's focus episode comes from... we just mentioned him last. Well, actually, we didn't mention Cat, but...
Yeah. But...
I feel like Adam actually got a bit of probably the least development out of the, or in terms of focus episodes. I feel like Adam may have gotten actually the least. As much as Adam is great and his relationship with Tanya is wonderful.
Most of, even then, like, his 2 focus episodes are Game of Honor and It Came from Angel Grove.
Yeah.
That's it.
And that's not much.
Like, that's even the boxing one is just a subplot about Tommy.
Rocky got a number of, love interests. He got his complex regarding Jason. Obviously, Tanya gets a bunch of great episodes this season. Kat is just has really grown into her own as with this being very with learning to develop her confidence and really exploring a lot of being playing a mature role in the community. And Adam is just kind of the guy who's just being there, being supportive.
Oh, wait, he also gets the Skull episode, but that's half about Skull.
Exactly. Adam is really, his focus episodes are really more about his supportive relationships with with the other characters, which is interesting. Being supportive towards Skull, being supportive towards Tanya, and Tanya being supportive towards him.
When we get to the Turbo movie commentary, I will let you know Johnny Young Bosch's thoughts about that.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm still like, this was like,
And here we see that Bulk and Skull are actually more comfortable in their masculinity than Jason and Adam.
yep.
And that's kind of amazing.
But I mean, since season 1, they overall have not had that problem. We've seen them in drag a number of times.
And playing classical music isn't all that masculine, so with Skull's
Well,
piano
no,
playing,
that's not true. I mean, that's the whole issue. And
well, I will admit they haven't had that issue this season, but if you look at early Bulk and Skull,
I'm talking early Bulk and Skull, but like by season 2 onward,
yeah, they're actually a pretty good example of sort of growing away from things like that. You look at how they interacted with the girls during the first season versus Skull with Kim in the third season, and their relationships with the girls evolve, and how they like freak out over the idea of hugging each other early on, and then they learn to have, you know, that more genuine, you know, like friendly physical affection.
And pausing after this so we can quickly finish this discussion.
I think it's all over.
Yeah, they've gone through that arc that we were saying Jason and Adam needed to go through, and didn't end up going through this.
No, instead they just ruined their friend's ballet that she worked so hard on, not to mention all of those little girls.
And I feel like there's so much more discussion that could have been had on what was going on there with them, because there is a story that you could have there where they end up getting involved in something because they want to help a friend, and they realize that it is not something that they are actually genuinely comfortable with, and the difficulty with having to choose between your comfort level and, you know, what you had initially signed on for and whether you still are willing to agree to it. And that could have been a very interesting story, but that's not the story that got told here. Instead, it was they're awkward and uncomfortable, and eventually they get out of it, and the comedic relief gets to do it instead, with very little exploration of why they backed out. And they joke about it at the end. So it's clear that while they had something that could have been a learning moment, they didn't learn in this episode.
No, and I really, really wish that they had, because that would have been a really good thing for all the little boys who are watching this show to learn.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you do find that, you know what, this is not something I'm comfortable with, and you need to back out. And that can be good with setting boundaries, as we've seen Tanya set boundaries before.
And they could have done that. They could have said, like, done...
Good lesson.
They could have done a try, and they just said, Tanya, I'm sorry, Kat, I'm sorry, this isn't for me. I know that we promised to help, but can we help in a different way instead? Especially since Adam canonically has stage fright, which is hilarious since he ends up being a stuntman. But
right.
So there are different ways they could have done it. So it could have been like they could have just done that, or they could have learned that it's okay, dudes do ballet, and they could have gone ahead and done the dance at the end in the comparison to the early flailing about.
Yeah. And you know, it could have been, in certain regards, you could have even done both by, you know, focusing on, hey, Bulk and Skull are people who are more comfortable with this sort of thing. And so it's okay to set your limits, but it's also okay to enjoy these things.
Yep.
There's so many different lessons that could have come out of that setup that just sadly didn't. It's interesting to explore. There's so many interesting things to explore in Power Rangers.
I mean, sometimes they do a fantastic job with the lesson, and sometimes it's a swing and a miss.
And I think this one was pretty fair swing and a miss.
And they owe Kat an apology.
Yeah.
All right.
And as much as we can assume things happened off screen, we didn't see it.
Yep.
All right, let's kick things off with episode 40. So cue things up on your end. 30 seconds in, past the opening credits. We're getting ready to go. We are on episode 40 as we continue our charity drive to raise funds for both Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. If there's anyone you haven't reached out to who you think should be joining us in this stream and who you think could help contribute to this wonderful cause, making sure that people are able to get their voices heard in a meaningful way and in a way that's going to impact the future of our country and possibly our world, please reach out to those people and donate if you are able to and have not already. We've got $390 left to go to guarantee another stream next weekend. We'd love to hit it. We'd love to have a turbo turkey. So if you are capable of donating, please do. So you can see more of this content, of us having these wonderful, deep discussions of Power Rangers Zeo, which we're about to continue right now with, as I said, episode 40 of Power Rangers Zeo. The joke's on Blue, 30 seconds in, skipping the opening credits, and we are going in 3, 2, 1, Zeo go. Joke's on Blue, titles on screen, zooming in on Angel Grove. Here we go. Angel Grove High. Jeff Suave. That's a name I haven't seen. Yep. Jeff Suave and Colleen White. I haven't seen them. Yeah, they definitely know the new kid experience. That's a bunch of spiders there. Okay, now I'm gonna just point out the name of this episode. It's called Jokes on Blue. Is this at all a Rocky focus?
I don't remember.
I feel like this is not a Rocky focus. But it's called Jokes on Blue, and I'm not entirely sure why. Unless Blue is indicating Louis Kaboom.
Maybe?
Stuff here. But it definitely doesn't feel like Jokes on Rocky is really the situation when they say Jokes on Blue. This is such, like, truth be told, this is such filler, but it's such wonderful filler.
It is, because it is delightful. And, I mean, it's the end of years of characterization, and that's one of the great things about the Zordon era, is they've had time to build up these characters over and over.
When you can just play with them, it's just fun. And it's something you don't get to see much of in modern Power Rangers because we don't have that breathing room anymore. I mean, we do get some. We definitely have gotten some fun stuff with Beast Morphers. Why is there a golf ball on the moon? I feel like there's some questions to be had there. Seriously, that golf ball, what do you want to bet that was just in the parking lot that they were wandering around and that just happened to be there and they decided to play with it?
I don't know. Oh, hey, Tommy's brother is coming back, or are they visiting, or what?
I think it's just a mention.
Yeah.
Oh, there was the joke. It was on Blue.
Okay, if it's your third batch of fries,
I mean,
why are you not checking?
Are over ketchup fries really that bad?
Also,
who's putting ketchup on his fries anyway?
And
it's not like it's not like he wanted ketchup but was given garlic butter or something.
Also, I'm just gonna point this out here. While obviously no one should have messed with Tanya's mustard, Tanya, why were you pointing the mustard at your stomach? Like, who does that?
I mean, the thing about practical jokes in general is that it's only funny if you're not hurting people. And if people are not going to be okay with being in on the joke, then it's just cruel.
Yeah. Oh, these two guys. These two guys. I'm Humphrey, and this is my partner, Bogart.
I love it.
I love it so much. And if I recall correctly, now try. This is all hilarious.
Yes, it is.
Now, I do have to wonder though what the whole point is of the like new student in this episode who I feel like we never see again.
I mean, we're getting I don't know. I mean, we're getting to the point that David Yost is leaving. Is it possible they were trying to get another tech?
I don't know. I don't know who this guy is supposed to be and what his purpose is.
Oh, we're meeting the new villains.
Ah, yes. Perfect. Yeah, Machine is just like, yeah, no, quiet, little boy. I do really like Gasket and Archerina. And they do a good job of just continuing to build out the world.
I want Archerina to fight Kim, just with the bows. Battle of the bows.
You know what would be like a crazy... I feel like we would never get it. Although we've gotten some really... Just because it would be a villain 2-pack, and I don't feel we'd get that. But an Archerina and Gasket 2-pack would be kind of amazing.
Yes.
I don't see us ever getting that because I don't see us getting a 2-pack that's both villains.
Rita and Zed?
It's outside of Rita and Zed.
Which I'm bitter about because I'd already bought the Zed and I was not buying a second one no matter how much I want Rita.
I got the Rita and Zed 2-pack that was MJ's anniversary gift for me. Aww. I'm just like, I know what I want for my anniversary. I know what I want for our anniversary. That for our 5-year anniversary, I want that. Please get me that. That's what I want. And they did. And now I have Rita and Zed, and it's wonderful.
Wifey bought me the Go Busters morpher.
Nice. I feel really bad because I've misplaced mine, and I don't know where it is, and it makes me sad because that thing is great. The Morph Embrace is amazing.
Yep.
I love playing the like Simon game that's built into it.
I have actually not taken it out of the box. It lives in the box. Although, and I did finally buy my Dream Morpher for myself, which was the it is the Shinkenger Morpher.
Nice. But no, you got to play with the Morph Embrace. It literally has a like a Simon game built into it, where if you twist it over to a setting, hit the button, it'll be like left, right, left, and you need to twist in the right sequence, and it'll be like Subarashi. So I definitely recommend playing with it. It's a lot of fun. I do also find it interesting that Gasket got to be made into his own character, because in O-Ranger, Gasket was the grown-up version of Sprocket. So you will never see Gasket and Archerina in the same shot, in the same Sentai shot as Machina and Sprocket, which is some fun bits of editing. O-Ranger definitely went through an interesting little rotation of villains across the course of the series. And I like how Zeo actually even built upon that by expanding the villain cast to include Rita and Zed and Gasket, and just made it much more expansive and more unpredictable and intimidating that way.
Yep.
Don't.
See, this is what I mean. This is just cruel at this point. These are not jokes.
They're also just like really intensive. Like, just very strange.
It's like the stuff they used to do to Bulk and Skull.
Yeah, I mean, and I think you guys talked about it pretty extensively in the early ones about Bulk and Skull's character in the early seasons, but at least those two have grown past it. And what I was just going to say before is, if you notice that they kind of stopped harassing Kim and Trini after the episode where they had their own unwanted attention at the dance. I'm pretty sure that's the last time we saw them harassing the girls.
Yeah, and it probably even stopped before that, I think. Like Bulk and Skull were always sort of trying to trying to score girls was kind of a running thing for them for a long time. With really their last big scheme for getting the girls.
Yep.
Was becoming junior police officers. And it was really after that they actually sort of adopted those new roles that they did eventually start to find actual love interests that liked them for them. When it became less about just finding somebody and more about I'm focused on who I am now, but I just met somebody who I'm really interested in. Which is how it should be. It shouldn't just be that generalized, got to get a girl, but it's more along the lines of, I'm not identifying myself by my attempt to get any relationship, but instead focusing on my responsibilities, and when I find someone who I'm interested in, figuring out how to pursue that. And that's a nice evolution for them.
Yep.
The Super Zeozords are just beasts. Like, the Super Zeo Megazord defeats both Mondo and Louis Kaboom. And I feel like that can't be really undersold here. The Super Zeo Megazord just destroys main villains.
Speaking of unwanted attention.
This is a bit of an odd episode because the B plot has nothing to do with the A plot. Like, everything with regards to Archerina and Gasket has nothing to do with the whole, like, recurring practical joke plot thread. So this is definitely one of those very divorce story kind of episodes.
Yep.
I also feel like Archerina and Gasket are just a great villain relationship as well. Because, like, they are clearly very comfortable in their relationship. Like, many other villains, if they had this sort of scheme, like, one of them would get jealous. And Gasket's just totally supportive of his wife just taking control here.
Well, you know what? They had an excellent role models for a relationship with Mondo and Machina.
Yeah.
So
Mondo and Machina, they're like those are some relationship goals right there.
yeah.
Oh, the Ultrazord. That's right. That's how they take out Louis. I think this is our first time seeing the Super Zeo Ultrazord because we haven't seen Pyramidas in a while, really.
Yep.
And again, it's just we just shove everything inside of Pyramidas, don't look at it, and Pyramidas just uses the cannons from the Red Battlezord and goes to town. Oof.
So where are they seeing out of? If the Zord is in the backside and...
I have no idea how yeah, that's a good question. Where they all like stood up in the window. I guess somehow they all got escalator chaired up into the head of Pyramidas.
Projector screens.
Little love dump. Like they're so affectionate too. They've been together for all these years, and they still are so affectionate. It's cute.
It is. Are they watching Scooby-Doo?
That would explain the sounds they were making as they ran in. Gasket and Archerina. It's crazy that this season has 3 different sets of married couple villains. Like, that's so strange compared to any other Power Ranger season. Like, after this...
There's rarely that in Power Rangers.
Yeah. We had Divatox, who had a couple failed engagements. And then nobody until Sledge and Poisandra. Or at least no one that I can remember.
I'm thinking.
Boy. Poor Vulcan Skull. Dun 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 dun. These two.
And that's why we had...
Oh, that's right. He was supposed to be the Patsy. That was it. I thought that they were going to try and frame Vulcan Skull. Tanya is playing this up so hard. Dun dun. Also, like, you guys with your trench coats. And Vulc has finally figured out what the situation is. He's just a little delayed. Vulc and Skull are
sounded just like this.
She's like, yeah, I'd kind of figured that out. I like that little moment where it's like, yeah, these are teenagers. Why? They didn't actually do anything.
Technically, Kat and Tanya should be paid.
Yeah. No, those are not. Skull. The good old snake hands joke, I think, is one of those that has become so well known at this point that it's almost like, oh, hey, I got like the Cracker Jack toy at this point, where it's just like there's a little surprise, provided that you're someone who doesn't have a bad startle response.
Where in the world is Zeo Ranger 5?
Oh yeah, we're about to kick that off now. Crazy, and that is going to be a really good example of we get a set of new villains, and they just jump right into it. So, again, I don't know if we've got any new people down in our chat, but if we do, welcome, welcome. We are once again traveling through our journey through Power Rangers Zeo in an attempt to raise funds for the great state of Georgia through Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project, making sure that all those people are able to vote successfully to choose the senators that will decide the course of American politics for the next couple of years, in all likelihood, possibly in perpetuity, because it's been a deadlock battle for a long time, and this could be a chance to really change things. So let's keep those funds going. We are looking to continue to entertain you as long as those funds keep being raised. We've got $390 left to go for these festivities to continue through the next weekend with Power Rangers Turbo. But for right now, we are coming up on the 41st episode of Power Rangers Zeo. Just 10 episodes left in Zeo and then the Turbo movie. And that'll be it for this evening. So let's kick off episode 41 of Power Rangers Zeo. Again, we are skipping over the opening credits. So we're going to be starting 30 seconds in. Episode 41, Where in the World is
Zeo Ranger 5?
Starting in 3, 2, 1, go Zeo. And here we've got Tommy on his jet ski. Because we are living in...
Is this Power Rangers trying to do Baywatch?
Little bit.
I feel like this should have been the Operation Overdrive theme song.
I feel like this is somebody who is told, okay, well, we can watch. We've got a pair of tech-based seasons here. We've got either Power Rangers Operation Overdrive or Power Rangers Lightspeed, and it's like, oh, I guess we can try Operation Overdrive first. And it's like, no, faster. We're living in Overdrive. Let's move on to the speed of light. I have too much fun digging on Overdrive. It's mean.
We're getting some background noise again. I think it's coming.
Very. It was slight. It kind of came and went a little bit.
Yeah.
Tommy's got a new racing prototype.
Well, at least they're setting up Tommy's racing.
He has been getting to be a little bit more of kind of this thrill junkie. If there's been anything going on with him this season outside of like the stuff with his brother and Kim, he has been slowly becoming a little bit more of a thrill junkie. Remember when he was racing with...
Well, I got the Linkara retweet. Let's see how much that does.
Yeah. There we go.
Meet the new boss.
And I love the fact that they made these characters separate individuals. It meant that there could be this little brotherly rivalry, which is again a great dynamic. A lot of really good villain dynamics in Zeo. Just the look on Tommy's face right before he got teleported away, where he was just so oblivious, like, and then he's just teleported away. There's sound from something.
Yep.
At
Yeah. This is a really good way of establishing Gasket as an effective villain quickly. Because this is his first. Because in the course of 2 episodes, he's eliminated his competition, and now he's shifted his sights onto the Rangers immediately, without them even being really aware of him as a threat yet. Zordon told them about him, but they haven't fought any of his forces or anything. They just fought Louis Kaboom. So they don't even. I'm not even sure how much they're aware that was really Gasket's move. But yeah, honestly, throughout the course of this season, I almost feel like Adam and Tanya had more consistent shipping moments than Kat and Tommy.
Yes.
Although Kat and Tommy's were obviously more prominent.
That was not a great excuse, you guys.
It worked.
You would have thought that after all this time, they'd be able...
They'd be better at making excuses. They have so many stupid jobs. Like 1 out of 3 of their plots seem to be doing some sort of random chore for Detective Stone instead of actually being detectives.
I did like that transition right there.
Yeah.
That was... Well, I mean, I don't think they're actually getting that many cases, and I don't think that Detective Stone trusts them on all of the cases.
Probably true. Not that we've seen him doing too much independently. He mostly just orders them to do things.
Yep.
But oh my goodness, RV on the moon, it's just outstanding.
Yep.
Also, why are you having Rita work on anything? Put Finster on that. Or at least Babu. Get Babu on that. Where's Babu been?
That is an excellent question. Where are Squad and Babu?
I mean, there is always the possibility that maybe they might
fell
be threats.
Maybe Squad and Babu decided they'd rather stay with Master Vile.
Also possible. I mean, there is limited room in that RV. And Finster is far more...
Master Vile bought them concubines.
He is not holding that telescope well.
Well, I mean, with that costume, it's probably a little difficult, too.
Yeah, just a little bit.
That Gasket footage was original, right?
Yes.
Anytime that you see Gasket with Sprocket, that's original footage. Pretty much, I feel like almost any time you see the villains in like a park or something like that, in terms of the main villains, I believe that's usually a original footage, because you very rarely see the main villains in those kinds of environments. But yeah, they got so much use out of this beach during this season. Both beaches. There's a lot of this is a pretty beach heavy season. Oof. Just destroyed that scanner. That singular cog is a beast. Pulling off some great kicks.
I mean, they have done a fairly good job of establishing the cogs at least a decent threat. 90% of the time they have to morph to fight them. it hasn't been like overwhelming as back when the Z putties overwhelmed them the first time, or the putties in the very first episode.
Right.
But the fact that there have been so unmorphed fights on some level establishes them as a bigger threat. If I'm making sense.
Right. Yeah, it's also interesting just how much the show has changed, since that first episode since those early episodes, since that first season, as we've just slowly built out the villain characters and their dynamics and gone from the Ranger characters being very much focused on being archetypes and more into being these characters that have been sort of hatched together over time into far more rounded characters that are a little bit less defined as a result, but also better developed at the same time. It's a interesting balance.
And in some cases, they've had trouble trying to figure out exactly like what this character is.
Yeah. And obviously Bulk and Skull have expanded their roles into just having their own lives, which is very different. Oh, there's Cruel Chrome. New monster, new drawing. Here we go. Cruel Chrome, created from Jet Ski.
Nice. Oh, you even drew the jet ski.
Yep. Whenever they're made from something, I always like to draw whatever it was they were made from. And then, give them their little name there. But it is interesting that around this point, we've now shifted back into monsters being made from random things. In and out, there's only a handful this season that are done that way. But we got Cruel Chrome, we have the Tough Tusks, and then Caterpillar and the Impersonator later on. Interestingly, it seems that basically any monster that's created by characters that aren't Gasket and Machina often seem to be object-based monsters, which is interesting.
This has also been the season where they keep getting sprayed with water.
Yep. It's a little awkward, a little uncomfortable. But yeah, I think Monsieur Senshi was basically like one of the only monsters since Mondo's destruction, and I suppose possibly the Midas monster instead, that were straight up created instead of, or that were straight up just monsters that showed up instead of being made from something. This is our second time that we've had a monster created from something. This episode's also really interesting because the whole mystery of where Tommy went, it's something established at the beginning of the episode and isn't resolved. They were really okay with just leaving things open at the ends of episodes in ways that they weren't before.
You know that joke about the one collective brain cell? Goldar and Rito have one collective brain cell that they pass back and forth. I think Finster might be in possession of it.
Early on.
Oh, what card game are they playing? That is an important question.
I don't know, but I think those are standard cards as opposed to the the card game that Andros was playing on Onyx.
Yep.
I wonder how much of these scenes were just like filmed in a day, and then they just had a bunch of footage to play around with. Nice. And this is the point where Adam's hair is starting to get pretty long. Adam and Tanya both, their hair has grown out quite a bit since the beginning of the season.
Yeah, she's getting very close to her turbo hair at this point.
Yeah. That was a really nice little spin from the Gold's stunt actor there as he was jumping over Cruel Chrome.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, just keep doing things.
Sadly, Adam's hair is...
I mean, before I obviously I'm someone who appreciates throwing it out a little bit, but I will admit his hair probably looked the best about mid-season, right between it being very short before it started to get on the longer side.
Yep.
Although I will admit that prior to this live stream, I have not spent a great deal of time thinking / talking about Adam's hair.
You have never marathoned with me. Had I been there in season 2, before I was taken out with a migraine, I believe me, I would have had a lot to say about. I'm sure you're shocked, but the Adam 2-parter to start us off with, the mirror and Goldar's vice versa, and his hair in general.
All right, got the Super Zeozords going.
It is nice that, they've once again figured out how to summon a Zord without them there. And considering how often that is a problem, you would have thought that that would be something that they worked on in general in case somebody's kidnapped or separated or brainwashed.
Words were still fairly new, so it might have been a patch that took a while.
Billy's been a little busy.
Cruel Chrome is pretty brutal with the knife feet and everything.
Yep.
And here comes Pyramidas to just wreck your life.
Pyramidas will just take you all out.
Big time.
You have no idea how hard it is for me not to make a big time rush joke every time you say big time.
Big.
Especially since I totally wrote a fic with them as Power Rangers.
Right.
So would Tanya know what Alpha was talking about with the adjustments to the Megazord being akin to the Ninja Megazord?
I mean, I assume at this point they've been friends for at least months. And I kind of assume that, at some point she asked for stories, also in case, hey, is there anything I need to know? Don't talk to Tommy about being the evil Green Ranger.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Power Rangers are at least vaguely famous, so I assume that at some point she saw what the Zords look like.
Yeah. Well, he's just... Come on, Gasket. You've just established yourself as a credible threat.
But
it's okay to get your emotions out, though.
I have a lot of thoughts about, how, since this would be, still Usenet and... Are Yahoo groups even a thing at this point? This is pretty much Usenet days.
Yeah, I think so. That was back before I was engaged in internet.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that, there are definitely, alt.Power Rangers, and there's people with discussion of who are the Rangers, why are they here, who keeps attacking,
right.
what do you think the Zords are made of? The same sort of things that we discuss on Twitter and message boards and podcasts and live streams. My theory is, like, as soon as the computer lab started being a thing in Angel Grove, like, Bulk and Skull would start posting messages about how they totally know the Power Rangers.
Yeah, exactly.
But, I mean, it's always interesting since, I mean, I've been in fandom for so long and watching fandom evolve at this point, all of the ones I've been in, it's interesting to think about, like, what the fandom would be like for these, if in a world with superheroes.
Yeah. No, that's a good point.
I mean, you see it, like, to some extent in comics or superhero video games, where, like, there's the Twitter stream and J. Jonah Jameson's podcast about how much he hates Spider-Man.
Yeah. And, yeah, in the comics with Bulk and Skull's little YouTube channel.
Yeah. So, thank you!
Oh, thank you. Whoever just donated.
Thank you, Carrie.
Awesome.
Should pop up in a minute or so. I'm just ahead.
Oh, there we go.
Wait,
that was $10, and
they brought him to another dimension, and they're giving him Draken's memories.
Hey, Carrie?
Yeah, that's my friend Carrie.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Carrie. It's nice to keep things rolling.
Yep.
Here we go. And just sort of wrap.
And as we wrap up, we need to take a quick break so we can get a special guest with us today for the next 2 episodes, I believe.
Let me double check. Sorry, I was trying. I accidentally skipped past the bloopers, and you know how much I love those bloopers.
Yep.
All right. I thought that she wasn't going to be able to make it because of house things.
Not Pocky. I thought we were calling Mark.
Oh, no, he's for Rangers of Two Worlds.
Oh, never mind. I apologize. Yeah, no, Pocky is not going to be able to make it, sadly, so I will do the commentary about Tommy's mental state instead. Yes. I have heard her speech repeatedly. So, say when.
There's so much to be taken from that. Alright, I'm just going to have a little juice to wet my whistle, a little granola bar to get my energy up, keeping it going.
Yeah, I took an apple.
We are about to head into a wonderful 2-parter. Like, as much as we like to, mock the Tommy focus, this is an excellent 2-parter.
This is a fantastic 2-parter.
This is arguably the best. This is kind of the best 2-parter of this. This is the best little arc of the season, arguably. Definitely a fantastic 2-parter. I'm very much looking forward to seeing. So
with one of my favorite tropes in the entire universe.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, you'll have to tell me about that.
I will in detail when we hit part 2.
As people are continuing to donate to raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. We'll be splitting our funds between both those. And we are currently working towards our next goal of $1,500. If we hit $1,500, we will be continuing this stream through next weekend, which would be amazing. In the meantime, though, we are about to kick off the 42nd. Oh, that's a fun number. The 42nd episode of Power Rangers Zeo.
The meaning of life, the universe, and everything is that Tommy gets brainwashed again?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
It might just be the meaning of the Power Rangers universe.
Again, we skip past those opening credits, and we're going to be starting 30 seconds in. So get yourselves all ready to go. Boom. Because we're about to tackle episode 42 of Power Rangers Zeo, King for a Day, Part 1. Kicking it off in 3, 2, 1. Go Zeo.
Ah.
A baby boy
Waiting
rabbit.
in on Tommy in the power chamber. And this is a
This is
great
when-
little too. I love the use of the White Ranger suit here. That's also just a really cool little graphic with the White Tiger.
And with the green lighting.
It's like fighting spirit
Lighting,
prototype.
the Dutch angles. It all works very well.
And I think it's really interesting, and I'm going to bring up.
You gotta love the green glow, even when there's no Green Ranger like suit around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting, like, and I'm going to bring up Fighting Spirit also, that the one that Tommy seems to be, of his three suits, the one that he has the biggest issue with actually appears to be the White Ranger. Not his Green Ranger suit, which is the one that he chooses to come back in. Not Red, but White Ranger was the one where he had the most pressure on him that he needed to be the perfect Ranger. He was now the leader. He had to do all of these things. And it was the White Ranger that was probably what screwed him up the most, even more than the Green Ranger. I mean, don't get me wrong, that definitely started it, but the pressure then to be the perfect Ranger and to take over as leader after constantly losing the powers and after the powers being a complete disaster by the end with the Green Ranger and having to give them up so many times.
Yep.
And I think it's really interesting, I mean, that every time we see it again, like, it's the White Ranger that's the one that's, like, the meanest, even in Fighting Spirit.
Which is interesting. Also, I do kind of love that. I believe this is our first time that Koichi Sakamoto got a directing credit.
Oh, so Koichi. Did they reuse her dress?
Yeah, I believe she's worn that dress before. I'm not sure. Like a Bulk and Skull kind of segue them into this. But yeah, just the idea that Tommy's been gone for more than a day is pretty nuts. That's just so rare. This honestly would have been a good episode to have David have some sort of role in. But
yep.
I enjoy it regardless. This whole Zero Ranger 5 hologram is also just such an interesting little trap for them to set. Also, these kids know how to dissect a series premise right there.
Yep.
I feel like there are certain lawyers out there who would not know how to stand up to these children. And like, you're trying to make a case. Don't you need evidence for that? Oh, evidence. Oh, I see.
Your case is dismissed with prejudice.
Okay. Also, this just giant diving helmet that they put on Tommy's head is just this bizarre sort of prop. Everything with Altor is also a little bit on the weird side. But yeah, of course we got Altor. Here we go.
Awesome.
And I even put the little gladiator ring for his name.
Oh.
One thing I find very interesting about Altor with regards to his design is that he apparently has, absorbed Tommy's power, but his face is clearly styled off of the Zeo Gold Ranger powers. And that's an interesting little change up. And here we just get the monster Orama in the stands.
Yep. We have reached the gladiator pits.
There we go. Oh, there's Brick Bully. Now here's where you get to kind of just play and see how many monsters you can spot.
This would be the perfect time for like freeze frame and going monster by monster. Where do I recognize you from?
Yeah. Oh, and and I was just looking up something with this episode that I know I'm going to point out. There's Vampirus, there's Centabac. We got like so many of these Kaku Ranger monsters in here.
That painting one from the one where Kimberly almost went to France.
Yeah, Artist Mole. Yeah.
No.
This is such an interesting play on the brainwashing plot line.
It's such a good one though, like especially when it's to get you to fight. Like they already know that just a pure evil spell will not work on him. It will be broken. They saw that with Tommy, they saw that with Kat, but memory loss on the other hand, and changing your memories and changing, like, besides that being one of the most terrifying things I can imagine.
Yeah.
Making you believe that you're still the good guy, like they tried to do to Auric earlier.
Yeah.
But especially because they know it's going to be so hard for the other Rangers to fight him.
Yeah. But beyond that, it's also just, this is one of the only times I can think of it in a brainwashing scheme where where the villains don't be like, you serve me now. But instead, I'm your servant, and it's just such a subversion of expectation.
Like, you would have thought that he would have said, you're my general, then they hurt you, so at least, like, they could keep an eye, but instead it's like...
You are my king.
I feel like it kind of fits in with, on some level, a lot of people's need to be important, and to do that, and it's like, oh wait, I'm a king here?
Yeah. Orange Ranger has returned to our chat. I think we're doing pretty well. We still got a good ways left to go. We got $380 left to go to see this continue into next weekend. But yeah, if you want to just post, Sean, if you could post the link again in the chat, that would be great. Just as a little reminder to people, so they know.
Hey again, Sean.
Since we can't paste in there. And this whole thing about his brainwaves changing is interesting because he's not actively under the influence of a device directly. It's not something actively changing him. It's he is currently in a malleable state, and he's being persuaded in such a way that it's changing how his brain operates. It's an
evil Jedi mind trick.
And I suspect it is something that genuinely happens to people in a form of conditioning where, if you were to take a look at, how somebody's brain operates, you would likely see that different areas of their minds are activated when they're pressured in different ways. There's been various studies on the impacts of different things on brain activity, and you might notice if somebody's in a more heightened state of fear or aggression or something like that, it's less of something that's necessarily due to direct physical influence, but environmental psychological influence.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
So is is Jason's like morph call supposed to be him catching up on the morph call he missed by being away? Because after they moved away from doing Zord, like using the Zord names, they just went white, Blue Ranger power, Red Ranger power.
Yeah. So he gets the Gold Ranger power. No, that's a good idea. I like that. She's losing it now. She feels like she's failed. I feel like Kat puts a lot on herself, and that's her big character trait.
That is both her strength and her flaw. Like, she does her best to help everyone and try to help everyone, but at the same time, if something goes wrong, it's entirely her fault.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have the ability to do that in moderation, where she still tries to help people, but she knows that other people's lives are not her responsibility, or if something goes wrong that was out of her control, it's not on her.
And when you kind of put it in that context, you can think about her interaction with Cassie and passing the torch all the way in Turbo, and that being basically her moment of realizing that it will be okay to leave it to somebody else.
And not everything has to be done by her. She's others. That is a really good moment, and I hope that we get to see it next weekend.
Let's get to pass that torch. Also, now, despite all of our in-depth analysis of Gasket's plan here and the psychological effects of it, it's all hinging on Tommy not having a mirror. Because he otherwise he would immediately recognize, wait, I'm one of them. Explain, please.
I wonder if in some way this is kind of a setup for a later astronomer.
I'm not sure about that. And maybe placing some of the seeds of the ideas.
Yeah, like in terms of
getting years working on this as another idea that would later take more root.
I mean, and as to explain it, they could have just said they killed your previous team and stole their powers.
Yeah, that would be a great explanation. A little dark for what Power Rangers would be willing to do, but that would be a great explanation.
Like, in my head, that's what they told him off screen.
Also, on sort of a meta level, Gasket just demonstrated the importance of creative editing.
Yes, he did.
Like, there's so much context that you can get from appropriate juxtaposition. It's that what is the Kuleshov effect, where you interpret the context of a scene based off of what it's juxtaposed against. So just by doing those little cuts from them blasting to them seeing explosions, he's creating a narrative. And that happens all the time in film, television, and in various forms of propaganda as well. The efficacy of such things can't really be understated, whether we're talking about a kid believing that, a robot is fighting a rubber suit monster from a completely different show, or trying to convince somebody that, people who are fighting on their behalf are creating destruction throughout the city. Also, I know we pointed out that he's directing, but let's not forget, we also get to see Koichi in this episode, too.
I never realized that.
If I'm correct, I believe that is Koichi Sakamoto is credited as Trider, with Paul St. Peter as the voice of Trider, apparently. And it's just like, Vulcan Skull? Again? Always?
It's always Vulcan Skull.
Always. Yes. Except everything's been shut down now.
Now I'm remembering when Bulk and Skull dressed up as old Elvis and young Elvis. Oh, it's Tommy's evil laugh.
Yes, he loves that evil laugh, and he is genuinely good with it. I'm not going to deny that Jason David Frank does have a genuinely good evil laugh.
Jason David Frank's evil laugh is amazing. Like, for all of my issues with Tommy as a character, which actually I have less of the more I rewatch things, a lot of it is residual bitterness about
the level of attention that he gets.
Yeah. And I do still think he's overrated, but
Oh yeah.
I've gone from actively disliking him to finding him super interesting as a character, especially by the time you got to Dimensions in Danger, where even like Rangers who had served with him forever were just looking at him like he has all the answers, and how hard that must be that even your friends can no longer see you as anything other than this leader figure.
Yeah. Although the way he portrays it at that stage is very much just soaking it up, which is unfortunate. It would be nice to be able to explore the psychological impacts of that a little bit more. But that doesn't seem to really reflect how the character's portrayed in Things in Danger.
Yeah,
but like, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's not the first time that the version of a character that exists in fanon is better than at least more interesting than the one in canon.
Of course. I mean, it's, if anything, it's sort of rare for a character to actually be more interesting in canon than fanon.
Especially, I mean, it's so rare that they'll actually do the long-term emotional explorations, and I actually never finished the JJ comic because I was busy being mad about something SPD related. But dealing with the long-term psychological effects of how do you top saving the world as a teenager?
Yeah, I know.
Like, that's not something that... I mean, how do you go back to a normal life?
Yeah.
I meant to bring up during the Kim dumping Tommy arc, but one of the theories that people had for a while that the letter was actually just her being like, okay, you guys clearly don't care about me anymore, and I can't deal with hoping you'll remember I exist.
Ooh.
So I'm doing this for my own sanity. Because, I mean, obviously they're not going to spend their time saying, oh, we wrote to Kim, or we wrote to Jason and Trini and Zach, or we send things to Aisha. But it's one explanation.
I hear him yelling out, "Don't do this, come on, they've got you brainwashed." And I feel like there are plenty of people who feel that way about many of their relatives in these current days.
Yep.
It's a little hard sometimes.
Yep.
Somebody's following you.
What on earth, Narvi?
End of part 1.
Yes.
Getting our little outtakes in. I love Altor just totally like missing the mark on that, trying to stick the landing with that staff of his. Okay. So that was part 1, Ranger fans. Everybody ready?
For part 2.
Part 2 of King for a Day. We're about to kick this off again, continuing to raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. So you can, and we are trying to reward those donations as best we can with this insightful, in-depth content.
Donate.
Welcome back!
Welcome back, Sean.
Host was granted us his channel for this event. The Orange Ranger.
Don't worry, we left things exactly as you left them.
Let me hang on here. All right, everything. It looks all right. I trust you guys.
Fantastic.
But we did boot off, I think, like 300 of your subscribers.
Yeah, I'll look at this later.
Oh, that's right. I thought that was a countdown to how many seconds that we have left in the server count.
No, your subscriber count. We have been getting you some nice attention. We're pretty great. And we are about to start part 2, Sean, since you asked in the chat.
Loving it. Yes.
I certainly hope so. Oh, wait.
So I am actually ready. I came prepared.
Oh, yeah?
I did.
You're prepared?
I've got it queued up. I am ready to do this.
All right.
King for a Day, part 2.
Episode 43 of Power Rangers ZO. Get it all queued up on your Netflix, DVDs, your laser discs, your TikToks, whatever it is you're watching them on. I don't know how you watch on some of those medias.
I don't know how you watch ZO on a TikTok, then you figured it out.
We are on episode 43.
Well, it wouldn't just be one TikTok, it'd be probably a couple hundred.
The answer.
Skipping over the opening credits, we're going to be 30 seconds in, jumping right in here. So here it comes, episode 43, King for a Day, part 2. Starting off in 3, 2, 1, go Zio. There we go.
I will be the ruling Tommy, and I will be the best Tommy.
Cheering to the sky, how he's now the king of the Machine Empire. What's a Tommy? Tommy, I don't know that name.
Now I must fight the Gold Ranger.
It sounds.
And then
no, my name's not Tommy.
Steal his powers and then create a Zeo version of some sort of dragon suit.
Another version of him would become the ultimate ruler of all things.
Yes. But I it's like, no, my name's not Tommy. It's Tomei.
Tomei. That's what my apparently girlfriend keeps calling me.
Yes.
Mom. Hi, Gasket.
I feel like Gasket recognizes that this whole plan of his is not really going to work long term, and he's really just looking to maximize damage to the team as best he can in the time.
I mean, need this guy to take out one or two.
I mean, especially if he takes one out and then the spell on Tommy breaks and he has to deal with
the Singe or the Snide
and he has to deal with killing Jason.
Yeah.
Like, that's taking out 2 Rangers no matter what.
Yeah. And also, if you were to destroy Jason, that would basically solidify his commitment to his new identity. So it's either it breaks him emotionally and he's useless, or it breaks him psychologically and he is fully yours.
You know, this is Winter Soldier Tommy, basically.
Yeah. Also, Horath is definitely a planet that I would love, like, if we ever had... I love that line so much. Earth, I'm sorry to hear that. But with regards to Q Ranger, if we ever get a Q Ranger adaptation, I've always wanted to see at least one of those Rangers be from Horath.
I know that when Ninja Steel happened, Seamus had a whole theory about how they could use this fighting for the arena, since there would be, you know, the competition and everything.
Right.
I kind of want
powerful. Yep.
I kind of want at some point them to bring back someone from Horath and them just to be like, yes, your most wonderful warrior is Vulcan Skull.
Which would be amazing. I mean, I had gags in early Power reviews where I joked about having written a book called Vulcan Skull: Heroes of War.
I love that they're just watching it.
Sorry, it was a little choppy. What was that?
I just love that Rita and Zed are watching the fight.
Yes.
Did they tune into Galvanax's show?
It would be interesting if Galvanax actually got his start in Gasket's arena.
Ooh.
That would be pretty great.
That is a fanfic that needs to exist.
And then Rita and Zed realize why they have to help the Rangers.
Like, the rise of Galvanax could make for a very interesting story. Just the nature of Galvanax's role as a villain.
I'm sorry, did you just use Galvanax and interesting in the same sentence?
Note the word could was also in there.
Okay.
But imagine him getting his start in that arena that we've seen them fighting in here.
Imagine him starting in, like, this arena and then slowly gaining prominence and, you know, starting to work with Cosmo and all that to get to where he was at the beginning of Ninja Steel. Like, that evolution would have been an interesting evolution.
That's true.
And again, Zio just does a great job of really... Also, he did not put that key into anything.
Yep. He just wiggled it at the door.
Poked a bar and then opened the door. That was how that key worked. He poked a jail bar and opened the door. But this is really one of the things that makes this such an amazing two-parter. It is the Vulcan Skull arc. Vulcan Skull getting to finally be heroes is amazing. And it's wonderful. And it's just perfect. And I mean, like...
Well, how about Earth, Cat? Are they willing to take that chance?
Yeah. I mean, Cat is also sort of one of the key heroes of this two-parter as well.
We are about to get to one of my favorite tropes in the entire universe.
Woo! To chill out of the until somebody teleports to your place. And yeah, the inclusion.
You just morphed for nothing.
The fact that Rita and Zed also play a role in the defeat of Gasket's plan here is also fantastic.
It is delightful.
There's so many good elements to this two-parter.
Yep. Hey, Jacob, I think Chris left. The seat is empty.
Yeah, and I don't know what I can do about that. He's there. He's popping in and out.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if that. I can't turn off his video without removing him from the call.
Okay.
But this
Power Rangers does that a lot. It just so happens that off screen and off script, I've been working on exactly the thing we need to help us out here.
Yeah, but you know what? It works. Finster's always working on something, and we haven't seen him really play a role in the show since his reintroduction. So I totally believe he was working on this in the meantime.
Plus, he needs to do something while the rest of them are just bickering.
Yeah.
So this is an arena somewhere in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably. But yeah, the fact that there's so many parts of this two-parter that rely so heavily on you having an investment in these characters. You have an investment in Vulcan Skull.
Very cog part story.
Yeah. You have an investment in Cat. Although Cat and Tommy and Jason's relationship, Cat and Tommy's relationship, these things have been in place for so long now.
Like, this is building on 4 seasons of character development at this point.
Yeah. And so you feel like, oh, we're finally getting to see payoffs to things that have been like, and payoffs in ways that you didn't even know at the time that you were waiting for.
And that's, I think, if one of the reasons why In Space's finale is so consistently brought up as one of the biggest ones, and it's because it is the culmination of 6 seasons of of everything. Like, Bulk and Skull's moment there compared to season 1, like, oh my.
Yeah.
And getting to watch their journey as you go through this, and even like Rita and Zed's journey they just saved the day, basically.
Yeah. And it's really interesting too, because it's one of those situations where I feel like people don't recognize this. Even if your goals are bad, sometimes doing the right thing is the pragmatic choice.
Sometimes your choice is, evil or the greater evil in their case.
Yeah. It's so many people act out of selfishness in this world. And I feel like that it's easy to overlook that sometimes, and more cases than I think most people would believe, acting in the best interest of others is in your best interest. And so too many people refuse to believe that because they see the world as this competitive kind of place. But
it's like the argument about, not getting rid of student loans. Like, why would that benefit me? Well, then people will have more money and stimulate the economy, and hey, that might benefit you in the long run.
Yeah.
Yep.
So even if your selfish reason for it is, okay, eventually it will get me more money, well, fine. You're still helping a bunch of people in the process.
Oh, they found the arcade.
And here comes
their big battle.
This is the battle of the episode. This is the battle of the season that we have been waiting for.
I love Linkara's explanation for this.
Yeah.
That the cops are programmed to counteract martial arts, but they don't have any program to counteract bubble fighting. They can't deal with stumble foo.
I do love just the idea that somewhere there is an entire planet that thinks that Bulk and Skull are the greatest heroes of Earth and probably, like, has a celebration in their honor. This is the best, though.
It's amazing.
Stumble foo.
I just messaged Narvi just now to let him know that we're watching him and Polly save the world.
I feel like they should go hang out with Don Dogoya. In terms of,
I mean, this is
Gokai
pretty complex choreography by Narvi.
Like, this is Gokai Green style of fighting here.
Oh yes. Sorry, I've forgotten about Don from Gokaiger. I still haven't seen Gokaiger. I know about a lot from Gokaiger, but I've never actually seen it.
Okay, it's my favorite thing in the entire universe.
I need to see Gokaiger right now.
Yes, and normally I would yell at you, but this is the power of friendship and hugs and...
Yes.
And
this is such a good scene.
I can't even form words because this is just like her pure faith in him there, that he is not going to be able to hurt her, and the hugging, and this is, of everything, one of my favorite moments in Power Rangers history.
It really is. It's what makes it an outstanding episode.
Because
there's so many things that make it so good.
I mean, it is overall the power of friendship, and right now it is their friendship, and
this recognition that and this is also amazing because it's not an argument over who's right and who's wrong. It's like, look, we're showing you We're showing you who we are. We're showing you who we are, and you need to make your choice. You can't always win the argument. Sometimes you need to just show with your actions.
Like,
and
it's such a show of trust.
Yeah.
And it's so, so powerful.
Kiss him, you fool.
And I feel like this is one of the things that we really need. Oh. And he's so frustrated. He's experiencing so much cognitive dissonance right now. And I think this is something that more of us need to recognize is something that kind of is going to need to happen in these coming years. Like, look at what he's doing right now. And think about what's happening in our
Shoot
world.
you in the face.
And how people are reacting to the idea of to their worldviews being challenged. And think about how this is demonstrating how you can combat that. And in this case, Tommy is able to clearly break through it and remember who he is.
But I wonder what would have happened if Gasket had instead said, they're trying to trick you, instead of the you fool or something.
I was going to say the trope of the mind control being erased by the villain getting too frustrated to maintain the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, oh, forget this.
Fine, the plan didn't work. I still caused you some psychological harm.
Still more pain than it might have worked. Oh, that's a nice gas line explosion.
One of the best things also about this whole plot line is that there are so many things that had to go right for Gasket's plan to fail. And I think that's really important to recognize, that Gasket had a good plan in that it was effective, it was working, and it would have succeeded if not for Rita and Zed interfering, Bulk and Skull interfering, and the Rangers' relationships being that strong. If any one of those three elements hadn't pulled through, then he would have won.
Yep.
That one cog just straight up fell down, and they just decided to use the shot.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
And I mean, it's 3 different types of fight and 3 different types of strength there.
Yeah. It's outstanding. This is Zeo at its peak.
This is some of the best and most solid.
There he is. You dust your shoulders off, Trader. That's right.
Yep. Oh, Koichi just showing off the guns.
Mm.
Like, he's just like, yes, I encountered the great Salaguana, and now I am wearing his skin. Where?
We have a comment in the chat.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
Oh, we are currently at about 7 minutes in.
And the one above it, too.
And when you're a kid, this is even more amazing. It really does stick with you so well.
Side note, Archerina cute AF though.
Yes, Archerina and Gasket are just relationship goals right there. Really are.
If your goal is to take over the world or anything.
Like I said, relationship.
So the legend of Bulk and Skull is something we haven't heard actually transcend the galaxy.
I hope they have a song like The Hero of Canton.
Yes. Yes. And I do like that this is sort of our little tag here, that we do get to have this recognition of Bulk and Skull. And they figure it's somebody like Trey, who they'd encountered before, and who would expect that it would actually be Rita and Zed?
Absolutely no one, because, I mean, have Rita and Zed helped them before?
Not that I can recall. Outside of in Adam's dream. Which...
Hey, maybe that was foreshadowing.
If any, at the very least, it did sort of set up
I love this.
That this could be done. And this is
Rangers subtly actually thanking them, and they're like, whatever, shut up.
I mean, to be fair, they're not used to anyone actually believing them, and actually in the way they're saying it with the smiles, like, and I know it's the smiles are because it's like, oh my god, these are the ones who helped us. They did it. Like, now we know, and we have no real way to thank them. Yeah. But, like, the look on that face, if they just saw it, would probably be like, oh, you guys are being patronizing jerks.
Well, I mean, Kim and Aisha have had that sort of conversation with them before.
Yep.
Where...
Was that Kaleidoscope episode?
Back in When Is a Ranger Not a Ranger?
Yeah.
And then they're not more.
Because Bulk and Skull keep consistently saving the world.
All right.
We're going to go next episode.
All right. Let's get into some deep cut Stephen Hawking references here. As we're getting into our next episode. We are to win this. We are trying to get to $1,500. That will tell us that you are enjoying this content and wish to see us continue through into next weekend with even more Power Rangers Turbo. Let's not forget, we are looking to positively impact the world. And to do that, we need to help people in Georgia who are about to be making a very important decision for the rest of the country. And we want to make sure that they are capable of doing that by making sure they are informed of what's going on, by making sure they are registered to vote, that they are able to vote, and that the people who are trying to prevent that, people who are trying to hold on to power and limit whose voices can be heard, that those people are not able to succeed by virtue of making sure that those voting rights are defended through fairfight.org and by continuing to build up the ranks of the voters down in Georgia through the New Georgia Project. There's, just like with the episode we just watched, there are so many things in this world where so many different things need to go right in order for good to win out. And in this case, we need to be looking at this on several fronts, making sure that people can vote by getting people their registration and making sure that their right to vote is also defended. So we are splitting all of our donations through those two wonderful causes, and making sure that when they hit those runoff elections in January 5th, and already in the process of registering to vote and getting their absentee ballots, that they are fully equipped to get in everything and to overcome the odds that they are often facing due to heavily restrictive voting practices down the state. So there we are. Let's keep those funds rolling. Let's keep this streaming.
Donate.
We would love to have something extra to be thankful for. Be able to roll right into Power Rangers Turbo. Let's get that Turbo Turkey roasting. So
I said in the chat earlier, I said we really want to watch all of Turbo, as weird as that might sound.
Yes. So if there's anyone else who you think should be watching this, let them know. Bring them in.
Share.
We would love to have more people in our Skype call. We would love to have more people in our chat, and we would like to have that donation bar a little further along if we can make it happen. In the meantime,
hey, if you can't donate, share on social media, let other people know.
Exactly. And in the meantime, feel free to also share in the chat, like, what things are going on in your life that you feel proud of, that you have been doing to make your world a little bit of a better place. If you can think of that, anything, recent or even months back, anything at all, speak up on terms of how you've contributed to this call, this stream. How long have you been watching? How, what you've donated. Be proud in your good accomplishments to set the good examples. You see those Instagram inspirations, like showing off their workouts. Let's work out our empathy. Let's work out our altruism. Let's work out our good works and use those as inspiration for others.
The soul workout.
Let's all be Power Rangers, setting good examples for all those Rangers out there for the future. And let's kick things off by continuing with episode 44 of Power Rangers Zeo. So if you're just now following along, jump past those opening credits, 30 seconds in. We are about to kick off episode 44 of Power Rangers Zeo, A Brief Mystery of Time. And we're going to hit it in 3, 2, 1, go Zeo. We are fading.
April High School, the greatest place on the planet, where rollerblading in the halls is completely away from the teachers.
Oh, this is also great because I remember how this episode works, and it's always wonderful when these types of episodes have these very defined.
There's Charlotte again, and with Buzz Alden. So now I start to wonder if that's just like his daughter or something, and she like gives him ideas.
A writing team where she just prefers to have all lowercase. I don't know why.
And this is another one of my favorite tropes, although I still think Xena did it the best.
Okay. So just to state it outright, this is a time loop episode, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Groundhog Day.
Applebee!
Miss Applebee!
Miss Applebee!
Listen.
I'm not even lying. One of the reasons I want to get conventions back is seriously just the opportunity to meet her. I didn't do it at Power Morphicon, but
she signs detention slips.
Sign a detention slip for you, yeah.
We also had her
first appearance this season, or did
this is her only appearance this season? I think we also had her on the podcast once, and look at Adam and Tanya being adorable. I'm sorry. I'm just going to point it out every single time. But
of course you are. We expected it at this point.
Okay, why did they take the same test last... never mind. That's not how high schools generally work if you're in the same class.
Yeah.
But
if you are in different sections, sometimes you could have the same teacher and be in different periods and be in offset classes.
But even still, I wouldn't...
Well, it doesn't always work that way.
I still wouldn't give the same... test to the same class because that's an easy way for cheating.
Oh yeah, if you can avoid it, yeah.
I do love Groundhog Day episodes. As I said, I think Xena did it the best of all of them.
I haven't seen the Xena one, but have either of you ever seen? Have any of you seen the show Haven from Sci-Fi?
No.
That show was great. More people should be aware of it. It's inspired actually by the Stephen King short story, The Colorado Kid, and it ran for sort of 6 seasons. It was technically 5 seasons, but the last season was double length and aired across 2 years, so functionally 6 seasons.
I thought you were going to say it was like Farscape, where the 5th season was just a miniseries, and they fit the entire plot into 4 hours.
No, it had a good long run of 6 years, and it's a very good example of a consistently escalating show that also consistently unlocks its myth arc, and the myth arc really unfolds really well, while also having a strong story engine. So it's not one of those shows that's like super duper amazing, but very solid and underrated. But they had a time loop episode that is a heartbreaker, and I love.
And we move.
And here we go. We're seeing those motions again.
So a couple of things I was looking up really quick through our topics of conversation here.
Yeah.
First of all, I looked up Royce Heron on the Internet Movie Database, and it indicates that she was in one other episode of Zeo, but I don't remember her being in it.
Which
it says that she was in For Crying Out Loud.
Was she? I don't remember seeing her in Crying Out Loud.
I thought Principal Kaplan was the one in For Crying Out Loud.
She might have been in. Maybe
they had a teacher in that episode, but it wasn't her. I mean, we need to remember IMDb is wiki based, so
yeah, I
might have thought she was in it. And the other was I figured that Groundhog Day time loops would be a TV trope, and it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The only other Power Rangers episode listed is Lightspeed Rescues Yesterday Again.
Yeah.
Which I really think is just one loop.
It is, but I still played with that hard when I reviewed that episode for Power Reviews. Because I wanted to do a time loop episode, and that was the one I chose to do.
I mean, you had two choices.
Yeah. And that one did a good job of sort of messing with Database's head. That was the first proper introduction of the landlord in that episode.
Oh, SG-1 also did have a good time loop.
Star Trek: The Next Generation had, for me, a really visceral time loop episode, because it was like one of the first times I can remember where, like, hey, everybody you care about on this show died, and the ship blows up like 5 times.
Well, okay. The interesting
grammar for that episode too.
That was a good episode.
With the time loop from Haven was, only one, as per usual, only one person was experiencing it, but that same person, was going through everything, and everything was carrying through for her. So she was going through the same day over and over again, and not being able to sleep in between.
Oh no.
And each time, someone closer to her died on each different iteration. So she tried to save somebody who died in the first
would die.
And then somebody else died who was closer to her. And so then she tried to save that person while covering her base. And each time, she just kept trying and trying and trying. And she just kept getting more and more tired and more exhausted and failing worse and worse.
Until she was the one who died.
No, she wasn't. I don't want to spoil it. But heartbreaking episode. And the reason for the time loop was also just such a heartbreaker too. Because one thing that's really interesting about Haven, and second Batgirl, considering your love of like psychological sci-fi tropes, you would actually probably really enjoy Haven.
Look at them, sorry. I'm gonna say that every time.
It's still on Netflix.
Well, as I've been marathoning Netflix all day, as you know, I will take a look at Haven at some point. I have a very, very long
the to watch list. Oh yeah. You actually reminded me, Jacob, Tattoo Teenage Alien Fighters from Beverly Hills, which I reviewed, which is the only reason it's so recent in my mind. They did a time loop episode where that was actually the villain's strategy, was to run them through the loop and not let them sleep and get too tired to fight.
Yeah.
All of this has happened before, and it shall happen.
Not that surprising. But yeah, the story driver of Haven is this FBI agent goes to this small town, and there are people who are the term for them is troubled, and basically different people in the town are sort of cursed with different superpowers that trigger as a result of emotional stress. So each new episode, there's a different troubled person. And so something weird happens in the town that's threatening the town. And they need to figure out who the person is who's causing it, what their ability is, and what emotional stressor is causing them to act out. And that's just a story driver from episode to episode, plus an overarching story of what the origins of this town are. And it ran for 6 seasons, and it's pretty great. So that's why I'm like, you would probably be really into it. And I imagine Pocky would too.
I will definitely have to watch that.
Binge. I want to follow it up with Dawson's Creek. And then, well,
yeah,
I'm thinking of continuing on the WBCW path, and
yeah,
I think Gossip Girl next, maybe, or the Vampire Diaries franchise that I completely missed.
Yeah, I didn't watch either.
I didn't watch either of them.
Yeah. So those could be.
Neither did I. That's why I'm. But
yeah. Some people would probably find this surprising,
and
others. Good.
They also announced that Supergirl and Black Lightning are ending.
Oh, really?
And with the launch of HBO Max this past summer, it makes me wonder whether
he's migrating over there.
Their ends are being announced so that because their streaming is under the previous deal that the CW had with Netflix.
Or if Warner Brothers is just going to follow up Disney and have Warner Brothers Plus.
So if they end the shows under the previous deal, and then the clock starts with how long after the show ends they're allowed to stay on Netflix.
Yeah.
I mean,
they pull them to HBO Max.
That depends on what the agreement is, and we don't even know if that's what they're going to do or not. So we'll just have to.
I know it's not, but just in case, I'd still like to watch them before I lose access to them.
Yep. Oh, A Wrinkle in Time.
Tommy has special powers.
Brain Drain has long-term.
And Gossip Girl and the Vampire Diaries have already been over for a few years. So
Tommy's brain.
I love the just cartoon brain there.
I do love the cartoon brain.
That's the one. So I was just going to say, this might surprise some people, although we may have others on the stream who are the same way, but I haven't actually seen an episode of anything in CW's Arrowverse. So that is something I'm interested in catching up on one day.
I have issues with a lot of the Arrowverse and how they portrayed it, but that goes back to my days in comic book fandom. And
I stuck with it for a good number of years, and then I sort of drifted off. Right around, I want to say right after Crisis on Earth X.
I just have some issues of how they've portrayed women in general. I'm sure you're shocked that I have. But I have friends who seriously enjoy it. But
oh yeah,
I know that James has repeatedly sung the praises of Legends of Tomorrow as being the best of the bunch right now.
That's what I keep hearing from both Seamus and my friend Rivulet.
Yeah.
But
this season, both.
So, can I transition us into a rather serious topic of Power Rangers discussion that kind of segues from that?
Go for it.
So we have this confirmation from Hasbro of this new Power Rangers franchise, if you will, and handling the movie. Jonathan Entwistle, I should say, handling the movie.
Yes.
But also apparently this new show that is being characterized as a non-kid project. And then we also have the rumors, it looks like it's going to be an animated series to carry forward for the kids. But in discussing what this, I'm very interested in this new non-kid television show and how that's going to interact with the movie and just what that's going to be. Because I have actually been begging for sort of a more like, I don't think Power Rangers is ever going to be adult except for like stupid fan films and such.
Yeah.
But like an older teen oriented, much like the Arrowverse or Riverdale or something like that. Power Rangers show, because I think done right, that could be really, really interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I am all about. I mean, I feel like Power Rangers at this point is diverse enough that we could have it all. And I feel like the various things have shown that there are different audiences for it, and having a cartoon in some way for the kids, you can get away with.
Sorry. Protectron and Chromosaprius.
Awesome. But, I mean, we'll find out. Honestly, as long as it's not like Power/Ranger.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was referring to there.
I mean, it's entertaining. But
there were
for it to be.
I wasn't as down on that as I think other people were. I think there were some things that went too far, and the main problem is that people took that too seriously. But there were some elements of that I did actually enjoy.
I know it wasn't supposed to be hilarious.
I actually never bothered to watch it because I'm like, this is not my cup of tea. This is not what I want.
Know your jams.
No, yeah.
And I mean, there's a place.
Like, a lot of Ranger fans were like offended by it. I wasn't offended by it. I knew what it was, and there were some good things to take from it. Did it go too far? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I did get the point it was trying to make in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a place for grim and gritty, and
yes.
I hold.
Like the original point of that wasn't even really directed at Power Rangers. Like, the director of that admitted that they weren't even really a Power Rangers fan. Yeah. They were just ripping on and kind of making a statement about how Hollywood would take children's properties and turn them into these grim and gritty reboots.
Yeah.
They were all grim, dark, and everything. And that, like, Power Rangers was a great place to kind of show how far that can go and how ridiculous that can be.
There are some really good essays about that in regards to comic books, specifically. Because if you take the people who were writing comic books in the 80s and 90s in the grim dark era, and then look at the comics that they grew up on, the ones they grew, the ones they.
Did it look like Clank was throwing Orbis there? That was original footage? It looked different to me.
I'm not sure.
What, the growth?
Yeah, not the growth itself, but Clank throwing Orbis specifically.
Entirely possible, because everything else on that round track was original.
He was kind of more stumbly with it than he usually is, and just the footage looked like original footage quality instead of Sentai quality. Sorry.
Yeah.
Things like that you just have to comment on in the moment, or it's just going to fly by.
Yep. No, that's.
I'm sorry.
So many of them.
No,
continue.
But I was going to say that.
My first opportunity to mention, I also absolutely love the Super Zero Megazord.
Yes, it is fantastic.
Now, continue.
I love how we all just agree that the Super Zero Megazord is fantastic.
I love it. 5 humanoid boards that also form these shapes that form up into this Megazord. It's great.
Yeah.
But
yes, continue with what you were saying. Grimdark comics essays about like Youngblood and stuff like that.
And when you think about it, like, it's a lot of, okay, well, I grew up, so the property I want should grow up with me, except they're also looking at it for what growing up means in a specific type of view. And that has to mean dark and a certain kind of, to use the phrase again, toxic masculinity, instead of growing up and still embracing the qualities of hope and friendship that were kind of what made it great in the first place.
Right.
I mean, instead of it doesn't all just need to be excessive violence and random death, and there are other stories that can be told without that are still good and still aimed at adults, if that's the audience you want to do. But what we also forget is that there still needs to be the version for kids if we want the franchise to keep existing.
Yeah, exactly.
Same kind of situation, but they're all wearing different clothes.
Over and over and over again in each loop. It's great.
We changed clothes to make sure that we had broken the loop this time.
I just love Adam's body language when he was leaning over Tanya and how cute they are. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Well, I guess, Bulk and Skull getting covered with food do happen pretty much every day.
Yeah, it's a cute little bit.
Oh, credits! I don't know. Oh, I just barely got it.
Really well. Oh, man.
You gotta shake that soda a little harder.
Did Rocky just say that he had that locker when he was a freshman?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
You did not, sir.
Yep.
You were not at that school.
Well, maybe when they changed time, they have always been in Angel Grove.
Change lockers.
We have all.
Okay.
We've always been in Angel Grove, and we've always been at war with Oceana.
Forever. And pause on a house.
There we go.
On a diagonal house that I think is Sentai footage, but I guess we'll find out.
Once again, our little call to action, we are continuing to raise funds for the Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project, making sure that people are able to voice their choice and represent themselves as they decide who will be representing us, really, in the Congress moving forward, which has so many different which in so many different ways can impact the fate of our world. So let's keep raising those funds. If you just enjoy Power Rangers and you enjoy these deep dive discussions we've been having, both.
If you want to hear us going on about it, we want to go on. We want to do more.
We got Turbo next weekend.
Donation less than that.
We hit 1,500. We are only $380 away. We've already done 1,120, so 380. No problem. Somebody knocked that out in one go yesterday. Don't feel pressured like you need to do the same. But if you find anyone out there who can donate a buck or two, get us a little bit closer, that'd be fantastic. So let's take a look then at episode 45. Oh, I enjoy episode 45. All right, cue it up on your Netflix. We're skipping over the opening credits. We're going to be 30 seconds in on
You're going to see a diagonal house.
That is the 45th episode of Power Rangers Zeo, a mystery to me. 30 seconds in, skipping those opening credits, and we are kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go Zeo.
So this could be called the mystery
premise. This is just a
I love this episode.
I've always really dug the whole concept of a murder mystery dinner, and I'm sad that I've never been to one, and I want to do one.
Written by Jackie Martin.
Like, I've seen so many of these murder mystery dinner premise episode things in different shows, but I've never encountered one in my life, and I would love to be able to actually do one, because they look so...
I think I remember a famous line from this episode.
Oh, yeah?
The famous Rocky line, I'll say.
Grabbing my...
Yep.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Cat just like, this is so exciting. We're going to get to kill someone.
I love so many monocles in this season.
Remind me not to play Among Us with Cat. Cat, pink sus.
Well,
I mean, this is
Rocky is sus.
This is basically
oh my god, why do I have to be the butler? Considering what could have been that line there.
Ah, yes.
And he's so Clouseau.
Lieutenant Stone. Yes, very good. Just murder most foul.
And I like Tanya is just
I
so
understand you through your accent.
Outfit again.
I love that he dropped the accent because nobody could understand what he was saying. Cowboy Tommy's on the scene.
Is that his Lone Stranger episode outfit?
It's close to it if it's not that straight up. It does seem to have some red accents this time. Hello, Frankie. How you doing, buddy? There we go.
Jason, admit it. Are you trying to outshow Tommy's hat? It's Strange Hat Day, apparently. Everybody's got a strange hat.
And Cats, I love that Cat just sort of takes
charge. Except Rocky. Rocky didn't get the memo.
Well, we did talk about how, Cat must take charge and she must make sure she's taking care of people. And I do love Jason's hat, actually.
Hey, Jacob?
Yeah?
Let me know if you agree with me on this, but I'm getting a real bottle show vibe from this episode.
But usually bottle episodes are on a set that we see a lot because they don't...
This is true.
I wouldn't call this bottle episodes due to the fact that we have a new set dressing. We have these different costumes that they had to raid.
And yes, Athena, there should always be more cats. My cat is also being loud. I'm not sure if you can hear him.
Neither of my cats are in the room right now, or I would retrieve one. See if we can get him back in by the end of the stream.
This is great.
The fake murder mystery that becomes the real murder mystery.
Yeah, which is just a classic trope, and it never really gets old, and I don't know why. I always just enjoy it.
And then I noticed stuff like her eyes are glowing because they had to be glowing through the picture, but his eyes aren't glowing.
That's fun.
So, I have never been to a murder mystery dinner, but my mother-in-law's church does a murder mystery tea every year, where they put on a little play and then we vote for who we think the killer is.
That's fun. Yeah, I've seen Clue the Musical, which has sort of a similar kind of setup where you vote for who the killer is, and then or no, you don't vote for who the killer is. It's you select three. Someone from the audience selects 3 cards at the beginning, and then at the end, the detective pulls out the 3 cards, and that's the ending that gets performed.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, so they've got the the 6 different main endings for the 6 different characters, with the little modifications of which weapon and suit and room they did.
Is she going to go look for her boyfriend so they can have some time alone in this house?
I'm beginning to worry about Adam. I'm going to go check on him.
She's kind of
What?
I just kind of want, like...
Okay, Kat's taken charge in a way that we don't usually see Kat taking charge, and she's just been a little intimidating. Not necessarily in a bad way.
It's just really funny watching a murder mystery in the Among Us era.
Yeah.
They're all sus.
Sus?
Very sus.
I do identify most of them by their colors. So.
They're right, though. I mean, the butler always does it.
See, Tanya's like, somebody just vent in that room?
Yeah.
And this is the second time we've seen Tanya as a flapper this season.
But yeah, to all those potential donors out there, don't you want to see more Kitty? More Frankie? Frankie has come to demand more donations for these great causes.
Frankie's like weird and bitchy.
They don't need to find a way out of there. They can stay there.
That sounded like the beginning of Wipeout.
Wipeout.
Really? Let's split.
Yeah!
Well, let's split up, gang. That sounds fantastic.
Nothing could ever go wrong.
This is one of the things, like, where I could see Tommy and Kat getting together later in life, but also why they wouldn't have quite worked out in high school. Honestly, she's much more mature than he is at this stage right now.
Yes.
Remember, kids, don't split the party.
Don't go into the light.
Don't split the party. And don't walk through strange glowy doors, especially if you know that That can I get?
Running in this
Thank
room
you,
like we're-
Athena.
Hey, Athena! Arigato gozaimasu!
Oh, nice!
Woo!
Woo! Can't wait to see that come through.
Rocky is so sad that everyone thought it was him.
Rocky is so resentful right there.
Well, I mean,
So,
it also fits with, his self-esteem
Thank
issues
you
this
so much for
season.
donation pushing us over to 11.
Woo! Dancy Star! Dancy Star!
Good to see you again. Always appreciate it.
So Athena at first thought that this was when they were filming Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie, and then realized that timetable doesn't match up. But it does make me wonder about the timetable of filming the Turbo movie in regards to the Zeo show itself.
Oh, yeah. The Hawaiian stuff.
I don't know if it was necessarily around this point, but you had to figure it was getting close.
Yeah. Gotta wonder how that all lined up with regards to filming that movie.
And there's not really another obvious point where they went somewhere else.
Yeah.
I can't even tell. Oh, it's a skull.
It
took me 3 or 4 seconds to tell. Oh, it's a skull with a snake on it.
Yeah.
Until they zoomed in, I honestly couldn't tell what that was.
Yeah. But yeah, it would be interesting.
Over here, Jason, walking to the death room.
Why? We'll have to keep our eyes open as far as how the filming works across the course of these next few days.
No, Jason doesn't get to be dead.
Okay, so
No, he actually is.
Did Bulk and Skull have everyone's brain cells for this?
This is where all the victims are supposed to go.
Ah.
Your cat is so cute.
Frankie's just as
Look him up.
Who's such a sweetheart. Yeah. Frankie's such a good buddy. And now Cat's the only one left.
Oh, no, you're not in the other room where the victims are kept. See?
Mm.
I'm mad. You're not allowed to be cuter than me.
And look at that Frankie, though. He's so cute.
So, yeah.
I'm the cute girl on this show, and it's time for you to get out.
It's foyer time.
This is
it's
one
time for us to have a cat fight.
Between this and King for a Day, Cat really has gotten to shine in these couple episodes.
Yep.
Instead of just highlighting how she's just being very good citizen, these 2 episodes are both this and King for a Day Part 2 really demonstrate how strong she is as a ranger. This is one of the few cases where she's really is on her own and needs to step up on her own.
Out of the command center looks black and white.
Because she seems to oftentimes try and put herself in more of a supportive role. And here she's having to take over now that she's the last one standing.
She goes with that 1-1-2-2 morph. One of the interesting little notes to watch for during Turbo is which one of the 2 morphing dances they do.
Yeah. You gotta do the turning of the wheel.
Hello, Mr. Buddy.
I had 2 turbos.
And we would love to discuss Turbo and what went wrong and what went right with it, because there are some really good points of Turbo if we can just get another $370 by the time we finish the movie tonight.
Yes.
Listen, chat. Give me another chance to watch Turbo and learn how to do the morph, because I always just look really good at that. It looks goofy and ridiculous. You'll see it on stream in a minute, my fellow hosts.
This is just so clever because they actually managed to capture the Rangers in such a way that the Rangers didn't know they had been captured.
Did I freeze during it? I bet I froze.
Brilliant.
Oh, trust me, it looks goofy.
That's such a clever little ploy to just make them think they're just in part of a game when they've actually been captured and can't escape.
It really is.
Look lively, girl. Art, who's this?
Oh no.
What?
All right, let's take a look. By the way,
Oh.
I was thinking, where's David Yost? But then I'm like, okay, we're so close to Rangers of Two Worlds, so that is why he is not in the mystery.
Yep. Here we go. We've got Nuclear. I did not manage to get a great look at Nuclear during this, so I didn't actually finish that one. But there's Nuclear.
I always gotta remember this. Nice.
He's got kind of an interesting design that makes me curious about something with regards to him. And actually, the same thing with.
Don't die.
I've been noticing an interesting pattern with these monsters lately that make me curious about something with O Ranger, and I'm about to look it up to see if I'm right. Because.
Or if someone knows the answer, perhaps they can tell us in the chat.
Yes.
Okay. Well, no, I'm not finding any indicator. But something that's kind of interesting with Nuclear here, as he's battling against Cat, elements of his design look very similar to the design of her Zord.
Oh.
That shot of the command center, one, it looks black and white, and two, it looks like a stock photo.
But also, if you think about Protectron in the previous episode, in Mystery to Me, that one had some definite similarities to, I would say, Tanya's Zord.
Huh.
And we'd already established with Altor him having similarities to the Gold Ranger. So I was wondering if that had anything to do with if that was something from O Ranger, if that was just a coincidence of design.
The only one I know something specific about the Zord designs is Bokenger, where they're based off, the monsters are based off previous Zords generally.
Right.
But that's the only one I can think of. But I don't have nearly as much knowledge.
Right.
Because he's in the victim's room.
The next up, after this is such a crazy adaptation.
I am so excited for the next episode. You have no idea.
I'm still just very proud of the script from Power Reviews for the next episode, because that's it's the other Zeo episode that we talked about. It's a shame that there's been so much
song and dance. You can song and dance.
Zeo Shield. That's an ability we've used a lot.
And I went for the two biggest hot mess episodes of Zeo when it came to Power Reviews. There's such great arcs and world building and all
the twirly thing.
They haven't done the twirly thing in a while.
Super twirly attack.
Out that way.
Flashing video.
I mean, if you're going to take the Ephesia, go with the hot messes. That, it's always more interesting.
That's fair. But I do feel like it's not well representative of Zeo, like some of the other choices I've made when selecting episodes from previous seasons.
That is true. I mean, there are some, as we've seen, there are some fantastic Zeo episodes.
There are. And there's a lot of interesting stuff going on that I would love to see in other Power Rangers season. And
if we do manage to get to Turbo, I say this on the podcast, we say this on the podcast a lot, but every season is someone's favorite, and I have friends where Turbo is their favorite season, and Justin is one of their favorites, and there are seasons that don't work for certain people, but I am sure that, I mean, not in a toxic positivity sort of way, but there are good things about every season to be found, and it would be interesting to rewatch and see what we find that really works for all of us who are in this stream.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, besides the pizza episode, which is just a work of genius.
I mean, when it comes to so much of Power Rangers, when it comes to ranking seasons, I feel like I can't do a proper ranking of seasons with that includes, Mighty Morphin through Zeo, because Mighty Morphin through Zeo are
one season essentially.
Yeah.
I mean,
like that the show changes in a way where it's no longer building upon, and they're a bit more self-contained in a lot of respects. And there's just a tone shift as well as far as how the show is structured. But we've built on all this foundation with Mighty Morphin, and there's so many nostalgic connections and so many interpretations of these characters across the course of time that you can't really truly compare it to the seasons that came after in many regards.
For the Conqueror, that's a conquering win.
Yes. And yeah, I think that was like our second appearance of Auric, and we only get like one more appearance of Auric. He only shows up like 3 times in this season. And it's strange. Detective Stone?
Detective Stone?
Did he pull a Saw?
Something like that.
Oh my goodness, it was a self-report.
Yep. It was a self-report the whole time.
Devious.
Truth be told, that's not true. It's honestly usually exactly who you'd think.
Yeah. Usually who the evidence is pointing at.
Yeah. It's honestly very rarely otherwise. In mystery stories, it's the one you'd least suspect. But in real life, it's usually
exactly who you expect.
Really who you'd expect.
Expecting these bloopers.
So wait, the cop did the murder?
Sometimes that one line, and then you start giggling, and then it's just you got to tickle 5 minutes.
I love that Skull made the same mistake. Jason made the same mistake that so many of us make with switching back and forth between Lieutenant and Detective Stone.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not a lieutenant anymore. What am I? Let's go back.
Lieutenant Detective.
All right.
Oh.
So we are chugging
Angel
around
Grove High.
6 p.m. We are a little bit ahead of schedule.
Can we take a break? I have to just run and grab another soda before we start this episode. So
And be a part of it, no problem.
And I want to watch all of this one. I will be right back.
All right, we'll talk to you in a moment then.
Good call.
So
I gotta go get a drink too.
Okay. Oh, you gotta run too. So I'm getting lonely here. It's just you and me, Scott. We're getting lonely here. We're being abandoned. The only thing that can be done to save us is more donations.
Indeed.
We need to keep raising those funds.
Now, are all California schools built like that? Because I think I've seen Angel Grove High School on So Random.
Oh my goodness. By the way, we haven't kicked off the episode yet. We're pausing for now. But
I know. I have it paused at the very start of the episode.
And I'm so tempted to just sing right through all this. Okay, you know what? Here's what's going to happen, people. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to... I'm just going to... Let's start spreading the word. Right after... as soon as another song and dance...
Every dollar adds another song to the set list.
Yeah, let's... So... You know what? If we can get
370 song set list.
Yeah, you know what? Not quite that many, but if we can get at least another, I'm not even sure. Let's see who we can get in here. Let's see what we can raise. I'm going to do it regardless. I'm going to say this. But you want more people in here to see it. I will sing all the songs to the review of Another Song and Dance. So tell people that that's going to happen. I am going to do my full-on musical medley at the end of Another Song and Dance. So spread the link on your social media. Say, we are about to watch Another Song and Dance on the Zeo Charity live stream, and Database Ranger is about to will be doing a musical medley at its conclusion. You're going to want to see it. You're going to want to join this to contribute. So I'm going to spread that word. And this is going to be some fun times. So let's get the word out there real quick. All right. So here we go. I'm gonna spread it on my social media while we're waiting for.
Hello.
So I've just made a little announcement here while you stepped away, and here's what my announcement is. We want to get as many people in here as possible because we're about to watch Another Song and Dance, and at the conclusion, I'm going to sing the full-on musical medley from my review from the Database Rangers Power review of Another Song and Dance.
Let me go tweet that out.
So I am spreading that to my social media. You should spread that to your social media. Tag whoever you feel would enjoy it. Bring people in. We're going to want to see it.
Admittedly, Facebook groups aren't because I've already posted the link once, and so if I posted the link again, it'd seem like redundant and.
Oh, okay.
But I'm using Twitter mostly for it.
Yeah. I'll get it from Tokyo Ladies also.
Go for it.
And I tagged you in it.
There we go. Yeah, I'm spreading it. There we go. I'm just saying Another Song and Dance is about to kick off, and you will get a very special treat if you join us with a DRPR musical medley at its conclusion. All right. So that is what I'm putting out there right now. Everyone should also let the world know. I'm going to try and keep spreading that everywhere I can, as best I can. So let's see here. I know Sean should be rejoining us soon. So as soon as Sean joins in, we're going to kick off Another Song and Dance. So I'm prepping things. I'm letting people know what's happening. And I am
refortified with more caffeine and some water, so my voice will hopefully not go out completely by the time we are done streaming.
Yeah, I'm just posting things all over the place. And I'm also going to message our special guest for afterwards, since we've got the next one kicking off pretty soon. So
I'm back, by the way. I don't know what happened there, but I'm back.
Hello. I'm back as well with more caffeine and some water.
All right.
Jacob is going to sing.
Woo!
Here's what's going to be happening, Sean. I'm spreading the word. You spread the word as well. Anyone else who's in the chat, feel free to spread the word on your social media. I am going to be at the conclusion of Another Song and Dance. I will sing the full musical medley from DRPR episode 30. So please. So this is to get a little bit more hype, a little bit more attention to this stream. This is going to be a quick live performance. I'm going to do my best, and hopefully this will get some new people in here so we can raise some more funds. So now that you know what's coming, you got to see it. It's coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got to see it. It's coming. Whoa. Now, and apparently Mark Litton has heard the that I'm going to be singing at. So I'm going to be singing at the end of it. You want to join in on that?
Let's see if they can make that around 1,150.
All right.
So yeah, they better be $20.
At least another $20. We should be getting in at least another $20.
By the time that episode's over, and I will sing with you.
All right. So if we get at least another $20, we should try and get more. But if we get at least another $20, MJ's going to join me. Not getting up for less than $20. All right. So now that we know what's at stake, let's kick this off. Who's ready for episode 46 of Power Rangers Zeo? And this is about to kick off. Again, we'll be skipping over the opening credits, as we do.
Because we don't need to sing along to that when we've got to sing along at the end of this.
This is true.
Oh, yes.
So we have episode 46. Start yourself 30 seconds in. And let's get things ready to go with another song and dance. In 3, 2, 1, go Zeo.
I love this episode unironically.
The music.
Okay, but just look at him.
The risky business music just immediately starts playing in my head at this point.
Oh yeah.
This is great.
Okay, I just want like an episode where they all go do karaoke together, or like get one of the Power Rangers with not secret identities to end up on Celebrity Lip Sync and like pull a Tom Holland.
Yes, that'd be so much fun. I mean, it was so clear that so many of the actors from Beast Morphers have musical backgrounds. Right, good call. Tanya's just like, okay, bruh. Yeah. This is a great
sing?
of Song Sung Yellow right here.
We referenced that once a while back.
This is super cute though.
Aw, we're hugging for some reason.
I love their friendship. Like I love found family. And one of the nice things about Power Rangers is that each season becomes a found family eventually.
Yes, which is so sweet.
Yes, sing a different tune.
Without like the music playing in my head. Oh my goodness, all the songs keep queuing up in my head from the review.
I am very much looking forward to this.
I don't know if you've seen that episode or not.
I actually have not, but I'm going to watch it after we get out of this. Or probably tomorrow because I'm going to collapse when we get out of.
But yeah, it will be a cappella, but it will be the performance of the full-on medley, which I've sung in the car so many times since then. Yeah. But yes, you will want MJ here, because otherwise, if I'm singing it all alone, I'm not going to be able to hit some of those notes.
So $20 more. Let's do it. Come on, folks.
Yeah. A little bit of noise going on out there. Like father, like son, just watching TV and trying to figure out what to do. Yep.
A deer, a female deer.
Oh.
And you very clearly just cannot sing. I mean, they're trying to play it up, but also I feel like he cannot actually sing. It sounds like me
Honey, you're a nice liar.
when I'm not like prepped well. I do tend to run flat. I apologize in advance.
I only do karaoke badly or sing along with various whatever is playing. So really just bad karaoke in general.
My brain just keeps playing in all these songs.
And that brings us back to
Oh, that beam from space.
Zap to the zap, it's Zeo Zap.
Like, she can clearly actually sing, and he can clearly not really do it. Like, he's trying to play it up, too, but it's
I mean, singing like that has to be killer on her vocal cords.
Yes. But also her facial expressions are amazing.
She is killing it in this episode. Like,
Zordon must know.
Zordon must know.
And I love that it's not just making them just sing the words that they're trying to say, but it's gotta be
like operatic.
It's got it in rhyme.
And with the lyric, it's so great.
Yeah. And his secret weapon is this bait thing, because they just keep trying to come up with different ways to make these monsters work.
Yeah, like, that's clearly not a monster. It's
Home Improvement, you were popular at the time. Oh my goodness.
Sort of like, I need a second ranger.
Oh.
Knock opera, how about just a regular opera?
Well, no, I mean, they're definitely kind of going for like Tommy, can you hear me?
I'm also really amused that the focus is on the Red Battlezord, which we have which we've barely seen outside of the Zeo Ultrazord in like 10 episodes.
Well, I mean, we are heading towards the end of the season, and that's why when they always bring back the older toys so they can remind you, hey, have you bought this one yet? We're going to show you the toy. Show the toy. Sell the toy.
Yes. But yeah, I feel like it's been like 10 episodes since, the Red Battlezord has really been prominent. But also, what is it? One thing that's really interesting about this episode is that this is adapted from like the final arc of O-Ranger. And it's such a random, goofy episode.
Practice for Turbo?
What was that?
Practice for Turbo?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, with diving through the water?
No, with getting into adapting things that in different comedic versus dramatic is what I was going for there.
Oh, yeah, we got fish out of the deal.
Oh, I'm a caterpillar.
No. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of dead people.
Yep. Oh, no. Okay, there, hon.
Recording myself here.
Okay. This is one of their biggest attacks. Also, like, there's no reason that they can't just, Pure Midas
They've
will
hit the abandoned warehouse district.
Warehouse district.
Oh, the abandoned warehouse district.
Sorry, I just the fact that they have an abandoned warehouse district.
Nobody's dead. See, it's fine.
I mean, it makes sense that they have an abandoned warehouse district because it needs to give the monsters something to knock down, and they just.
Oh, my cat.
Let's stop this crime.
Oh, and of course the caterpillar gets nothing. I love that so much that she's saying that part. There's a little bait. All good times. The caterpillar,
Stranger pie bread.
great. This
Conveyor belt Megazord.
episode is genuinely more fun. It's so much more fun watching it with people too.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, this is just
I
so.
also feel like I'm much less critical of the show now than I was back when I was first starting off Power Reviews. I was trying to be much more serious analytical.
We had the same thing with Ranger recaps when we started. When Queen Riley and I were doing that, and by the end of it, we were just like, it's in fun.
Like, well, really, Super Megaforce, despite its many flaws,
Many.
by the time that it reached Legendary Battle, I basically had been broken of taking Power Rangers too seriously in many regards, because I'm like, I legitimately, truly, actually enjoyed Legendary Battle because it was just so over the top and insane, and that was really when I settled into, you know what, Power Rangers can sometimes be really good on its own terms, and sometimes be just completely ridiculous and still be entertaining. It can be so good it's good, and it can be so bad it's good. And it's one of the few shows that can fully encompass both ends of that spectrum. And it's wonderful.
There's exactly one change I would have made to the Legendary Battle. Well, besides not having Gia kiss Jake, we're going to ignore that. And that would have been to get the returning in Space Rangers to be the ones standing around the campfire in a throwback to Countdown to Destruction, because that's where they should have been for that night before thing, instead of whatever it was they were doing. I think it was Wes over there, maybe. But I would have put our returning in Space Rangers there instead. And yeah, that's basically the only thing I'd have done.
Yeah. Clickety click clack.
And for all its problems, Megaforce gave me the Gia and Emma special flower episode, and I am forever grateful.
Yeah.
Help has arrived. And I love that Adam gets to pilot it. Yay!
Yep. Which is great. It's like one of the first times that we've seen it in a while, and Adam gets to pilot it instead.
And it took Tommy a few episodes to get used to flying that thing. Adam seems to have it down pretty quick.
Yeah, this definitely feels like end of season destruction levels.
Yeah, exactly. And it's and there with like no reason for it in universe, other than just the Machine Empire just keeps stepping it up.
Oh, it's the lynx.
Yep. The tail end is flying around too, which is fun.
That is a really cool monster design.
The multi-part, conga line monster is a fun variation. You don't get to see many of them. Occasionally, maybe if it's got like a train theme.
Yes!
Oh, the dancing.
Yes.
I love this. Like, this is the high quality, cracktastic insanity I am here for.
Yes.
Because this is baked into a pizza levels of glorious.
Oh, yeah.
No match for simple stuff.
Yes. This is... The dancing is crazy.
Dance until you explode.
This is like endgame stuff from the source footage, but for some reason has a dance in it. She even sings when she's just firing, and they're singing through their gruntings.
Oh.
Sikia!
Oh.
This one must have been so much fun to do.
Yeah.
Oh, and now it's a sword.
And it's also funny that that they don't oh my god, all of Tanya's little notes as she's exerting herself are ridiculous. And it's just it's really fun watching this again after having not really seen this episode since I reviewed it for Power Reviews. And honestly, I'm having a lot more fun watching it now because I'm not like picking it apart like I was back then.
I mean, honestly,
I'm just reveling.
It is. I mean, there's opportunities to be critical, and there are always things that you can be critical about. But sometimes the problem with fandom in general is that we get so caught up looking at the nitpicky things that we forget to just enjoy. And that's why it's just sometimes fun to just sit there and go, okay, this is completely ridiculous, and now there's dancing Zords, and everything is beautiful and nothing hurts.
Yeah. Like,
not that I didn't start a podcast specifically to, deconstruct things and talk about things from an intersectional queer feminist perspective or anything. But we're also pretty big believers in that, if you're not still enjoying it, then stop.
Oh, and then this point right here though. I'm back. Did you miss me? It's like he's just back. No fair.
Here I am.
I'm back.
I was over there.
You know what? I'm going to sing briefly because my boyfriend's back in a race.
So again, if you guys want MJ to join in on me singing, we're gonna need another $20. Now this is ridiculous. This is hilarious. Because why? Why was the spell broken when the monster was destroyed? The monster was created by Gasket and Archerina, who didn't even know about the spell while they were fighting the Rangers. Nothing about that makes sense. That's what I meant when I said before that Another Song and Dance has the worst case of destroying the monster fixes the problem. Because the monster was not even tangentially related to the problem. Skull's being a little testy there.
He's very hangry.
Fish.
Very angry. Very angry.
Fish.
Oh, and we reached the end of the episode.
Oh, here we go.
No, we've got some credits left, so you guys have like a minute.
You've got 30 seconds if you want to get the $20 for MJ to join me. Otherwise, I'm going to do this whole thing on my own. Speaking.
Dun, 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 dun.
No.
That was so fun.
Oh, come on, Johnny Young Bosch. We all know you can sing.
I know. All right.
Some of us have gone to your concerts.
Here we go. Yeah, I've even helped set
So
up.
I'm gonna leave it on the next episode screen.
All right, here we go. So let's do this little song and dance. So I guess I'm doing it solo. All right.
Come on, guys. You got 2 seconds. Wait. We just got a donation of $45 from him. That's what HIM is what it looks like.
Him. Okay.
So we are at 1175, which means MJ needs to sing.
So
MJ's coming in.
MJ's with the voice.
Thank you.
7-5. Wonderful.
Has it danced on the screen yet?
I know it's been a few years. MJ's off screen.
I'm not dressed for this. I'm in my pajamas, so
yes.
Right over here.
It's okay.
I brought up on my end. I need to myself which ones are your picks, because I've just sung it to myself a bunch of times.
Yes.
All right, so.
Start with the theme song.
Yeah, I'll give us the little cue bit here. So I've got my script from episode 30 in front of me. All right, so with no further introduction, let's dive right into episode 46 of Power Rangers Zeo. Another song and dance. Start with the theme song. It's not very long.
There's Adam and Tommy.
So you can't go wrong.
There's Jason and Billy. Where are Billy's glasses?
Bulk and Skull aren't monkeys yet.
Wait, when were they monkeys?
Turbo, but let's stay focused here. Let's start off at Angel Grove High.
Tommy's risky business, oh my.
He's dancing just like a fool.
I can't imagine how he thinks that look cool.
Tanya asks him what he thinks he's doing.
It's for his music class he has to sing.
She says forget about dancing. You can do it without all of that bling.
He remembers that music's her thing. And Tanya swears she'll teach him how to sing.
Boom, 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 boom.
Machine Empire.
Hey, look, it's Queen Machina planning something, making schemes right out of nothing, so they can conquer the whole galaxy, completing her husband's chain, where his main goal is Earth. So they know Tommy needs a psychic link, you see, to board his red battle Zord. So if a way they find to alter his mind, the Rangers are done for in watching him learn to sing. They have been inspired, Machine Empire.
One note, Tommy can't sing. Ray of blast comes from the sky. Me, oh my, now they can't stop la-la-lying all the time. So they go to see Zordon. He must tell him what is wrong. How they're stuck singing in song. Why did writers not say no?
Moral of the quote, haven't got a clue. Listening for fish, but that hope is dashed when Bulk and Skull fall over with a big loud splash.
How did they become detectives, shouldn't they still be in school?
Maybe they dropped out, or maybe just some writers think it's cool. Robots up in space, see them both get wet.
It's Princess Archerina and her dear Gasket.
Hear Detective Stone talk about his bait. Think about what a great monster it would make.
Then they use some robot magic with the fishing line attached.
McCaterpillar's big, the bait is treating them just like the catch. So now machines are invading, blown up abandoned buildings. Tommy and Tanya are afraid. Let's stop this crime, it's morphin' time. Beethoven spits and rhymes, singing through your morph scene. Gotta stop the machines, Jason and Adam stay. Defend Zord Bay, replace the interface so Adam can board the red battle Zord. Sky Fortresses, Quadra Fighters, more army shooter flyers. Bloody blah, what's my line? Leonard Bernstein, Rocket, Gasket, Queen Machina, Archerina, Clank and Orbis, Cogs, Caterpillar splits the Power Rangers are in danger of losing this fight.
Right.
It's the end of Angel Grove as we know it. It's the end of Angel Grove as we know it. It's the end of Angel Grove as we know it.
Until next time.
So let me tell you about the Rangers.
What Rangers?
The Rangers with the power.
What power?
The power of Zeo.
Zeo?
You know.
Know what?
The Rangers of Zeo. One is Catherine. She's a blonde Australian. Was an evil cat. Two is Tanya, she was a tribal African, till they retconned that. Three changed Rocky from red to blue. Four was keen to turn Adam green. Red leader 5, Tommy's no surprise, but back to the plot. That Sky Fortress put a spell on you.
Do the shuffle and the boogaloo.
Dancing Zords dance.
Dancing Zords dance.
Red Bell Zord can go to town.
Super Zeo is going down. The Rangers are defeated. They fight down on the ground. And with Clyde's giant scanner, secret files have been found. Tommy and Tanya still sing every single grunting sound. A Deus Ex Machina
would sure come in handy now. Gold Zeo Ranger, he cannot be surpassed. Gold Zeo Ranger is so good with that staff.
How do you think he does it?
I don't know.
Resolve the plot so fast.
He defends Zord Bay, then races to the scene. He pilots Pyramidus, half building, half machine. Defeats McCaterpillar, blows him to smithereens. That Gold Zeo Ranger is better than a 5-man team.
The machines are somehow defeated, but Machina is still talking smack. 'Cause look who has been reassembled. That's right, King Mondo is back.
But don't worry now, least not till the team up.
Dum, bum, bum.
Blend us a drink, you're the smoothie man. Toss in whatever you've got. Yes, we know Ernie's not in this episode, but still he's earned his credit spot. Meanwhile, at Angel Grove Juice Bar, the Rangers meet up after class. 'Cause Tommy got an A on his project today, so to him they all raise a glass.
Now wait, why aren't they still singing?
In exposition they tell that when they defeated that monster, they also had broken the spell.
They weren't even related. That hand wave is dumb, dumb, dumb.
Bulk and Skull are back from their fishing trip, want never another in sight.
When Jason's love interest Emily serves up Ernie's seafood delight.
And now we have reached our conclusion with that last comedy bit. And that is the end of our episode. So what did you think of it?
5 stars, A+.
It should be its own video. Well, technically speaking, it already is.
It is its own video, Sir Paladin.
That was episode 3 of Base Rangers Power
Hold
Review.
up. Give it a watch.
I hope that you enjoyed.
You've actually seen it.
My vocal cords are a little rough.
That was completely delightful, and I was having fun playing Spot the Song.
So, which pre-Samurai season has the most power reviews?
Has the most power reviews episodes from pre.
Yeah.
At this stage, probably RPM.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because we've done 3 different episodes from Power Rangers RPM, and most other seasons we've only done 1 or 2, with the exception of the Saban brand seasons. How long did it take to rehearse that? We had best a couple days because I wrote it in a week. And so we only had, so it's like I was trying to put out an episode within like a week and a half. So I wrote it and we filmed it and I edited it all together in about a week and a half.
Yeah, that was back when you were putting out an episode a week.
Yeah, that was a little ridiculous. It was not.
That is really impressive.
Thank you.
So, are we going to get, once you've had some water, are we going to get our special guests back?
We are about to get our special guest. I'm going to give him a call.
There is also a question, how many takes did it take you guys to film that originally?
Probably should have taken more. This was 6 years.
I don't know.
Hello.
Hello, Mark.
That was amazing.
So glad you enjoyed it.
I'm so glad they hit the donation limit. Or donation threshold for me to join you.
Yes. Thank you.
I think that that really made all the difference.
I needed my backup singer. It's my co-singer for the duets.
Mm-hmm.
You figure out a way how to contact Brett Bourne and let him know that this exists.
You probably know how to get to him better than I do.
I mean, some of those songs really only work with at least 2 people, like Machine Empire.
Machine Empire is tricky.
Brett only wrote about 6 episodes between Zeo and Turbo.
Yeah.
But he was the accountant on the show.
Oh, really?
And so he's still doing it right now. But I haven't talked to him since over 20 years probably.
Oh wow. Yeah, if you can.
I should see if there's a way to find him and alert him that this kind of thing exists out there.
Yeah.
Because he should know.
Actually, another writer question you might be able to answer, Mark. We've been noticing this writer credit for Charlotte, just all lowercase, usually with another writer. The name escapes me. Do you happen to know who that is?
And it's Buzz Aldrin and I believe Charlotte Fullerton, according to Wiki.
Okay.
Huh.
Charlotte was, her name is always listed in full lowercase when everything.
And just her first name.
And it's only her first name. So I thought.
And which episodes was? Do you know a particular season
they
she was on?
They did. They worked together. It's always Buzz Aldrin and Charlotte working together. Charlotte, all lowercase, just the first name. And they did A Brief Mystery of Time in Zeo. They also did. There was another we saw. Song Sung Yellow in Zeo. And
I realize those are both puns.
That's a common thing. Instrument of Destruction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
They're all musically themed, which is interesting.
I mean, it was the way back then. It wasn't for Dragon Ball Z, but for Pokemon, it certainly was.
Hey, Mark. How did Bulk and Skull stop being in school and become detectives? Did they graduate?
Oh, I can't imagine.
We should ask Narvi next time you talk to him, Dr. Narvi.
We certainly wouldn't promote that. So
Right.
Maybe they graduated after 5 or 6 years.
No, it was one of their electives.
Timed out.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were to swing by for their reunion and we're still receiving detention.
Yeah, we could work Ms. Appleby into it.
I mean, I feel like Royce would be up for it. She's a delight every time I run into her at Power Morphicon.
She gives them a detention slip every time she's at Power Morphicon with them.
Yeah, she's moved far away from the Morphicons though, so she's somewhere I think in the south somewhere.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
And I think she's kind of like staying put there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know it would be great to have her. She was always fun at the conventions.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe she even gives out detention slips at her little booth.
She does. I have a stack of them. And she was kind enough to come on the podcast a few years ago.
Oh, right. Yeah, you were saying before.
Yeah.
All right.
It is time to say goodbye.
Oh, that's right. You have to pop away for a moment. Is that correct? Or what we were saying? We're saying goodbye.
No, to the for Billy.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Time to say goodbye to the.
Billy's already pretty much left the house at this point.
Yeah, like let's be very honest. We didn't really see him in the last 2 episodes.
Yep.
That's probably post-storm.
Yeah. I mean, basically, I think Brief Mystery of Time, when they were scanning Tommy's brain, was the last one we actually saw him in. And then from here on out, it's all just stock footage.
Yep.
Which is pretty cool. All right.
So.
Okay, and actually, no, he wasn't even in Brief Mystery of Time either. I think King for a Day was the last time that he showed up, which is, it's sort of sad that the last time that he shows up is something that's so Tommy focused. And it's it's a shame that it went down the way that it did, and he had to carry so much so privately.
Does it feel like him returning kind of because they already wrote him off, so they didn't have anything for him, and like.
You know what? Let's get into the episode itself.
Yeah.
I'm sure we're going to have plenty to talk about in this 2-parter. So, you're ready for us, Mark?
Yes, I am. I'm keyed up here.
All right. Yep. So, to everyone following at home, we once again have the wonderful Mark Litton, writer of Rangers of Two Worlds, here to join us for Rangers of Two Worlds. That is episode 47 of Power Rangers Zeo on Netflix. So queue up your Netflix, your DVDs, your TikToks, your YouTubes, your perfectly legal downloading sources, whichever you may be using.
Should be looking at the Juice Bar logo.
We are 30 seconds in, and we're about to kick off Rangers of Two Worlds Part 1 in 3, 2, 1, go Zeo. Here we go, fading in on Angel Grove Youth Bar, Gym and Juice, Youth Center, Gym and Juice Bar. Oh, that purse.
Ugly purse.
I feel like one of the few things that Kat was not perfect with, like throughout this season. She's just been so on top of so many things throughout the season.
Well, and you can't have her be perfect all the time.
Yeah.
It's really not that ugly. It's just a purse with buttons on it.
Oh God, Adam's hair.
Oh God, yeah.
And once again, Pocky is not here, so I will be filling in as the Billy Stan and Aquitian Stan. So
And there we see, written by Mark Litton right there.
And then in a moment, you will see my brother's credit.
Yes, that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's coming up next.
Yeah. And this feels like a
Oh,
nice...
yes, there it is.
Directed by Larry Litton.
It's a team-up episode in more ways than one.
He directed about, I believe, 6 episodes altogether. And about 3 of those were...
Why are we upside down?
Yeah, that was an odd angle, Nentron.
A little upside down camera flip.
It's to throw you off balance.
I'm totally...
An old man wandered into the command center. Or the power chamber. Oh, didn't recognize you without the glasses.
So I assume that you were, informed...
the glasses he only wore once this season.
That David Yost had already departed when...
Yes. Yes, we knew that David was gone by this point.
Yeah.
And then they were trying to decide which way what we could do. And one possibility was to make him young Billy again. And bring that actor back. But I think there was something going on there with that where we couldn't do that. So the other solution was to make him old Billy.
That makes tremendous sense. I never really thought of it that way, but yeah, that would be that first instinct, and this would be the logical progression from that.
That would have been a really interesting take on it, and that would have...
And also, there was an episode from earlier today where they had found these Machine Empire artifacts that weren't made from any element on this Earth.
Yes, we'd been talking
about how it was probably radioactive, and maybe that triggered some of the stuff that maybe he hadn't been worrying about from the explosion or the device.
Yeah.
But
actually,
here in the last
something that we were discussing earlier during the Gold Ranger saga. I know there was very clearly the red herring of Billy as potentially the Gold Ranger that didn't pan out. Now, to my knowledge, was he ever intended to be the Gold Ranger?
I don't know. You'd come into the office and you'd hear people talking now and then, but you really wouldn't be a part of that in terms of how the writers worked at that time.
Yeah.
Because it changed as we went along. But during these days, the writers would come into the office maybe once every couple of weeks or so.
Right.
No, that was the fork dropping.
Now, the way that they had it set up there was throughout the Gold Ranger saga, he kept disappearing randomly, and there was always that thing of, I'm working on something, but you'll find out soon enough, and then that was never actually revealed.
Right. I think they were thinking it may have just been a red herring that they were putting together.
Right.
But every you'll find one writer is setting something up, and then another writer's done. They go into a different direction.
Right. Yeah, and I suspected that was what that might have been. It's one of those things where you never know what is being set up by individual writers, what's being set up in the moment, what gets dropped, and if it was something that was ever more than that. So I didn't know if you would, prior to David Yost departing, if you would have been aware of any other plans especially considering you were the one who initially wrote them out.
Right. I really hadn't heard that we were going to go that way with the Gold Ranger.
Right.
But I think it was a number of different possibilities there. I don't know that it was firmly set one way or the other.
God, I think I'm getting a lot of background noise. I think I've giving you that heads up. And again, we're just having the fun with the RV.
I also just love that Finster put a bow on her on her new magic wand.
Yeah.
I made you this.
Yeah. But this must have been fun to really play around with this many villains.
And that's the last thing Finster ever builds on the show, right?
I believe so.
I believe it should be.
Yeah. Okay, that skeleton.
That, by the way, that was my brother.
Really?
Who added that joke?
So,
awesome.
Yeah.
Only because I'd written something in the script that they're researching how to make Billy young again, and apparently I wasn't specific enough for him, so he began saying, "Well, how are we going to show that they're making him young again?" So he had test tubes, and it was colored liquid in it. Then he had pushed the skeleton across to kind of show us where Billy's heading, without saying anything about it.
Yeah. So, considering this was your brother directing your script, were you on set a bit, for this episode, filming of this episode?
Honestly, I don't remember that I was. I might have come down for a day or so on this, but usually I would leave these guys alone,
right?
Especially during this period of time. Now later on, in the other in like Power Rangers SPD, I would be down on the set quite a bit, but usually not when they were filming. I would be down there to just kind of walk the sets for thinking of scenes and thinking what I can do with the set.
Right. Now, you said SPD. Did you mean Lightspeed? Or
I did mean Lightspeed.
Okay, just double checking, because I didn't think that you were down in New Zealand.
No, it wasn't with SPD. It was Lightspeed Rescue.
Okay.
The thing.
Making sure you didn't have any extra secret pseudonyms we weren't aware of.
No, only the one.
But yeah, it's great that you guys you got to bring back the Alien Rangers, repeatedly throughout this season. Really, and I could also.
I'm glad they were available to us, and I've since become friends with Delphine.
Well, that's great.
Raja is such a sweetheart.
At conventions, but she's easy to be friends with.
Yeah.
She's a sweetheart.
Motorcycles again.
This is also interesting in that this footage, to my knowledge, is actually footage from a movie as opposed to a typical Sentai episode, which is a little unusual.
That would make sense.
Yeah. So when you, so basically they said here's this footage where they team up with the Alien Rangers. This is the episode you're going to write Billy out with.
Right.
I mean,
there wasn't anything about the how they provided the footage to us.
Right.
These are on big VHS tapes, and you take a stack of them home with you.
Yeah. But yeah, you got this is our first ever Power Rangers team up episode, and that's something special.
Mm-hmm.
This is before it became a tradition. And it's structured differently from most team ups in that it is focused on just sort of incorporating them into the plot in a more organic way, and not in a way that's really focused on bringing their story here, but recognizing how they can contribute to this story.
Right. The story isn't about the team up as it is about Billy's dilemma and what
which is a best.
Yeah. Now they are. They were not.
Did you put them in the bottom shelf?
Yep.
And seeing them get to grow a monster again for the first time in a year.
So they can't see me walk.
Camera's off.
Okay. So yeah, Scott, I know I'm hearing the background conversations a little bit on your end.
I said they were in the fridge.
But I asked you if they were in the bottom.
Oh, I didn't hear that at all.
Scott, I might recommend that you might want to mute your mic when you're talking to somebody else off screen or off. Well, I know you're not.
I left you alone all day.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I don't want to be bothered tonight at all.
That's true.
I don't say you did, but I did bother.
I'm just
You live in the house.
That's station.
And I gave you that.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
This is what we get when you're doing live Skype. It happens. She is so vindictive against this purse.
She is.
Kat definitely does seem to be a bit of a perfectionist, as we've been sort of discussing throughout the course of watching this season.
And that's actually a trait that will continue into Turbo. If we get to Turbo, you guys.
Yes, we donate to get into Turbo.
I just got my dinner. Yeah, initially I was going to have dinner a little earlier, but it was decided that I should probably wait until after I was done singing.
Makes sense.
So,
were there any other options that you considered besides sending Billy to Aquitar, or?
That was the option that was presented. It was here's what we're going to do. We're going to send Billy to Aquitar, and it's like we've got the Alien Rangers set to go. So that certainly made sense. So normally when you receive footage, you come back with about 4 or 5 ideas for the story ideas and directions that you can go in.
I'm back.
Case, it's the producer view that this is the direction they wanted to head in, and that happened several times. But most of the time we were coming up with the ideas ourselves.
Right, especially when it was more standalone episodes earlier on, and you do need a little bit more, I imagine, cohesive direction when you're getting into these more serialized stories.
At times, we'd know the general direction of all the episodes, of course.
Right.
I mean, that would be done so far in advance that we would know how to take care of those things.
Right.
Nothing working against this thing.
The challenge of the water for the Alien Rangers was always so strange.
It is a bit because we're suggesting that this water is the purest we can, but Jason put his hand in the water.
I know.
So he's contaminating it.
Like, he should ostensibly be able to just go down or get...
And he wasn't even very good.
I feel like a Brita filter would, solve so many of the Alien Rangers' problems.
Well, I mean, they're a planet that has a fountain of youth on it, so...
That's fair.
They're pretty good with water in general for themselves.
We've been also just consistently marveling at just the beautiful aesthetics of Pyramidas each time it pops on screen.
Mm.
And how much time does it take them to prepare to go to battle? It's the most
It's just proper etiquette.
Is it like a magical girl transformation where it's instant, or are villains just polite and generally not attacking when they're combining?
It does seem like that they should have done that at least once or twice.
There we go. See, this is the good one. This
Yes.
is the winner.
This is such.
Carrier mode.
Carrier mode.
It does feel like it's definitely got a lot more pieces of artillery to it, even if it doesn't have quite the same giant cannon approach of the standard form. Definitely made use of a lot of sun type footage in this one. Just because it was such a, it was a full on movie as opposed to the typical singular episode.
Right.
There's definitely a lot to juggle here with with so many different villains and the heroes.
Well, I'm grateful that we had the two. That it was a two-parter.
Yeah.
Man, that extra part in the Megazord would have been great for a finale. Like that evil part of the Megazord would have been great for an actual finale.
Zapping Tommy with these circles. Not doing anything. Well, now we got the Dasani hooked up, so we're ready to go.
Oh, we get to see a little bit of David Yost's face for half a second there as it starts to.
It's working. He's melting.
That's what we wanted to do, right? We wanted to melt him, right? That was the goal. No. Oh, I need to repel.
Melt and help are very similar words, so you kind of get it.
Yeah, it's lost in translation. Oh, right, and Arco's in this one as well. I forgot because
Arco.
He's only via the
Rangers of Earth. We're detecting the need for a team up. Neo Megazord's got a trick knee. It's gonna be trouble for us.
Good old auxiliary subcockpit.
Don't fuss around in the Megazord, 70-year-old.
Like to put the Rangers inside of, the alternate parts of the Megazord, like in Master Violin and Metallic Armor.
I do.
This is a great little set here with all these control panels.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing how much effort they went to for this.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I guess your brother wanted to do your work proud there.
That's entirely possible.
Oh God, I would love to see 70-year-old Billy in the cockpit trying to drive this thing.
Yeah.
I'd like to see 70-year-old Billy morph, but obviously that was already taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Whee!
Zio's finale felt very inconclusive when we get to that later.
Be a watch credit situation.
Do you know if? I mean, I know you were only looped into so much, but I don't know if you knew anything about the way the show was. If the show was working towards any particular planned endings, if anything got disrupted, or how the movie impacted. Going into the Turbo movie, how that impacted things.
Well, I don't really, because at the time, I was not only doing Power Rangers, but I was also doing VR Troopers.
Right.
And I was doing
Masked Rider.
There we go.
Beetleborg?
And I was doing Masked Rider.
All right. So again, we're kicking off with
the transition into the next episode.
Yeah, I always like to sort of make sure that everybody's prepped. So we are 30 seconds in. I have paused right now. Make sure that everybody's can be synced up. To those of you just tuning in, again, we have Mark Litton, the writer of Rangers of Two Worlds, here discussing it with us as we are going into part 2. We are
the Zeo Megazord yeeting out of the Zord Bay.
Yep. So I've got it paused right there, ready to go. Again, we're raising funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. Make sure to reach out to people to get them registered to vote and to make sure their voting rights are protected as they go into the big Senate runoff that will determine a lot of our political futures. It's all coming down to Georgia right now in a very meaningful way with that runoff election. So we want to empower them to be able to make good, strong decisions and for all voices to be heard down there. So if you'd like to donate, we are hoping for reaching at least our goal of $1,500, which will confirm going into Power Rangers Turbo next weekend. With all that said, let's kick things off with episode 48 of Power Rangers Zeo, Rangers of Two Worlds, Part 2, accompanied by the writer, Mark Litton. Let's get ourselves ready, set with a 3, 2, 1, go Zeo. Credits ended, going in with that Zeo Megazord flying out the door, flying out the window, or flying out the ceiling. That's it. Door, window, ceiling, same difference.
Yeeting out of the Zord Bay.
Yes.
Earlier we mentioned wanting to see kitties. One of my kitties just came back. Junior came back to say hello to chat.
Hey, Junior. Yes. Always nice when the kitties come.
Scott, as soon as I can set down my kitty here, I'll put the actual link in the chat. He put your username on Streamlabs, which is a good way to work around it, but I will get that link in there in just a moment.
Yes. Yeah,
Junior, I have the link in the chat, okay? So go eat.
There we go.
Yeah, Cena, you were yep, that's my kitty. That's one of my kitties.
But yeah, you were starting to say before.
Before my cat so rudely interrupted.
So, yeah. What? So, I know with the first movie there was that whole attempt to write things while they were off filming. But was there any of that you were aware of during Zeo going into the Turbo movie? Because it seemed like there was a little bit more break there.
There probably was a little bit more break. Again, it's been quite some time for me, and at that point, I was off working on the other shows.
Right.
During much of that break, and then, but the breaks really weren't that long.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I describe it as a break, but I know that really it was more so just trying to, just taking a break from the show to go work on the movie, which really isn't a break at all.
Right, and that was really mostly by the crew and or the producers.
Right.
Because I think Shuki wrote the second movie.
Yeah, I believe they worked on that. So really what I'm getting from all this is what we really need to do is have a VR Troopers stream and a Masked Rider stream, obviously.
Well, it's 8 episodes of Masked Rider, and more so in VR Troopers as well.
Right.
I would totally be down for a VR Troopers and or Beetleborgs live stream at some point.
Dun, 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 dun.
It's great that Finster makes her very own viewing globe.
But, okay, now coming up on one of the most surreal moments in Power Rangers history.
Oh, yeah?
We have competing monsters in Ranger Zord cockpits. Two monsters fighting each other in the Ranger Zords.
And the team itself is just standing by watching.
Yeah, exactly. Which is really interesting. It's the villains are very much at. We do have very much three competing forces
So
here.
wait, we have Jason. We have all. We have the 4 replacements, and one is a replacement of a replacement. And we have. And we have the Accretion Rangers. That's all 3 generations of Power Rangers at once.
And I assume that the detective quiz was your idea to play around with their setting.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And it gives us a chance to see what the citizenry is doing during a monster attack.
Yeah, which we so rarely get to actually see.
And that sort of thing is some of my favorite parts of the world building in the Power Rangers universe.
Yeah. And then we got to see that played with again in the next season in Turbo, where they were doing their monster tours and getting trapped in a building during another attack.
Ooh.
Right.
Or the Conqueror is kind of an interesting character because, as far as I can recall, I believe this may be his last appearance.
It's the Oryx the Conqueror finale.
It's very possible that it is. Yeah.
Yeah. He only appeared in the show 3 times, and this was the 3rd time. So it's really funny that not only did you actually write Billy's farewell episode, but this is apparently Oryx's farewell moment right here.
And he just walks away.
He's just kind of done.
Yeah, we'll see it in a minute. But yeah, the fact that he's trying so hard to make peace.
Yeah. I also can't believe they shoved that giant monster into the into that tiny cockpit.
No. Wow.
And that's
no, they scared him and made him hide.
Yep.
Oh, great! They ninjored him.
And that was the end of Oric.
That was an interesting cog teleport.
Oh yeah, they keep doing little different effects a lot of the time for the cogs. This is also a cool location that the acting team's filming in right now.
I think we set up a little rubble somewhere.
Yeah.
Make it look for up.
It's like I don't know, possibly some sort of canal or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure where this would be, but
maybe a former toll booth. They just removed all the booths, and that was where the cars were supposed to drive down. So I know that
that must be very close.
You were kind of brought in to be, the Billy guy for this season, and also, obviously Bulk and Skull were always a delight to write for. Any other favorite characters from this season when it came to who you got to write for?
Well, let's see. I mean, most of them were just quite a bit of fun to write for, so I didn't have any problem with that. But I did like side characters a lot, like Bulk and Skull, and
yeah.
And it was nice to have an opportunity to write for the Alien Rangers at least a couple of times.
There's also just so many interesting implications to the whole Eternal Falls.
Ranger, you don't have time to be worrying about this.
Yeah.
Let the equations take him out of here and protect the city. Gosh,
But does
dang.
that mean that the Accretians get to be immortal?
Yeah, no, you think? Or at least incredibly long-lived.
It feels like that's the idea that the Equations are just have extreme longevity as a result of eternal falls. I would imagine.
Rita's like, don't leave the swords.
That's such an easy way to resolve an issue with the monster. Just like, hey, fight us over here. Okay. No, wait.
Rita repulsive.
Rita told that monster to sit there and think about what she did.
Cat's really taking charge there. Now, I don't know if you have an opinion on this, but I know that it has been a topic of discussion among many fans, going back and forth, especially with this season. We do have some pairings that go on between Tommy and Catherine, Jason and Emily. The idea a lot of fans are in favor of Adam and Tanya. Obviously, here we have Sestria and Billy.
Yeah, the brand new Ecclesian.
Do you have any favorite romantic pairings from the show, or any ones that you felt were particularly sweet?
Well, romance in the Rangers is often so G-rated that it's almost impossible to detect at times.
Yeah.
So mainly it's like if somebody shares a soda, that's about as far as it goes.
Oh, so Adam and Tanya are definitely canon then.
There we go. I think there you go.
I think you could sure.
you have made her day right there. There you go. Second Batgirl, we have that confirmation from writer Mark Litton.
We also have it from Nakia Burris, so
Johnny Unkosh has been outvoted now.
Yes.
He denies it?
He denies it, but she's in favor of it. So it's very much split between the actors in terms of whether or not those two characters were a thing.
And everyone in this stream has had to listen to me flail about my love of Adam and Tanya for the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you'll never see a story that takes place at night, for the most part. So, who knows?
Oh. I mean, yeah, we saw that there was the one sort of Halloween episode where Adam spent the night at the school, so we know that the parents aren't wearing them when they're out late, so we don't know what's happening there.
That's where the alarm's still again. I noticed the little thing.
Lack of parental control.
So actually, that raises a question. What do you think? How much do you think Billy's parents knew about what his life was like? You know, he had obviously visited Aquitar earlier in the season for quite some time, and now he's departing there permanently. What did his
time
all that?
Well, as far as in universe explanation, we've never really heard anything with the parents.
Right.
So I think it can give it the impression that the parents are not very hands-on, especially when it comes to Billy. But I think that's in part because Billy seems to be so self-sufficient.
Right.
But it would.
I don't remember the pod suits looking so black.
What about the parents?
Right. When if you're kid has sort of left for another planet, I feel like you would have to know, if not the whole story, at least a covered story.
Like a peace conference in Switzerland, for example.
Yes.
Or, since he's graduated high school now, a full scholarship to somewhere.
He just drowned those cogs. I love, by the way, when it went down the line for the line shot for the team up there, the Netflix caption said Ranger TIing in turn.
Yep.
Which is what happened. There's the cannon again.
So yeah, it is kind of remarkable how that's such that little fight is basically the extent of the actual team up. Whereas in any other season when we get the team up between Rangers, it's such a heavy focus of the episode. So it's interesting seeing that sort of. I guess it's the opposite of subverting expectations, because we didn't really have any expectations at this point. But
sure,
it was a good foundation for the first crossover, because it does what a good crossover with the teams need to accomplish, which is to have some sort of emotional hook, and there is certainly an emotional hook in this episode.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the only team up, or one of the only team ups I can think of where it's not driven by specifically a villain conflict, but by a need that the Rangers have in their own lives. So, a very interesting deviation from sort of crossover expectations.
So I'm going to actually ask a shipping question. So at the end, Billy's all with Sestria. Do you think that Billy and Sestria stayed together? Or did Billy go off and have other adventures?
Was there any indication from any other episodes that he might have left Aquitar or gone on to?
It is.
Or
David Yost has said a few things, but it's.
I'm sorry.
I completely forgot that those two monsters merged, by the way.
Yeah. David Yost has made a few comments about what he believes Billy did, but I was wondering, since you're the one who wrote this, what you think Billy ended up as, since it's never addressed in the show again.
Yeah, this is.
What did David say?
According to David, they eventually broke up, and Billy went off to basically become the new Zordon.
Yes, sort of going around the world, going around the universe, finding different ways to help people save their different planets.
Well, that would be nice in a bittersweet sort of way.
Yeah.
I also like the idea that he stayed together with the person he chose on Aquitar. But perhaps something happened to her, and then he could go on and become.
I mean, for all we know, she went with.
Yeah, or she went with him.
I mean, I do sort of splitting the difference there, where he did get to go on those other adventures, but with Sestria at his side.
But the truth is, we just don't know until somebody makes an episode.
I know. Hey, if the show would hire me, I would love to do it. The idea is in mind.
Sure.
I mean, I've always sort of wanted to see some sort of just check-in to follow up with Billy. Partially because he had the longest tenure, partially because he had such a different send-off from so many other Rangers. Wasn't just leading a normal life somewhere else on Earth, but going off to another planet.
It would have been really neat to have him return for Grid Connection, especially to relate to Nate.
Yeah. I love this little win for Vulcan.
So they become detectives.
It's great whenever they are able to get such a little win like that.
Doesn't that become pointless with Turbo?
Well, we'll talk about that, I guess, when we get there.
Get to it.
Hey, Sestria.
The strength of the signal has been compromised, so it's going to look like stock footage. Just be aware of that.
When are you coming home?
But boy, his voice doesn't sound like Billy, does it?
No, it does not.
So,
I mean, they tried to mask
what went into the decision to cure him completely upon arriving in Aquitar?
Well, I think he wanted to see him to let you know that he was okay at the end of things. So that's the decision to show him that.
Yeah.
Oh, and now it's a montage of Billy.
Oh, we have to watch the credits this time for sure.
Kim! Pineapple!
Very sweet.
Billy montage.
For the closing credits on.
Wait, I'm confused.
Oh, the Blue Ranger suit.
Oh.
And Kid Billy.
I get that it was a Billy montage, but seeing the two shots of Kid Billy, I get that it was a tribute for the character, but for Yost it makes no sense.
Oh yeah.
It was a spin-off to the character as well as to David specifically.
I think they were also showing it chronologically, so they kind of needed to have that happen.
I wanted to reference it a little bit. Although
it kind of after the that was the first time he became a kid. Because I was gonna say after he was a kid, then he white light, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that's not him. Okay, so pause for the next one.
All right, so we are pretty much we're coming up on the end of the night. Mark, it's been wonderful speaking to you again. And does anyone have any questions before we wrap up? I know we've hopefully not picked your brain completely clean.
It's sometimes easier to do than you think.
So, does anyone have any...
I'll talk one out. We were talking about Billy and what we were talking about earlier. I know this isn't official, Mark, and there's not a canon answer. But in your opinion, Billy's absences as they were setting up the red herring for the Gold Ranger, the two main theories we were kicking around was the development of the turbo powers and the beginning onset of his aging issues. Which way do you lean on that, or do you have your own theory?
Well, if I were to pick from those choices, I would say that he's setting up the turbo powers.
I've been overruled.
Yes!
Yeah, I was leaning towards the turbo powers, and Jacob was leaning more the aging thing.
I was also on Team Turbo Powers.
Yeah, the aging thing was more of a recent realization of a possibility, but...
My theory when they were having him as the red herring for the Gold Ranger, they kept having him run off at critical moments so that then the Gold Ranger could appear while he was away. A lot of other fans like to theorize that he was working on the turbo powers at the time, but... and that was why he said he was working on something that he didn't want to reveal until it was ready. But in my mind, the urgency with which he kept leaving at critical moments suggested that it was something more of an emergency, and it was something that Alpha and Zordon weren't aware of either. And so my assumption was he was working on treating his aging process when it was first getting started and trying to keep that a secret.
It's a perfectly reasonable explanation.
Right.
Both is good.
Yep.
I do like the idea that he also worked on the turbo powers. I just couldn't think of why that would have caused him to leave at those critical moments.
I think so many people lead to the turbo explanation because it just helps explain those powers in general, because otherwise they just kind of come out of nowhere.
Which we will talk about in about an hour.
Yes. Okay. Appreciate it, Mark.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Welcome.
Thank you. it's always wonderful to speak to you and to get these insights into the show and into your thought process. And you really did pick and end up getting tapped for some of the really most impactful episodes.
Oh yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate that people are still watching this stuff after so many years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine if someone had told you that, back in 1996, that in the year 2020, people would still be asking you about it. I can't imagine that you would have had that expectation back then.
You're right about that. I would not have.
Let alone doing a full-on musical number on the internet.
Yes, that was fantastic.
I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I will admit I'm an individual who's occasionally self-conscious of my voice, but I'm glad that everybody enjoyed that.
No need to be. That was really good.
Thank you. And kudos to your brother as well for his directing work. Getting with the very old skeleton and getting everything put together there. It was great to see that not only was the first Ranger collaboration, also a brotherly collaboration.
I was always glad anytime I had a chance to work with my brother, because I always felt that it was going to be easier to explain to him what I wanted.
Yes.
Sometimes some of the other directors.
Well, I get the impression by virtue of you two having worked together that I imagine you guys had a good working relationship. It sounds like.
Oh, we did, yeah.
And that's always fantastic to hear. The one collaboration that I've sort of done with my brother was he wrote I had him. My brother is a musical composer, so he did the theme song for the fan film we did a few years back.
Oh, okay.
So it's always cool when you can sort of bring family together, accusations of nepotism aside, I think.
Right.
I think in certain contexts it's quite nice.
Yes, I agree. There's a few times where we wish that people wouldn't bring their family in, but that sounds more like a political statement. So I'm going to stay away from it for right now.
Oh, okay. Yes, we definitely
we certainly haven't made any comments about that at all in this entire stream.
We definitely don't want to be making any political statements in a charity live stream about voting rights. Oh, absolutely not.
No. Very even keel.
I think that's a good note to wrap things up on. I'll let you, wrap up your, get back to your day. But we hope that we'll be able to talk to you again next weekend.
Yes, I think that should be possible. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we're
hopefully we'll make our donation goal.
Still got about another $300 to go to push it forward. And we've got 2 episodes and a movie left in which to do it. And we did manage to pull that out yesterday. So we'll keep our fingers crossed, see if we can pull it out again today.
Good luck with it all. And we'll perhaps talk to you later in the week or next weekend.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you again.
You have a great night.
Thank you.
You too.
All right.
Okay, bye.
And happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, yes. Happy
Thanksgiving, Mark.
All right. Have a great one.
Bye.
Ooh.
All right. So I know that I always do the little
share link,
the little segue into things, but I think I will toss it off to my co-host for just one moment, because although I did manage to hold fast throughout all of yesterday, we do still have 2 episodes in the movie left to go, and I have a minor call of nature to attend to. So,
in that case, I will take over the little speech.
I expect there to be many to be like. Obviously, people are just waiting for my face to get off the screen to make the donation. So I'll give them that opportunity. They don't want me watching. I understand. So I'll see you in just a moment. I'll be right back.
Be inspired by the blank wall behind his head.
So we are queued up for episode 39, Hawaii Zio.
Hawaii Zio.
And we have once again posted the donation link in the stream. We are raising money for the Georgia Senate runoff elections, where we are potentially getting 2 new senators who will decide the balance in the Senate. And if you've been paying at all any attention in the last few years, you know how important that is.
All that matters is everything.
We are splitting our donations equally between 2 fantastic organizations. Fair Fight, which goes to protect voting rights, and I believe we've seen recently how important that is to protect with the amount of challenges that have gone through, with the amount of scrutiny on all of the voting and the counting of the ballots, and there were multiple recounts here in Georgia, and also the new Georgia Project, which is voter outreach and registration and leading the change and to make sure that everyone has the chance and opportunity to get their voices heard. And these are 2 incredible causes that have done so much, and they are doing fantastic work, and just the fact that we are able to make this donation and all the generous contributions that have already come from you guys. But if we can...
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all so much. But if we can make it just a little bit more, then we do this again next weekend, because while I am telling my stories about watching the Turbo movie with some of the cast members at Anime Fest Orlando 2011, we want a chance to see Turbo and to talk about the good and the bad, and specifically the pizza episode, because I love that episode. And I also love Cassie and TJ and Carlos and Ashley. So hopefully we can get there. And remember, if we make it to 1700, then we get the chance to maybe get to Power Rangers in space too.
In space, in space is the good stuff.
Oh, look who's back. How was my speech?
What? Did we all donate everything?
No.
Everybody's speaking about
No. I think they may have been waiting for your head to return.
Oh, okay. It sounded lovely.
Thank you. So we are
the room for
indubitably.
We are all queued up for Hawaii Zio.
Hawaii Zio. Which I believe starts with Jason getting smacked down in the desert.
Sure. Why not?
Sure.
All right, so let's jump on in 3, 2, 1, go Zio. Yeah, there he goes.
All is not well in Gold Rangerville.
Oh, man.
This being one of the only times I can remember where they deal with body rejection of Ranger powers.
Yeah, well, I mean, we already did sort of establish that
these powers might not work well for a human.
Exactly.
It could be a problem.
It's the only case where we've sort of had that.
But even still, I feel like this should be a good conversation between Tommy and Jason here about their powers failing them on some level, and also later Jason and Adam after Always a Chance. Oh wait, I've written that fanfic.
Yeah. Oh, that does sound like a good one.
Thank you.
The Rangers retreat while the villains argue.
That's one of the great things about a show that's going and has had, this many iterations, is that there's parallels that keep emerging. And so you can have these characters that can bond over a bunch of different experiences that align with one another.
In one of the recent issues of Mighty Morphin, before the 2 lines flip, I remember there's this really cool sequence between Back and Adam, on the spectrum about like roles on the team, and Zach being the jokester and Adam's a little more serious. And then I think I already mentioned probably yesterday, but the more recent scene between Jason and Rocky at the juice bar.
Yeah.
About how Rocky's the Red Ranger, but not the leader.
Yeah. I really need to check out those.
Boom is really good with that, with those.
I'm so far
like
behind.
Taking advantage of what we were just talking about. There are those parallels and there are things in the story the show didn't really have the time to address, but the comics have a little more real estate to have those quieter discussion moments.
Plus, they don't have to worry about getting the actors back.
True.
But, I mean, another thing, especially about Rocky, and I meant to talk about this during Manda's Last Stand, he is not the typical example that you think of if you're talking about either a Red Ranger or a Blue Ranger.
True.
Like, I mean, he gets left out when you start listing all the Reds, and when you think of Blues, 90% of the time you're thinking of the tech guy. And it's not that Rocky isn't smart, because Rocky is very smart.
Yeah.
But for someone who got to be the second one for both of them, he is not the stereotypical example. And that's got to be hard on him.
The Blue Ranger is, in many regards, often, I guess you could say, the Spock, in that he's often either the
science guy,
or he's the straight-laced guy, or he's just strategist. You know, when you look at, obviously, Billy and Justin were smart guys for their team.
And even TJ with his strategy.
Great strategy.
So TJ, on the other hand, gets to also be the only other both blue and red, but he managed to make both of those work for him in a way that Rocky never really got to.
It's true. Really, Tommy?
Tommy!
You
are... I do not see the star necklace. I mean, to be perfectly fair, I have been Tommy more than once.
Oh, he came back from Hawaii.
Tommy is so clueless.
Like,
I get on it, but I've been there.
Okay, as the queer chick in this group, I'm going to be like, that was a level of lesbian obliviousness right there, Tommy.
Yeah. Now, I will put this out there, okay? Personal experience, I will put this out there. When you know someone for long enough, there does come a point where you just sort of stop thinking of them as someone who is a potential romantic partner, because you sort of just assume, if something was going to happen, it would have, So, for instance, there was someone who I knew for about a year and a half, and I thought they had an interest in me. And then, I was seeing someone, they were seeing someone. I looking at who they were with, I'm like, we don't seem like we have compatible types or anything. So maybe I misread that situation, and then we became friends. And then. After knowing each other for about a year and a half, they gave me a Valentine's Day card, and I saw that was very nice, and I said thank you.
Valentine's Day
and
card.
I just thought it was a very nice friendly gesture.
A hand-drawn Valentine's Day card.
Yeah.
Who is it from? Not that oblivious.
And then we were at a party later that week, and they said, "Well, excuse me, I hope it's not too forward of me, but would you like to get lunch sometime?" And I'm just like,
when the girl has to ask you out, you're oblivious.
I got it. And then, as you may have gathered, I did go on to marry that person, and we have been together for almost 15 years.
Aww. You're on screen, by the way, MJ.
Oh, I'm hiding my
behind my husband.
She's like, no, I know exactly where to stand.
But yeah, we've known each other since fall of 2004, and we started dating in February of 2006.
What's funny is I was watching this on the delay in the other room, and you were just up to the point where you said sometimes when you know someone for a very long time.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I know where this story's going.
Yeah.
That's my cue.
And then it took me 8 years to actually propose.
Do we think JDF had a zit in this scene or something? That bandage is noticeable. And like, I know they established he got like nicked up in the fight, but that feels like explaining something.
Yeah.
Oh God, tiki torches.
Yeah.
I don't associate them well anymore.
Yep.
I was just coming to beat you two with these torches.
Yeah, there's...
Yeah.
Okay.
You are detectives, not health inspectors.
It's really sad that, like, developments in recent years have, like, sort of tainted both tiki torches and Hawaiian shirts. Which is not good.
Vulcan Skull, you don't start doing the what jobs do we have thing until next season.
I am sad we did not get their spin-off show.
Yeah. Would have been great to see Elvis.
But would it have worked for Fox Kids?
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
But yeah, also just like all that aside, and Tommy is so oblivious and it's ridiculous.
There are trays.
It's not like Fox was in the WB situation when they put Pinky and the Brain on prime time because they were such a young network.
I mean, that was like a level. Tommy's obliviousness there was like a level of Adam's obliviousness all the way back in Goldar's, vice versa.
I'm sure whatever she's wearing there is quite comfortable.
No, I'm sorry. Tommy's is next level. This has lasted for a year.
So why is Ernie's waiter friend wearing a kimono?
I don't think it's a kimono per se.
She got it's a weird long dress for the beach.
Tribal paint. Yuck.
I love that Tanya calls them out so much.
Yep.
I love that they get called out for that. That's beautiful.
That is fantastic that they get called out for that.
We're all going to sit at this table where a date isn't happening.
Well, Adam and Tanya are there. So
and Emily's sitting down too, even though I presume she's working there.
They sat across from each other just there. It kind of looked like they were trying to throw people off the trail. I'll go grab Jason instead. No, we're not dating. It's fine.
There is some Tanya Jason fic.
There's everyone, everything I know with this season. Is there a pairing that you don't have from this season?
I actually do not ship Adam and Kat.
Yeah.
That one's fair. I don't know why, but that one's fair.
I just... Yeah, that's about it.
Usually cute.
It's just one of those ones that just doesn't quite click in the brain, and I'm not quite sure. Like, he even did have a little line in just 2 episodes ago about this is the first thing I've ever seen you do anything not perfectly, which is a very flattering compliment.
Okay.
Hippy shake.
On the hips there.
Yep.
But I just don't think that...
closer, Island Dancers.
I'm trying to decide if there's any other pairing.
Did the Cogs even say they were from the Big Island? How did he know they were from the Big Island if they can barely talk?
We are from the Big Island.
I assume that they just took the place of people who were supposed to be there.
Our friends the putties told us that we should dance before we attack.
Bossy putties, the West Side putties, the Swan Lake putties, they were all amazing.
And now we're the hula cogs.
This is just mean. You're just being mean.
Stop destroying Ernie's stuff. He worked really hard on this.
Yeah.
This luau is a strategic defeat in the name of the Machine Empire.
But yeah, it's interesting that I think there's something about the very supportive.
I love classic Ranger technique there. Sorry, the whole let's run. Oh, okay, he's gone.
I think it's a cat's tendency to be mothering.
Yeah.
Just doesn't work. Like, it's a different sort of support than, like, he gets from Tanya or from Aisha or Rocky.
Well, Adam is... He also is in a little bit more of a supportive kind of relationship with a lot of the characters this season. And having sort of the two emotionally supportive members of the team pairing up in that particular way, it doesn't quite mesh because they don't quite. It somehow doesn't result in a mutual support. It just kind of results in neither of them having someone to take care of, in certain regards.
Did Gasket just call him Thomas?
That's great.
Yeah.
Very.
But no, I think of the 6, that's the only.
Because, obviously, Kat and Tommy is a thing. Kat and Jason, people have talked about. Kat and Rocky, Kat and Tanya. Tommy and Jason, obviously. There's just so many different pairings that can be had. But, yeah, Adam and Kat is one I don't think I've ever seen. That's interesting. And again, I was not... I think I should have known in advance when we set this up how
long Megazord sequence.
I'm not like a shipper style fan, generally speaking. I'm a different kind of over analytical fan. But we've ended up having a lot of interesting shipping discussions across the course of this season.
Well, I think that's Batgirl's influence. Not that I'm complaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, it provides a lot
Sorry,
of
not sorry.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Our train is even cute when she's big.
Welcome, Immortal Red Fox. Good to see you.
Speak of. Hey, Red Fox, how you doing?
We are on Zeo. We're in the second to last episode right now, Power Rangers Zeo. So we're not too far from the movie now. Alpha, just pilot all the Zords.
I can pilot the Super Zeros. He could have just stopped right there.
Yeah.
I can pilot the Super Zeo Zords. Go for it.
And the Red Battle Zord, which is just crazy.
Yeah, splitting your brain in half, Alpha?
This is a nice little final fight here. But yes, again, if anyone has anything to spare for donations, by all means, hit that donation link that is in the description down below. Orange Ranger videos.
I'm going to chat in just a minute.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Immortal Red Fox. Sorry, I just saw you were there.
Yes. We're trying to hit that goal of 1,500 for this to continue for next weekend. We're not quite up to the giant Rangers yet. That'll be
next one.
Next episode, but we're almost there.
See you. Oh no! I broke a nail. Mm.
But yeah, I just you know what
By the way, Jacob, I was gonna say, you mentioned it earlier, but specifically with Clank's suit, I really started noticing that it's a little immersion breaking for what's supposed to be a metallic robot to have foam creasing.
Yeah, exactly.
The condition of some of those suits, don't get close-ups. I think that was another original Clank throwing Orbis, by the way.
It was definitely original with Clank running in there.
All right, shove everybody in the back. They may literally use that carrier mode only once, and it's such a shame.
Where it's interesting that like this was the footage from the final episode of
Sure. Because I know in O Ranger, Gasket is actually a grown-up Sprocket.
Right.
So they're the same character.
And then there's that wackiness of just we feel ourselves shrinking as they explode. It's just like the scene is whatever the dialogue makes it, whatever you want to make it be.
You can take anything and make it anything.
Yeah. That's one of the fascinating things about Power Rangers. You can really adapt it pretty much any way you like.
I mean, what just popped into my mind, if you think about Super Mega Force, they take some shots from Legendary War at the end of the season and have them be Troy's vision right at the beginning.
Yeah.
You're using that footage. And they ran away.
Yeah, and that is it for Gasket and Archerina.
I mean, hey, they made out better than the rest of them.
Yeah.
They're off somewhere. That's all right. I got a coconut full of foam. It's all right.
Man.
I got a coconut full of cotton, really.
It is interesting to see.
Adam just walking up and taking Tanya's chips. Now I'm doing it.
Yeah, I know. It's infectious. Like a good chip is one where, you know, the moment when someone starts pointing it out.
Really back in his Invisible Man get up? Oh no, it's just a napkin.
I am glad that I have convinced all of you over these last 2 days to ship Adam and Tanya.
At first I was like, and the more I've been watching it, I'm like, yeah, they made it almost obvious.
Yeah.
She's like leaning on him right now.
You know, there's a really nice moment in Turbo when they're hanging out and she just pushes him out of a hammock and it's fantastic. So, hey, if we get another $325, you could get us up to that.
Get her there.
Don't you want to see Adam and Tanya hanging in the hammocks? We're $325 away. Anything that you can chip.
Oh, Jacob.
Yes.
Your lovely lady wife didn't know about Gasket and Sprocket.
Yeah.
She said in chat, really? They're the same guy?
Yeah. Because originally.
In the Sentai. Yeah. On Power Rangers, they're two different characters.
Yes. Yeah.
And I don't know enough about O Ranger to know about how a robot grows up, but.
And Tara's not here to tell us.
Right. Gasket is the older version of Sprocket, however that works with a robot.
It's probably downloaded into an older consciousness.
Yep.
I gotta say that I love that in these bloopers, Tanya just made fun of Jason's leader voice, and that's amazing.
Yep.
Like, let's do it. She's like, rah!
Nothing changes in 25 years.
So, yeah, actually,
ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the final episode of Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Don't forget, it's the last episode, so we need to sing the theme song.
Yeah.
Oh yes, it zapped me right past the credits.
So Sean, not quite. Well, my wife, not my lady wife, as my non-binary.
Oh, my apologies.
Something that we don't really.
My apologies. The term "lady wife" is kind of ingrained in my brain.
Yes. So we like to correct when possible. It's it's not something that we emphasize too much.
And to everyone out there, when that happens, you have to be humble enough to realize that you made a mistake and learn from it. As I shall.
Yes.
All right. So everyone got it queued up for.
Yeah, and for this, I think together we should be. We should all be working together and singing.
From 000.
We're going from 000 from the top, and it's amazing actually with all these little segues. We are actually right on our target. 8 p.m.
8 o'clock.
Good as gold.
All right.
Go. We are at the series finale of Power Rangers Zeo. We are about to kick that off. We're going to take it from the top. So join us in this opening number as we all sing along to the Zeo theme.
Sing along, everybody.
And we are at $1,175 towards our $1,500 goal. So we're a long way there, which is great. But we still got $325 left to go if we want to continue this next week. So if you've enjoyed it, do what you can to donate, reach out to others, spread the word that we are going to be hitting the movie right after this. Turbo
Movie time.
Which is available on HBO Max.
It is available on HBO Max.
Yeah, when we get to that point, I think since it's not on Netflix, we'll make sure we let everybody in chat know where this movie is available.
Yes.
To be watched.
Some of us need to go dig out the DVD and set it up after this.
Someone got my DVD.
I've got my DVD. I just need to set it up after this.
I've got my DVD on HBO Max, so I'm set.
All right.
But yeah, again, we are raising those funds for Fair Fight and New Georgia Project, both of which are very worthy causes that are going to have a big impact on these Senate runoff races that are coming up in the next month. We cannot emphasize the importance of that enough. This is coming down. While we had this massively important election at the beginning of November, the fight isn't over yet. There's a little bit left to be resolved, and that runoff race will be resolving the fate of the United States Senate and therefore the United States Congress and the legislative future of our country, which will impact the world as a whole. So even if you're not a United States citizen, but you want to, help out with people who are trying to just get their voices heard, you can donate to either of these causes, and this would just be helping people to get registered to vote and have their rights defended when they try to vote. So feel free to reach out to all your friends and families, Ranger fans throughout the world. We are all in this together, and together we are more. And together, we're about to get good as gold. The final episode of Power Rangers Zeo, episode 50. We're taking it from the top, from the very top, not skipping these opening credits. And we are counting down in 3, 2, 1, go. Stronger than before. Go.
Stronger than before. Go, Zeo. Powered up for more.
Zeo, we're probably not waking up,
Zeo.
but that's okay. Zeo. Go, Power Rangers.
I'll take it from the top again.
Go, Power Rangers.
So,
I'll take it back.
I think that was perfect.
All right, I'm going to say it again. I'm sorry. 3.
No, we're doing
it. Oh, we're doing it again?
Hold on. Sorry, I got out of sync on mine. I wanted to actually do it.
All right.
Well, yeah. Hang on.
3.
Got to load back to 0. Hang on.
Got it back to the beginning? Okay. We almost got this. We're on the 50th episode. We got it. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2,
1.
Go, Zeo.
Stronger than before. Go, Zeo. You're up for more. Go, Zeo.
For the war.
Zeo. Go, Power Rangers.
It's impossible to sync up internet video perfectly.
I apologize for my singing, y'all.
Not working.
Yeah. Good as gold.
All right. Tommy, where'd your red key go? It's gonna wash it blank.
We're towards the end of it. They need to be showing off their arms because end of the.
You gotta have fun, you know what people are watching for. Hey, I was gonna be the orange Zeo Ranger.
Oh, Emily's
martial arts moves.
Emily is ready to see those moves. Again, directed by Vicky Brana, she directed a lot of Zeo, it seems, and as Jason Narvey was saying, seemed to have a really good.
Jason. Oh no, I'm turning into another Red Ranger. Whoop.
And this is sort of our farewell to Jason, even though we see him in the movie. We're just sort of having this one farewell after another.
Yeah. Kind of unique in a series finale to also be a single Ranger focus episode.
Yeah.
But that's the way of the story. Oh yeah, we need to resolve that whole thing with his Gold Ranger power.
Yeah.
Well.
I mean, we've also at this point actually basically run out of O-Ranger footage outside of just the stock stuff of conversations. And there's Rita and Zed, who we didn't see last episode, but just the reminder they're still out there. Like
their desire to take the Gold Ranger powers does kind of come out of left field.
Yeah.
Besides them just wanting power in general.
Well, they do have their rivalry with
Tangas! I love them!
Tangas this season, which is great. It's very much
this is leading up to one of the greatest grunt-on-grunt fights that I think. I mean, it doesn't happen often, but
it's one of the only ones I can think of.
Oh man, Kat really likes that dress.
Yeah, I feel like that's a different dress. It
looks like more like the tank top than the dress.
Well, no, it's
I got it at Goodwill.
It has 3 different pink dresses that look very similar. I think is the thing, because it's not the dress from There's No Business Like That, and it's not the dress from King for a Day.
You're right. She just has a super cute collection of pink dresses, most of which I covet.
Lovely.
This is a good moment too for the Machine Empire, the Royal House of Gatry to come down. And Rita and Zed be like, "You spent an entire season falling on your face."
Yeah.
You think we're intimidated?
I'm really surprised that Mondo's head actually works. Like it's fully functional.
Yeah, the spinning and the mouth movement.
That's kind of interesting character growth from villains.
Yeah.
You know, I really.
And when they were terrified of them to now, like, listen, you're just like us.
Yeah, you're just as pathetic as us.
And
that's basically what happened.
It kind of fits into later with Turbo when Divatox calls and is like, "How the hell do I get rid of the Power Rangers?" And
just like, you don't.
Because this one planet that is not a part of any of that, where humans have the shortest lifespan of everyone, because everything else, it's like we're 10,000, 12,000 years old, and they just keep beating these villains who have conquered entire galaxies, which is probably
the last chain, and they never close it.
Which is probably what Rita went by. Now they're jokes, because they have also, I mean, we have the Empress of Evil has failed to conquer. We have Zed, who initially terrified her, has failed to conquer. Master Vile has an entire galaxy of his own, and he failed.
And Rita realizing, the people who I was scared of before are no better than me at what I do. Which is remarkable.
Is it Pennywise? Did Pennywise just drop in?
It's weird to balloon as a client. I mean, we're not a judge, we work.
This episode, in so many ways, feels like the beginning of a final arc, but then the final arc is just the episode.
Yeah. Like, it seems like they kind of got to this point and realized, oh, crud, we got to wrap everything up. We got that
also
lingering thread. We got these two.
And it's kind of funny how we mentioned how the first episode after Jason became the Gold Ranger, he was facing the Green Ranger in the youth center.
Yeah.
Now he's losing his grip on those powers, just like the Green Ranger.
Yeah.
It was a power loss, mirroring that instead of being another way.
Oh,
like
thank Thank you, Ranger Liz.
Ranger Liz is...
Oh, Liz, my sister! My Ranger sister!
Ranger Liz, if you want in on the Skype call, just let us know. We'll be happy to have you join us. Awesome.
How much did we get?
$20. We are at $11.95.
Much appreciated.
Nice. Okay.
I mean, I think part of it is they've never really had to do the big "we defeated the villain" finales because it's just kind of, okay, we're still transitioning, and in this one, they're introducing the new villain. It's like, with Rita and Zed, they were still around. They didn't have to worry about it. With the Machine Empire, were they planning to at some point bring them back for Turbo? Was that ever in the cards? And that's why we don't get the big final fight?
Yeah, it's very strange.
Well, they do have the big we're back moment.
Like,
which
Sentai footage, too.
Yeah, that too. But, I mean, after this, at least, you get the, okay, we've defeated the big villain.
Wait, was Divotox's ship Sentai footage or no?
This one has
no, it's not part of Car Ranger unless it's a part of Car Ranger I have not watched yet, and I'm 2/3 of the way through. Divotox's
like
counterpart is certainly a thing.
General Havoc, that's more based on Sentai footage, from what I remember. I haven't seen Car Ranger.
But yes, Ranger Liz, if you do want in on the Skype call, just let us know in the chat, or send me a message on Skype.
Or just chill out and chat with us, either way.
Yeah.
There she is in the chat. Hey, Ranger Liz.
Hey, Liz.
But yeah, it's sort of interesting that we've sort of reverted in many ways back to a state where we were at right after Jason first took the power.
Hooray! Oh, thank you, John.
Oh.
We are at 1,200. We need $300 more to get to our goal.
There we go, 1,200.
I don't think you'll be able to see it, but I put in my donation message. I like even numbers. 1,200 even.
There we go. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's make that Starman dance.
See, I've decided it's the star on Tommy's helmet.
By the way, Jacob in chat, Liz said thanks, but I'm just chilling tonight at the moment, which is totally fine.
No problem at all. Just figured I'd double check. Glad to have you here either way. It's wonderful.
Interplanetary unification beam. That's kind of a...
If you're just chilling, Liz, you can still get to hear my stories about watching Turbo with them.
Yeah.
That I have probably hyped up way too much.
Yeah. but I mean, no.
By the way, I've heard that the Philippo triplets also aren't exactly the most stable, nice people on the planet. I've heard some things.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting. Both of the holders of the Zeo Gold Towers have some strikes against them, shall we say?
Just a little bit. Now, also, but I will say I do kind of love that the second release of the Gold Ranger Lightning Collection figure was a tray figure, which is
right.
Me. This is also like trying to
those.
Like there's so many little threads here that feel like the beginning of, and then they just don't get picked up again, and it's so strange that these just don't get picked up again in so many ways.
It's like so we're pretty much aware that this is going absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
Like they didn't pass the French detective test or something.
It shows up in fanfic every now and then.
Yeah.
Like this feels in many ways like this feels like a sort of standard show season finale, but it's in so many ways something that just doesn't get picked up on though the following season, and it creates such a range disconnect.
So maybe the screaming laugh at someone who just gave you a job isn't the best idea. Rangers feel very professional all throughout this sequence.
Yeah.
This is a nice, tight operation.
Here we go. But yeah, this feels like, with the exception of the Billy departure arc, which is
a 9-ranger team.
Billy departure, King for a Day, and it's sort of interesting that a lot of different pieces are sort of have just kind of picked right back up from the Golden Homecoming, where Jason was first made the Gold Ranger. Like, we've returned very much to that point in the character developments or in the standing of the show.
That was a nice effect.
Golden Homecoming was when we first established that Jason might not be able to handle the powers, and then we're following up on that. That was the episode that established that Rita and Zed were back, and followed up on that. Trey, this is now going right back to Trey. This very much feels like a bookend of an era of the season, or not an era, but the whole third act.
Wrapping up the story. The threads are coming together.
Yeah.
And new threads are popping up.
By the by, they instamorphed right there, and for some reason that feels incredibly rare. I don't feel like this team instamorphed very much.
No, they did not.
Which, I mean, they didn't need to because they had that beautiful morph sequence, but I don't know why that made me laugh. Jason just trying to bash that cog over the head with the power staff.
Yeah, and hey, Rocky, good to see you.
Nice save. Sorry to pull you away from your back injury.
Yeah, I know.
I hadn't thought of that either.
Rocky departs.
So,
fairly.
I mean, would we say then that this was likely either filmed during or after the movie? Since that's also an issue there. Wasn't that during the movie that he got hurt? Or was it during
the movie gave him the excuse of getting hurt. I don't believe he got hurt.
Rocky got hurt in the movie, but I mean Cardenas.
No,
now that I think about it,
Cardenas
got
was
hurt on the
doing
show.
like his own studio, right?
Yeah, as far as I can tell, this feels very much like this was sort of the during the pre-production time for the movie, and that was probably why they had Austin St. John on hand. I feel like they were in pre-production for the movie during this third act of the season.
But yeah, to say that at this point the injury to Cardenas had occurred, that led to the changeover in Turbo. Right. Giant Mondo.
Yeah,
Mondo, you might say. And giant cogs. Giant grunts are another rarity.
Isn't Giant Mondo redundant? Like Mondo Burger?
I was like, Giant Mondo. Mondo. Okay, I don't think anybody buys the excuse of we don't have time to summon the Zords.
You always have time to summon the Zords. You just want to do
seconds. I mean, trust me, I love the fact that the Rangers grow in this episode, but we don't have time to summon the Zords. Why? How about you and summon the Zords?
Like to defeat
have Alpha drive them, and we've heard he can.
Just so you know, I'm trying so hard not to make an Ultraman.
Right. You're trying so hard not to what?
Well, I am filling in for Poppy in terms of reference.
It's kind of funny hearing that there's no time for that from the Gold Ranger.
Yeah.
When this is Austin St. John's last episode as a regular, and now his most recent appearance as there's no time for introductions.
Yes, that's true.
And just by this point of the episode, he's just reduced to cheerleading. Yeah. Yay! Oh no.
What I was gonna say was I'm trying so hard not to make an Ultraman joke since I am filling in for Pocky on certain references, and she is not here, so I am.
Crown falls. That's a nice little symbolism there. Can't be 100% sure if it was intentional, but it should have been if it wasn't. Mondo's crown falling off as he's defeated.
This does feel also like a...
Wait, did the neck snap back too?
The neck did kind of snap back there. But just the crown falling off is amazing. It's a great shot. Aww.
Guys gotta do what a guy's gotta do.
It's
skull.
Skull.
Okay, there you go.
There we go.
Don't be that way. Bulk didn't shake his hand.
This is just so strange, but just gotta roll with it. I will say it does feel...
It's even stranger considering this amounts to nothing.
Yeah.
This is basically the conclusion of what could arguably be considered Phase 1 of the Zordon era.
Yeah. I'm just so sad.
I don't, there's
meanwhile, a picture of the moon.
An era right here.
So you know what I think of now when I see this scene?
The dubbing.
The dubbing in Making Bad.
Yeah.
Oh, this is where I was like, oh man, they did do that, didn't they? Barbara Goodson was a phone call away, and you still revoiced her.
Yeah.
That was
at least they voiced her with,
I mean, you said that Axelrod had passed away, unfortunately, but a lot of those other voices, if you had to re-record it for music or whatever, a lot of those other voices were still available.
I know. But like I said, I think the voice they used to re-record was at least the same woman that they had for Mystic Mother, I believe. So that's something.
Boom! Speaking of things that won't amount to anything.
I still can't believe they blew up the...
We're back!
We're back.
You have...
We're back.
But yeah, the Rangers have no reason to assume that they've really defeated the either of their sets of enemies, and they're just
I guess back is some sort of acronym in this case.
And Mondo probably shrank just like Gasket and Artrina. And they wouldn't know. And then in Forever Red, they're going to say the Zeo Rangers beat the Machine Empire, which they didn't.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Jason, why don't you call up Kimberly? Maybe she'll go deep sea diving with you.
Yeah. I mean, this girl in the orange dress, I think you ought to give her a shot here.
This does still feel like something of a conclusion, not in the same way that it should, just a little bit.
That was a nice, like, they don't go far enough, like you were saying, but that was a nice little parallel moment.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you lost your powers, but you're still, once a ranger, always a ranger.
This did, honestly, before I knew about the Turbo movie, this did, once again, to me, feel like something of an ending. Just not, a big, crazy ending, but, and then...
Oh, crap. No, I don't want to watch why would you send me to the stupid Boss Baby show?
Wait a minute.
All right.
Oh, so basically Dimensions in Danger and Good as Gold have the same ending.
Yeah. Cat and Tommy holding hand in hand. All right.
Okay.
You know what? We are...
Close out of that.
We got to just kind of roll right in because we got to hit that movie, and we want to try and cover it before we get to the before we get to that 12-hour mark, at which point YouTube will cut us off.
Heart,
let me see.
can you
We
help
are
me?
at 10:24 right now.
Yep. Yep.
So we may cut it kind of close, but
yeah, it's gonna be a close thing.
So
especially because it's gonna be 1 hour. It's gonna be 11 hours 55 minutes.
So the last minutes will likely get cut off from unless somebody wants to, I don't know, point a camera at the screen.
No, the button.
So
set up the same
unless you want to start a new stream.
To the chat while we're finding our ways to watch this and everything. Turbo Power Rangers movie is not on Netflix, so if you've been watching along on Netflix, you're going to have to jump off to another service. These are the services that has Turbo Power Rangers movie on streaming. If you have it on DVD, go get the DVD and pull it up. Yep. But Turbo Power Rangers movie is on Hulu. It is on HBO Max. It is on Amazon Prime Video. You can rent it on YouTube at $3.99. You can rent it on Google Play Movies and TV for $3.99.
And
you
I'm
can rent
assuming you can rent it on Prime too.
So we've got plenty of different ways to watch. So I just brought it up on HBO Max.
My wife just got the PlayStation set up for me.
Excellent. So we'll probably be running.
I'm actually go ahead and rent it on YouTube, which I'm gonna do, but I'll just need a minute to set that up.
I've been really enjoying HBO Max. I've been watching a lot of series on there lately. Watching Young Justice most recently. Season 3 finally after.
I just got HBO Max a couple days ago, so I watched Infinity Train and finished that because it was a short stream. Right. It's a
Not
short
yet.
watch, so
not yet.
All right, so I'll let you guys let me know when you're ready for the movie.
Right.
I've got it pulled up.
Okay.
I'll give it a moment. Everybody else in the chat, if you can reach, if you can.
Here, do you want the last one?
Anybody have any questions?
I'm done. So.
Okay. Here we go.
Concerned about where to find this.
All right. Are we ready?
All right. I'm ready. Are you ready?
Almost. I'm letting it buffer up here. Okay. I've got the 20th Century Fox logo ready to happen.
All right.
Is this technically a Disney movie now?
Technically, it has been.
All right. So.
All right. So.
Go.
Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't on Prime for free. It is a premium rental.
Just go past the HBO.
Oh, now. There was somebody with the 20th Century Fox logo just there.
That was me.
I just up mine with 20th Century Fox logo.
It's all good.
All right.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Go Power Rangers.
Go. Was that go or?
So again, raising those.
Give us a 3, 2, 1.
Let's check out a movie. Who wants to watch a movie?
You want to watch a movie? I only got popcorn, but it's all right.
Movie time.
All right, I went 5 seconds. HBO Max to go past the HBO feature presentation thing so we can all be synced up. And I'm going to hit play in 3, 2, 1. Go Turbo.
Someone just tell me when Zordon starts narrating.
Going right.
Okay, will do. And I will say in the chat, if you don't have it or you can't stream it, watch us watching it. It'll still be entertaining. Watching our reaction should be almost as entertaining as the movie itself.
And here
we got the Saban logo.
Looking all happy.
That was a little unnerving, not having the actual Saban
credits that I remember.
Love the put on this. And here are the stars.
Stars.
Here comes our skull.
And narration on a distant planet.
All right.
A great wizard.
Yeah, Zordon covering it too. I love that Zordon's doing the narration here.
So let me
the voice we want to hear.
Yeah. You were to release a terrible demon-like creature.
Although I'm sure any of the Ranger fans right now, the people that have been watching Zeo are going, what?
There's so many awkward pauses in here.
Larabelle? Not Dark Spectre. I called him Dark Spectre.
Escape his planet and make his way to Earth. Here we go. Turbo.
A Power Rangers movie.
Sparkly.
So, 9 years ago, and I cannot believe that this is 9 years ago, my friend Kim and I went to go to Anime Fest Orlando, me because Johnny Young Bosch was going to be there, and her because Jason David Frank was going to be there. And it was one of the weirdest cons of my life, but also one of the most fantastic. And this was long enough ago, actually, that Austin St. John's horrible social media people were still working for Jason David Frank. So, among other things, we paid to have dinner with JDF, which was by far the worst pizza I have ever had in my entire life. But one of the things that they had was, and I also got to take a martial arts class with him, which was one of the most painful experiences of my life, because I was definitely not in shape to do 30 minutes of warm-up at that point. But the big highlight of the weekend was a viewing of this movie with Blake Foster, JDF, and Johnny Young Bosch. And they did not all stay for the whole time. I believe the only one who did was JYB. But I will tell you some of his comments as we went in, but most of the time they spent complaining. Apparently, we were talking earlier about Johnny Young Bosch's lack of screen time, and he decided to play a game for this movie called Where's Adam?
Yeah.
Whenever Adam is not on screen, another character must go, where's Adam?
It was like...
Right now, this feels so like, even though this is 1997, this feels like so 80s fantasy movie right here.
It does. I'm getting like Dark Crystal vibes. Yeah.
It's got the vibes of Dark Crystal, Willow, Legend, and honestly, the Ewok Adventure.
and the other thing that they mentioned in terms... Oh, look, there's Adam. Remember, where's Adam? There he was. The other thing that he mentioned was apparently there was a cut subplot where, Chad would not and Billy would not be the only ones to get a fish girlfriend, because apparently there was supposed to be a subplot where Adam was going to run into a mermaid and date her.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so clearly tired and worn out.
You hurt yourself.
Oh, and we can hear Freewheelin' right now. That I pointed out earlier when they were biking, we heard that song.
If I remember right, the flip and kick that Rocky end up injuring himself is against the law of physics.
Cat's got bangs.
Wow, they're singing a popular song they could actually afford the rights to use.
I feel like this is one of the ways that you can tell that this took place after they finished filming Zeo, because Cat has bangs.
On point.
She has had a haircut.
That eyeliner game is... Wow.
The number one sign of any good movie is singing Row, Row, Row Your Boat, and Star Trek knows all about that.
Yep.
We do not discuss Star Trek 5.
So, get ready for Rocky's kick here to defy physics.
Yeah, no, how
did that happen?
That was actually one of the things they spent time going. They were like, how did he do that?
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't make any sense. Just go down towards the road, up and over. It was so stupid of me to defy physics like that.
And, I mean, to be fair, he did.
Not to alarm you, but Rocky's dead.
It's also on a completely random, unrelated to the story note. Just the way that films are filmed, it's just such a different look to them compared to television, especially at this time before television.
We've been commenting on film quality about like Sentai footage versus TV show. In film, it's a whole different.
Exactly. Also, I do need to say I can totally kind of tell what effect they're using to create the planet, and it's really amusing to me because it looks like
it does look like a hole in a sheet.
Exactly.
You know. I will say the first
lots of curvature.
couple times probably I watched this, I never really picked up on the fact that Divatox starts out in like another dimension or something. I'll say again, human chronotrons, by the way.
Oh, Divatox's original outfit is
smaller.
Certainly a thing.
And she was pregnant in this.
Oh, Elgar, so good to see you.
I mean,
certainly a thing.
Hillary Shepard Turner is a fantastic follow on Twitter, by the way. She did a little video still with the mask. I didn't know she was an assassin.
Divatox's backstory just kind of evolves to be whatever she needs to be. But it is kind of a letdown from, Empress of Evil and Zed being her boss originally, and then Conqueror of Galaxy, and now we have a pirate.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I don't love pirates. I love Gokaiger a whole bunch. But... But I'm just like, really...
Kind of like Laura said, pirates aren't usually known as world conquerors.
And really, her whole goal is to go find a husband, and
yeah.
I got some issues here.
Look at her little ugly pet fish lizard.
I do have to give it to every Power Rangers movie for just really delivering the hams with their villains.
Oh yeah. You'll get the actors in for the villains, and they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no! The stock footage of wild animals is scared.
Yeah. Mount Kilimanjaro. This is giant.
I'm gonna lay some eggs.
We don't know how they're going. These little puppet birds.
I know, that's what I was laughing about. Get out of our nest, dude!
This really is 80s fantasy movie feel.
It really is.
It's Willow or something. And he's dead. They're like, what the heck was up with him?
Like, Largo is functionally an Ewok.
Oh, yeah.
A real lion.
I will roll away.
What's a lion doing in the jungle?
Because they're the king of the jungle, except that name doesn't make any sense.
So if I remember, none of them had a lot of commentary on this other than why is this guy getting more screen time than us?
I didn't notice that his hair was purple and yellow.
Yeah.
Here, creature, allow me to... Oh, it's going to scare you. I thought it was going to subvert his free will. Aw, bye. How come every time I try to pet the kitty, the sparks come out? I just wanted to pet the kitty.
Aw, kitty. And there's our new Alpha and our new...
What happened to your body?
It's strange how normalized...
Okay. Can we pause for a second that Alpha said, Zordon, where are you? Now, in the comics, that is a thing. Because for some reason, Zordon can move his tube around the command center.
Yeah.
But here, he doesn't tend to move around all that much.
Well, he does occasionally just appear in his tube out of nowhere, so it's possible he's got like another tube to go sleep in or something.
It's not on the tube at least. Hey, Zordon, you in there?
Man, this hospital has shitty security.
Justin had to sneak in to pay Rocky a visit.
How did he even get there?
How does he even know Rocky? We don't know.
And why is he hiding?
Like, well, probably because
they might find out I was coming to
I'm
visit.
about to steal your job.
Probably because he snuck out of wherever he was supposed to be, and he knows that Kat and Tanya, at least, are not supposed to, would know that he's not supposed to be there.
They don't even bother to tie down the balloons.
Like, are they implying that, like, it's a Big Brother, like, Big Sister type program, and Rocky is Justin's assigned Big Brother? Adam, your freaking hair.
Father.
Adam, your hair.
Well, and that does kind of work because we know Justin has a father, but we also know he's not the best father.
Justin's
part in this, situation too much.
Okay, one thing I'm going to point out is why would they teleport out of the room when people saw them come in?
Yeah. Good point. Zoom.
Also,
all attempts to just sort of, they were really trying to revitalize the series.
Rocky's like, crud.
Also, Johnny Young Bosch said that they were having him grow his hair out because he was possibly being groomed initially to be the replacement Red Ranger. And I wish that had happened. But one of the other things that happened at that con was that Johnny did a panel where he entirely sang his answers while one of his bandmates from Einstein played the guitar. And Kim actually asked the question of your hair, and he just stopped her and sang an entire song about how he hated his hair because it made him look like a dick.
They were holding their backpacks in different directions.
Yes, they were. It was always a little weird. The power boxes, as they are called, for whatever reason.
It is the monkey.
It is so. I mean, I love monkeys, but it is so entertaining watching this little Muppet wander around a jungle. That's what I wanted to see in my Power Rangers movie.
For some reason, Johnny Young Bosch was obsessed with the monkey because the monkey apparently has more screen time than him.
Oh, that's totally up. There you go. See, the monkey knows what's up.
At least it was a rock and not something else.
And also because he wanted to point out.
You're in the wrong part of town. That's a pretty nice looking ring you got on there.
Are those the same monkeys they use for Broken Skull or no?
Yeah, they went out to Hawaii. They filmed out there with some monkeys, and then they just brought 2 back with them and hope
threatening this Muppet. You're coming with us.
Boys, we're eating good tonight.
No. No, you don't.
We found a walking banana here, gentlemen. We are eating good tonight.
Sir Paladin in the chat. Long hair was a bad look for Tommy, and it's a worse look for Adam.
Yes.
Now, here's a question.
I'm not going to argue with that.
Ice cream. Thank you.
Omega Res Archive. Justin's dad went off to work and left his son to be taken care of by ?
I mean, one theory I've seen is that Justin's mom was killed in an early monster attack and his dad just could not handle it.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Which is how he ended up in the shelter / orphanage / whatever it is, foster care.
But then apparently the show comes around and he gets better enough to get custody back.
Yeah.
Rygog honestly looks really good in the movie.
The Piranatrons look so weird, though, compared to what we see in the show.
Long hair was a bad look for Tommy, worse look for Adam.
I see the teleport here. I just never really caught this. Like, oh, they teleported away, which means she's from somewhere else. There's a hurricane hitting New Orleans in that globe shot. Just saying.
So I guess Lieutenant Stone got back on the police force.
And Broken Skull
are somehow no longer in France.
And also not detectives.
Yeah.
No, this is just a French baseball game, obviously.
French, and they brought Lieutenant Stone along, and they're doing detective work disguised as cops.
I mean, this is one of the probably one of the biggest continuity issues that they have, because how?
Yeah.
Well, Stone did just say they had incredible luck getting rehired.
Yeah. A throwaway line. There was no indication that they even wanted to be, but Bulk and Skull kind of left the police force indignantly over what they did to Lieutenant Stone. Lieutenant Stone said that he was absolutely fine with not being a police officer anymore.
So it seems like the private eyes have it. Just sort of after.
But getting mustard in your eyes would sting incredibly.
Like, there's a whole story here of what happened that we will never get.
Oh yeah.
And it's a little maddening.
Well, some people would say that story is called Scorpion Rain. But only some people.
But even Scorpion Rain wouldn't really address
what happened. There's Adam.
The Bulk and
By the way, the Morphin suits are gone, and it's a subtraction.
Yeah, I don't like it just being the colored tubes. I miss the suit
colors.
Yeah.
And I do love though that, you know, since they're busy pairing off Tommy and Kat, that Adam and Tanya do get time together. Since I ship them a lot.
By changing the tubes,
I know Rocky.
They might as well have made them like, you know how in Henry Danger they have the tubes
and getting closer.
I really like the theory we discussed earlier about like them just being part of the Nexus, which is why they keep getting.
Yeah.
Hey, weren't we just talking about not really having a lot of sequences at night?
Yeah.
That's true.
There you go.
Movies are different.
Movies are different. That's true.
I mean, we got that big fight in.
Glad you labeled it. Fisherman person.
Ooh, that's a sound.
That is a sound. And there's also moving pictures too.
Well, the sharp sound specifically. You could call this a motion picture.
You could.
We're looking for a stupid Muppet that got kidnapped by monkeys.
There's our first appearance of the Turbo Navigator.
One of my friends has a Turbo Navigator.
I still find it hilarious how the Turbo Navigator just got adopted as the Phantom Ranger's weapon, even though he never touched it in the show. Like, you look at auxiliary materials, you look at the toy, you look at Heroes of the Grid, and they keep giving, and you look at Legacy Wars, and they keep giving the Phantom Ranger the Turbo Navigator, even though he never once used it.
Yeah, okay.
What is the entire point of all this sequence? Besides a waste of time, like, at least the first movie got it correct. Have a big fight scene in the first few minutes, get everything out of the way, set it up.
I mean, it was less of a fight scene for the movie opening, and more of a.
That is clearly a python.
Okay, I'm thinking like by 20 minutes into the movie, we've already got into the construction site.
It's one of the most frustrating moments of Power Rangers to me.
This definitely did feel, oddly enough,
maddening.
Than the first
I remember being excited at the time. I was like, "Oh, cool! They're going to put a Xeomorph in this."
I do like
I will say, I like the acknowledgement. And then the morpher comes off, she catches it.
And fail.
And morphs are canceled by the power of water.
I know.
I was going to say, I do like the wrestling with the snake throwback all the way back to, you know, Tommy, you could have morphed there. But
yeah, before he hit the water.
We've learned that a Ranger's greatest weakness is a slow-moving snake.
Yes, going all the way back to Adam, Rocky, Aisha, and the snake that would have turned them evil.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like I had said there, that snake was clearly some kind of python that's not exactly a fast-striking kind of a creature. You could really just walk away. But I do like wrestling with it. But, just that morphing canceled by water.
Seriously, though.
Dimensional transcendent technology that's not waterproof.
Apparently the water was very cold.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That makes complete sense then.
I think they said that. I think JDF said that they actually filmed this somewhere on the East Coast. I don't remember where exactly.
The East Coast of Hawaii or
No,
East Coast
of the U.S.
Like
of the continental U.S.
Somewhere a little more foresty with some rapids.
Yeah. Because he was complaining that, Johnny Young Bosch was in Hawaii for something and he was stuck filming this in the cold water.
Oh, okay. So yeah, of course, because
there she is.
Johnny has his scene in the water later.
And I do have a story later for when it's just.
You came in. You got to make your appearance now. You got to say hi to Athena and the rest of them. Right there. Yeah.
Well, everyone knows cats hate water.
Water. We just saw a
former
cat on
diver.
screen. Kind of cat.
I mean, they
wasn't
really leaned being an adventure movie.
That's Wheeler, everybody, for those unaware.
They really leaned into that fantasy adventure.
The possibility of Mega Res. I would assume West Virginia because that's where I go for rapid rafting. I actually went whitewater rafting.
That might be it.
Somewhere in Georgia.
There is a whitewater rafting in Columbus, Georgia.
So what was going on with Broken Skull's hair there?
Apparently, that's what happens when your brain gets.
The Chattooga. I remember the Chattooga River. Yeah. But what part of Georgia is that in?
Columbus is southwest-ish by the Alabama border. Oh, look, it's the monkeys again.
Hey, it's the
monkeys, and we're gonna monkey around.
Eating up valuable film time.
Don't think about even morphing until you...
I went whitewater rafting on the Chattooga River, which is right up near the North Carolina border. It's actually where they filmed the river scenes for the movie
and there
Deliverance.
is the other thing that Johnny Young Bosch was complaining about. He's like, he was pointing out the monkeys' privates as
one does
every time.
Ow.
So if I can't unsee it, neither can you.
What's this film rated
Rare
again?
moment. Blood on a ranger, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Like, not you, her.
Largo's got the magic powers.
He's got a thing for blondes. What can he say? I'm gonna gouge out what's in your wound with this stick. Oh wait.
Yeah.
That's nice split work by Tommy.
Yeah.
Tommy did.
And no one catch.
Oh, that's cool. That one monkey's real excited about it.
Yeah. Oh, he's not.
Real. Listen, it's real hot wherever we are. Whoa, dude! I'm loving the monkey reaction shots. Oh, they're gonna love this.
Monkeys are like, bye-bye.
Bye. It's over. The monkeys know Zordon.
So, Common Sense Media does not acknowledge the monkey dicks.
Good to know.
And they also only give it on its a lot or a little scale. There's only one circle filled in for sex.
A boat.
Oh, and I assume Divatox's outfit.
Probably.
Oh, Divatox is having fun with that periscope.
Yep.
That shot seemed oddly intentional. her looking through the periscope. That's all I'm going to say. We really don't have any idea who these people are at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, we know, but
do we really?
Those could be stunt divers. I don't know. I'd say that's likely, actually. Movies have time for these long establishing shots.
The pacing on this movie is so weird.
A little bit.
Like, we're 27 minutes in.
Slow motion shot of Girl Muppet and Baby Muppet.
We've seen a failed morph.
Blood out of this thing, and we're no closer to an answer.
Yeah, I know.
Life Force.
I mean, Power Rangers around this time did often have slower pacing.
And you can tell in a movie, they they take the time to stretch their legs, so to speak. I was actually going to say earlier, and this discussion was destined to happen when talking about this, but comparing the two motion pictures, 2017 is another animal, but where in the one, in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie, we have not the completely original take, so to say, but as far as like assets, everything was made for the movie, whereas here we basically have the elevated episode.
Yes.
Where a lot of the same sets, a lot of the same suits, we're just plussing it a notch. You think about like Star Trek Generation,
Oh,
it's
look.
kind of a plus episode.
It's Kimberly.
Oh, it's Kimberly. I like how Kat looked over at Tommy.
I mean, it's his ex-girlfriend and his ex-boyfriend. Like, Tommy is not having a good day.
It's fair.
Yeah. And then you think Tommy goes, wait, what's Kimberly doing with Jason?
Yeah.
And this makes Amy Jo the only other actor besides JDF to be in all 3 Power Rangers movies.
It's true.
Obviously, that's going to be broken, but by the reboot. But
yeah,
hey, you never know.
Yeah.
JDF will get into that movie if he can.
Well, one suggestion.
Allow it? He's going to try. Let me put it that way.
One suggestion I've heard about why Kimberly was there is that this is very shortly after Jason has lost his powers and he didn't know who to call, and she was, of his friends, the most recent one because he can't get in contact with Billy. And so...
the most available that isn't a Ranger.
Yeah.
Someone he could talk to about adjusting to life and not being a Ranger.
Yeah.
Or possibly they're dating. One or the other.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jacob, I'd be curious to hear your take on what I brought up there about, the sense of the one movie being more original assets, and then you have this, which is kind of the elevated episode.
Well, here they were trying to really give the show a sort of a kick in the pants to try and get it rolling in the public consciousness again, because there were steadily declining ratings post the first movie. The movie was basically when it was at its height, and then third season we started to see those slow decline in ratings throughout Zeo.
Though funny enough, in some cases, Saban was stealing ratings from itself.
Yes, because they had,
Big Bad Beetleborgs
on at that point. Well, Big Bad Beetleborgs came out
That's another topic.
But obviously, you know, they were losing out to those big.
They were working with what they had.
They were clearly losing out to those big Masked Rider ratings, obviously.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Have a good night, Chris.
Night. Chris. Night, Chris.
There was I feel a lot of pressure on this movie to be a new start. They had been just kind of building on what came before. And while we just now have had a great time going through the 50 episodes of Zeo, Zeo was not, I would say, tremendously accessible to new audiences. So they really wanted to, I think, start over anew with Turbo and many returns. And so they wanted to use the movie as, you know, an elevated pilot. They wanted these to be assets that they could use in the show, which they did end up doing.
I mean, that is the blessing and the curse of long-running things. Like, you get into something and you're like 4 or 5 seasons in and you're going, oh my god, it's so good, but you can't just start at season 4 or whatever. You have to go back and watch the first seasons and be behind, and it's so much to catch up on, and it's an investment. Right. It's the same thing. I play Final Fantasy XIV, and it's currently one of the best MMOs, but you have to slog through 3 expansions to get to the current fantastic, wonderful, amazing. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's all good, but it's a very long time investment.
Right.
I will say that cliff jump wasn't as impressive as it was in the 2017 movie.
Anyway.
Hi, Peter, by the way, welcome.
Welcome.
But yeah, to go off of what you were saying, Jacob, I think there was a lot of pressure on this movie to be successful. And the thing is, when you're talking about a movie, especially, there's 2 different types of success. You know, you want a lot of people to see it to reinvigorate the franchise, but it also needed to be a financial success.
Yes.
Which is where I think let's take what we have, what we're making for the show, and you know, just plus it up a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, so, Nerd wants to jump in? Absolutely. Feel free to shoot me a message, and I'll. Actually, I think I can probably add you in.
One thing that the story I was going to tell there was, according to both Johnny Young Bosch and Jason David Frank, while they were filming that scene, they had been in the water for a while, and Jason David Frank felt the pull of nature.
Of course he would.
And I believe Johnny is still mad about it years later, as would I be, frankly.
That's fair.
Who is joining us?
Right there.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic! Omega, what?
I started playing a couple months ago. I'm really enjoying it.
What server do you play on?
Right. So.
Oh, Muppet Love. I don't think that baby moves. It's just a doll.
Oh, that baby's such a doll.
Thank you, beautiful.
Oh, the Cox isn't human.
I think I got a little ice cream on my shirt. Didn't realize it. I don't know when that happened. Must have been
you should handle that ice cream like even Tox is going to handle this fly.
I'm on Mateus.
Just like that.
Is Goblin on Crystal? So we are on the same data center, so you can look me up on my Twitter, The Second Backer. I list my in-game name. So go ahead and message me in-game next time you see me on. Or shoot me a message on Twitter and let me know who you are.
Evatox just ate Blit's older brother. He's going to start announcing the turbo fights.
Nice.
Is it safe to say that might be the fandom's least favorite Kelston Henderson role?
I don't know. Oh, wait,
Norg.
Least favorite Kelston Henderson character?
Yes. Split the Fly.
No, Norg.
Norg.
Ooh, yeah.
Also, I like Flit. I personally like Flit. He's great.
But yeah.
Okay.
You would get a little annoying in like the actual Megazord fight, but when they take a couple episodes to actually give him something to work with.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I do.
powers are cars because shut up.
All right, so this was very rushed and anticlimactic and not explained well. And I know that we've been talking a lot about how Billy ostensibly was the creator of the Turbo Zords, etc. But here's the key thing here. As far as my understanding of the Turbo Keys, they are the result of Larago's magic specifically, which is why I have trouble believing that they are truly the result of previous work, or at the very least previous work by Billy, because they do seem to be very reliant upon Larago's magic specifically.
But why would 80s fantasy dude make his power cars?
His power is the keys. He has the magic key, and what they've done here are create their own individual magic keys. Specifically,
the key? Cars.
Also, I love how, Adam once again gets shafted in the movie. He's sad about being a frog, and now he gets a minivan.
Are these the early Rangers that get their powers from a Simon table?
Yeah, basically.
Put your hands together and then slap a table.
So
the thing that always bugs me about this is just like the running over of the Zeo powers and why these powers are even necessary. Well, I get that they kind of established that it's like you need these vehicles to get where you have to go, but like
you need specifically a derivation of Larago's magic for this mission.
But then they just end up using these powers going forward. Now, there are some fans who have the theory that the Zeo powers were folded into the Turbo powers, and I'm okay with that.
That is one of the theories, and since I don't think we're going to make our goal unless somebody is going to come save us in the last minute, another theory that I've been vaguely mentioning is the idea that since the Zeo powers keep getting more and more powerful, they were fast approaching the limit of what human beings could handle.
That is good because of the concept of forced demorphing and the idea that it's like the power that would be needed to maintain the suit after getting struck that hard is so much it would hurt the person anyway. So the suit is programmed to deactivate instead of going to that level.
I love that song. Yeah. That is such a good song.
Nice.
Say what you want about the Turbo season. It has got an incredible theme song.
I've also seen the argument that Rocky did not expect Zordon to take his powers away here. He just thought that, he'd give Justin the speech about not telling anyone.
It's so weird. It's so weird.
I mean, I think Rocky would have to understand to some degree that they couldn't just wait for him to get better.
Yeah.
But you could have made the argument that, oh, hey, why don't we call Zach out of retirement or Trini?
Or
Billy.
Power
David Trueheart.
Or David.
Martial arts knows
the thing about this is, this is basically Zordon and Alpha's last adventure.
True.
Because they leave midway through the premiere, like midway through the second episode.
It's not even midway. I think it's fairly early on, isn't it?
What? Sorry, there was.
Departure.
What happens?
Zordon's departure.
Oh yeah, that's within the first 3 episodes.
Yeah, it's actually very early on.
Yeah. The whole.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the last things Zordon did is make this kid a ranger.
Yeah, part 3 of Shift into Turbo is all focused around Zordon's departure. But I feel like
it's a boat.
Okay, so we've got a few different things that we're going to be exploring a lot of Watsonian versus Doylists sort of things here.
Is that like meta versus canon?
Watsonian is the in-universe explanation, and Doylist is the out-of-universe.
Right, because Arthur Conan
Doyle and John Watson.
Okay, I got you now.
Okay.
Where's the new Blue Rangers?
Really was the story. Watson.
Tanya's face there. Tanya's face there is classic. And by the way, when we were doing this, all three of them, including Blake Foster, even made fun of himself, made fun of all date imitations. Isn't that cool or what?
Is that cool or what? Get on that boat.
And I believe JDF and Blake Foster left after that, and it was just Johnny and Bosch after this. Blake Foster also was supposed to be at a panel at like 9 a.m. the next morning and did not show up because he was hungover. So...
Tommy's hand over his head for that moment there was just like, what have I done with my life?
Yeah, what the heck is happening? By the way, when they showed up, I think Kat said, that's amazing. And I'm like, it's a boat. Like,
I mean, it's a cool boat.
Let's back it down just
like, there's the whole... There's
nice sailing ship, Kat, but let's... All right. We've all seen Pirates of the Caribbean. Let's just move on.
Well, I mean, this is years before Pirates of the Caribbean.
Just the fact that they decided to make a pirate-themed adventure to go with the car-themed powers was just such a weird mishmash.
Yeah.
And I think that it's driven... I want to say that a non-insignificant portion of the development of this movie was driven by, can we go to Hawaii, please?
Well, I was going to say, talking about like wanting the movie to be a financial success, it's like, you know, where can we film? Oh, well, this boat's going to be in the dock, you know, this week. We can probably get on there for a decent rate.
You know, though, I feel like Weird Mishmash is kind of a very good description of Turbo overall, because it does have some really good things, but between what the footage, the source material was, and the cast changeover midway through, and trying to figure out what on earth they were doing with a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
Like,
one of Turbo's main themes is we worked with what we had.
And there is plenty of good in it. It's just that it took them a very long time to get a working... I like this song a whole lot, too.
I love the Wasserman rock song to the pirate ship sailing. Oh,
those vibes.
It took them a while to find a working dynamic, and as weird as this is to say, the second Turbo team worked way better than the first did.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
I mean, these characters there, we really think of them.
Opinion up front.
We're all talking over each other, so Sean, go first.
Obviously, Zeo Rangers. And then their follow-ups. I mean, one thing that I'll always point out is if we have the character of Tommy back now and kind of going through his powers, he seems to constantly avoid using the turbo powers.
Yeah.
He uses them in Soul of the Dragon, but only because he's forced to.
Mm.
It's almost like he doesn't, but he shared those powers with someone else and he didn't want to acknowledge that part.
Yeah.
Why Turbo Red isn't in Fighting Spirit.
Yeah. All right, Jacob, you were saying?
I'm weird because I have something of the dissenting opinion when it comes to when it comes to the flow of Turbo, because when I was a kid, I kind of I kind of felt like the second Turbo team didn't really gel until space. So many people talk about how the second half of Turbo is so much better than the first, and I didn't feel that at the time, with the obvious exception of the Phantom Ranger arc.
And the pizza episode.
What was that?
And the pizza episode.
The pizza episode, even honestly, when I was a kid, I was not super into the pizza episode, truth be told.
And Parts and Parcel. Probably one of the better Bulk and Skull episodes.
But
that was like the penultimate episode before Chase in Space.
Right.
Everything from the point where the Phantom departs up until Chase into Space is very fillery and very bizarre. And at the time,
might you say that that's a symptomatic of needing to establish? Because I just remember in Linkara's History of Power Rangers about that, saying like it was really fillery, but it established that these are now the Power Rangers. They just need to have regular monster of the day adventure.
That would have been much more valuable before they had their big arc of the season. And instead, it just felt like the series was, to pardon the phrase, spinning its wheels after the Phantom Ranger left.
But Chang.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that this whole scene is supposed to be very touching, but
until they have to fight with the Ninja Turtles.
But we got the future pods going on in the background.
But yeah, just even before that, in our mind, these characters have known
now. That's really something to say to the child that you just.
Now let's have a fight.
But there's the big issue of they wanted to do a Kid Ranger. That was a big thing they wanted to do. They wanted to try and make it approachable for new audiences in some way. And
Beetleborgs was successful at the time.
God, I loved Beetleborgs.
They were like kid superheroes work.
But yeah, just trying to figure out, how to balance all of this was clearly a lot, and they just didn't have the time to really figure out how to make it all work.
And the source material did not help.
No, it did not.
And don't get me wrong, I enjoy Car Ranger. It is completely insane. Completely.
Almost a Vulcan Skull-like reaction.
And
Adam heard that.
I don't know.
Adam heard just.
Did Adam hear that, or did he hear the monsters?
A little column A, a little column B.
Oh, have you ever had that moment in like a dream where you try to scream and you can't? Like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of that feel right now.
Yeah. And I mean, it's an appropriate reaction because this is his first time, like, personally encountering monsters. But and then he shows the bravery to pull himself out of it and be like, I'm going to kick it with my short little kid legs.
Is this Tanya's first unmorphed fight scene? I don't think she got a single, other than, the sparring, I don't think she ever got to fight a cog.
That's a good question. I think you may be right there. Oh, that snap kick.
Oh, the power of a net.
That snap kick is great. That was just like, I've been training all last season. I want to show up.
I feel like we need a ooze you lose joke right there.
Yeah, I love
Adam, it. Rub it in your hair, Adam. It'll make it look better. Use that to slick it back a little bit.
Were they not able to use these monster suits in the regular season?
I mean, they appeared in passing torch, but that was it, which was very strange.
I mean, in terms of Kid Rangers, at least he's way less obnoxious than the White Ranger from Die Ranger.
Yeah.
Quite true.
Yeah, and the monster just can't make it over the railing without help because it's just too bulky of a costume.
And sadly,
keep working on that.
That's just cute.
Build a gun.
But one thing where this movie did, I feel, sort of top the first one is in having, it felt like much more of a of an adventure, and there was much more of a complex plot to it in many regards. Like the Rangers had to go through much more of a series of challenges here. With Phaedos, all they had to do was fight a dinosaur skeleton and then the gargoyles, and that was their whole adventure journey. Here we have we have a bunch of different stages. They find the Ghost Galleon, they fight the Putrepods, then they need to get to the island. They go there's so many little barriers for them to overcome, and it does make it feel more like an adventure journey, which is kind of great.
If I hatch a couple of times, water will come out of it.
That's just such a...
What?
I question Jason's judgment there.
Just a little bit. First, they got to make it now through the Nemesis Triangle. But
because I know it's coming up, and I'm sure a lot of people are like this, but I have kind of a slight water claustrophobia thing.
Ooh, that's fair.
I don't even like enclosed water slides. And scenes like this kind of bug me. The finale of Lightspeed Rescue does it to me too, because I get the squeebies thinking about swimming through that tunnel.
Yeah. By the way, did I forget, I don't think I told you guys I'm seeing people tell their Turbo movie stories in there.
Oh, keep that up in the chat, everybody. That's awesome.
The main memories of running around in the theater trying to sing along with the songs. But for me, one really funny thing that happened, and I think I've mentioned this on my channel before. You know those big cardboard posters they have in the movie theater.
Yep.
On the way out from seeing the movie, we were passing by the Turbo movie one. I'm like, hey, and my dad just jokingly, sarcastically, like, hey Jake, wouldn't that look fun in your room? And just as my dad said that, the movie theater manager happened to be walking by. He's like, oh, did you want it? We were just about to get rid of it. And my dad's just like,
nice.
Oh, and then I'm 12, and he's not going to say no.
Right. Well.
So we still have that in our garage.
Nice.
You should bring it once cons start up again. Bring it and get the cast to sign it.
Oh my! That thing is like 4 by 8 feet. I don't really have a means to bring it on me.
My Turbo movie experience was called, hey Dad, my younger brother really wants to go see this movie. I think we should take him.
Yeah. Also, it's been in a garage for the last 20 years, so
yeah.
It's not in good shape. It originally we had sort of our hangout room as kids in the basement, so that's where we had it all set up.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we had a bit of a flood in the basement, so there was a bit of water damage to the bottom of it, so we lost the stand.
Okay, y'all, we are about halfway through the movie, and if you are enjoying our commentary, or would like us to hopefully talk more about Turbo next weekend, don't forget that we are raising money for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. So if you would like to drop us a few dollars that we can send to them, it's for a fantastic cause.
Yes.
And also, if we make our goal, you get to hear more from us talk about Turbo next weekend.
Yeah. There's so much to talk about.
We have thoughts.
We have lots to say.
Have many.
We have thoughts.
Need to pause?
No, we're back. Right now. We're back.
Okay, great.
One of the things I was saying, and this is kind of what you were talking about before with needing to have a fresh audience.
There we go.
But
now we're down again. Dang it.
I'm assuming that you can see the connectivity from the deck.
Right. It tells me excellent connection or no data. Now I have excellent connection again.
I have excellent connection again also.
Okay, good.
Okay.
All right.
So
just to explain to everybody in chat, we were having some connection issues there. We have paused the movie to to try to suss it out and see if we stay stable for a second before we resume.
Yep.
And
much sussing. Everything was very sus for a moment there.
Yeah, it was very sus, and there was venting going on, and it was not good.
Yeah, we might want to get
it's lit back up
someone
green,
save
but
whatever minutes stuff.
we have 40 minutes of the movie
Stable
left.
for the moment.
Yeah.
So
I'm at 56:46.
I'm at 57.
56:55.
You're at 56:55. You're at 56:47.
I'm at
Okay, so we're still-
57. 57 even.
You're at 50.
Okay, so he's 2 seconds ahead of me. So probably let you play for about 10 seconds, and then
All right, I'll
we'll
get myself to 57. We'll all get to 50.
Are you going to skip ahead? Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm at 55. That's close enough. I'm on YouTube, so I can't jump 2 seconds, but that's close enough.
All right.
Okay, we seem to be holding steady now.
Paused at 57.
All right.
So we're all at 57.
We are going to resume. I think we're safe to
Nope.
do.
We're at 57 minutes.
Drop frame rates. It's. I think it's because you're watching on YouTube.
Really?
How would that impact things?
I don't know, but dropped frame just rate detected 26% over the last a few seconds ago.
I don't know how that could be possibly impacting your
I'm paused at the moment.
So. Well, on the other hand, it's still green, but it is giving me a dropped frames detected. So let's just keep going, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, the only
we are looking at Justin on the ship.
Yep.
I think we cut back to them.
Yeah, they've circled up to connect their ranger to the location. Is the big thing right now.
We'll go ahead and resume, and if we're still getting the drop frames, I'll try to go ahead and from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Right.
I just went back 57.5 to 56:35.
All right, so let's start again in 3, 2, 1, go.
There we go, circling up, getting those keys together.
And
then
I feel like Justin would have been better.
Daryl loses key.
Justin would have been better, accepted if he hadn't almost immediately screwed everything up.
Also, I have a question here. What was the plan for getting to the Nemesis Triangle if there had still only been 4 of them? They need all 5 keys.
Well, I mean, I think the original plan was for Rocky to have the 5th key.
But they left without Rocky. Like, what was going on?
Oh, that's true. I guess they would have had to pick somebody quick. But yeah, they wouldn't have gotten through.
Yeah, like, what was their plan?
And
there are
by the way, girl, I don't know how much this is necessarily going to help, but I did drop my video quality stuff.
Okay. It seems to be doing okay. I do have one notification saying drop frames are detected. Oh, no, it's gone now.
Yeah,
so it seems to be doing fine.
There we go. Oh, and here's our inside walls contained against water.
But what I was
be a warning.
What I was going to say before we had the connectivity issues,
right.
Was that this movie, as much as they wanted it to be a new start, also has the problems of you have all of these old previous relationships between Kimberly and Tommy and Kim and Kat and Jason and all of them, but we never really directly address it, like, other than Kim's conversation while being evil, that, like, we don't get the conversation that needed to happen between any of them. I mean, okay, that's what fanfic is for, but it feels like if they'd added an extra couple of minutes of that character development instead of monkeys. Perhaps.
There you go, wandering through the jungle.
Here, and I feel like it's worth recognizing that that this movie is trapped by 2 directly contradicting.
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
And those 2 things in my mind are that they are trying to create a new start, and they are trying to recapture magic. So they are abandoning recent plot elements in favor of old old plot references, and it results in something that is very confused. People who have been following closely are missing out, are missing the plot lines that they've been following. People who have been following loosely, who dropped off early on, are trying to figure out what has happened since they last checked in, and people who are new have no idea who anyone is.
Jacob, you're frozen again.
What? How very dare. Is my voice still coming
Your
through?
voice is coming through, but your face is paused in a very interesting...
I just look intrigued.
Just like a point-making face.
That's my point-making face, yes.
It is a good point-making face.
I'm always glad to hear that my voice is always coming through. It's quite overpowering. But yeah. But it's like, how did you come up with pirates? How did this end up being the thing that they ended up going with?
Because pirates are awesome.
I mean,
I just realized that there's a pirate and a pirate ship, but they're not the same place.
Very strange.
Whoa, it's an island. Craziest thing I've ever seen. My bowl haircut rocking on point. That's what you say for a whale, Justin. You said the wrong thing.
It's it is.
He's 12. Let's give him.
And then there's also the additional concept of we want to bring in a kid ranger while all our other characters are solidly into adulthood, and it's just
graduate high school.
Now this is sort of a gorgeous location for them to be working with. Larado's not doing good.
Nope.
I think he did. Kick him. Oh, they pay all the skin a little bit too.
Mm.
This freaking goth makeup on these Piranatrons.
Yeah.
Between this and what's going to happen in a minute, Jason is pulling an Anakin Skywalker right there. Mm-hmm. And now we have the scene I referenced earlier.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Oh yeah, with Elgar's hand cut off.
This is wonderful.
Rita.
And he's got his sleeping mask on and everything. It's beautiful.
I do love that her suggestion is just run, because at this point, the Rangers have taken out.
Yeah.
I mean, the last thing we heard Rita and Zed say is, "We're back." And now the next thing they say is, "Run."
There's so many questions.
Options are, the Doylist explanation is it's a soft reboot. In-universe...
Yeah, around there somewhere.
A nice butt shot. That was... There you go.
Okay, can we just talk for a second about how completely racist this is?
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, the natives of Miranthia.
Okay. This is unacceptable. I don't care if it's 1997. It's unacceptable.
It's not great.
And it doesn't matter that it's a fictional island either.
Nope, because there are certainly some stereotypes they are playing upon.
Yeah.
Right?
But the stereotypes were more like, "Hey, we're gonna eat you too. We don't care that your hair's turned gray for some reason."
And it's also clearly like gray dye because it's not right now.
I was gonna say something and I completely forgot what it was.
It'll come back to you when we moved on to something else.
Yeah, probably. That's how it always happens.
Color-coded power backpacks. Get them at your Walmart.
Oh, right. The Doylist explanation is it's a soft reboot. But for the Watsonian explanation, like, if I had to choose something, I would go with, at this point, we know that they've changed time a couple of times. We have at least, eventually, like, 2 or 3 multiple timelines. For all we know, this part of the Turbo movie is just one of the branches that's split off. Maybe this is the one that comes from, as a sequel to Mighty Morphin the movie, where they got their powers completely differently.
That's possible.
I just like coming up with really weird headcanons.
I've heard it, but I don't know if it was JYB that necessarily said it. But I heard he wanted to follow up on his I'm a Frog ad lib with, like, it was something like, first a frog and now I got a minivan.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I mean, I feel him on that, although I've made a few jokes that are Mallrats related for him for the minivan.
There's so many just strange things in just the premises behind, like, not even like the details, just in the very premise behind so many of the things that happen in this movie that are just so bizarre. And just how did this end up being what they decided to make?
Also,
now, Volcano, I know, was the initial script that was worked on.
Yeah, the battle for the volcano island or something.
Like, wow, I drove far. Is that the ship I was just on?
Also, when exactly was he supposed to fall in love with a mermaid?
How the heck does he have that view?
I think there were going to be more adventures on the island, is what I must imagine.
Something in my brain wants to say that the mermaid part was associated with the ship.
Maybe. I don't know. I imagine it was a very brief scene, like either while journeying through the island or...
I noticed the kind of things like there's zero way that Adam's binoculars would have that angle.
A wizard did it.
Well, these binoculars have the magical ability to tap into the other cameras. That's why they're so useful.
You know who gives the best facial expressions?
Was an oil pirate ship. I am just saying.
You know who gives the
horrible deck?
Of all of them, the one who does the best reaction faces by far is Nakia.
That's fair.
All right. Can we do that again?
His hair is so dumb.
That's like somebody shut the child up.
His hair is so dumb.
Where's that?
One thing that is a little frustrating with the early Power Rangers movies is that there is no real character arc in either of them.
They start at 11. The story starts. You got to know going in.
Yeah.
And just an episodic adventure.
Yeah, it's just in both cases, there kind of things happen in the movie. There's not really a emotional journey that these characters go through. It's a fun adventure.
Yeah, that maybe being one place where 2017 compares a little better. That mountain is Oogie Boogie.
But in that case, 2017 is an origin story, and even then, it has the most unlikable version of Kimberly.
Yeah, I was going to say, not to say that some of that character development isn't problematic.
Oh, yes.
That mountain is Oogie Boogie.
Oh, it is!
We were just saying. It's kind of great.
It's all right.
But also,
okay.
Race cars on a random desert island, and it's just like, why?
Yeah.
Or not? Well, I know it's not desert.
Jungle. I know we've hinted at it, but I've got to say it a little more directly. Dang, Diva Tox's costume is chesty.
It is certainly a choice. I mean, if we're going again with the Car Ranger thing, compared to Zonette, it's vaguely tame.
Even compared to that, I don't know if I'd say that.
I mean,
Well,
I was actually going to say earlier, I feel like there's a couple shots in this movie where it's like they knew what they had with Hillary. They're like, vamp up to the camera, you know.
that was probably the direction, honestly.
I'm just gonna say, I was 12 when it was happening.
Yeah.
This was a formative time. Just putting that out there.
I believe you've heard both me and Pocky talk about Dulcia in the first movie, so.
Yes.
Hmm.
I will admit I'm probably I was probably a little bit more impacted by Divatox. I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah, there's no question at the time. She's different, definitely a different look for a villain.
Yes.
This wasn't exactly Rita.
No.
And they worked with what they had. And seeing as she's, basically an original villain, that's intentional.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they could not have used Zonette, so.
Like, we got to make an original villain. Let's make something for the dads in the audience, I guess. Oh, here it comes.
Here we go.
Justin, make sure you point the right direction. We discussed this.
Yes.
Gosh dang it, Justin, we talked about this.
Here we go. We've been practicing this on the boat the whole time.
Yeah, there's 10 minutes until the stream cuts off.
We get
At least record.
And here, that Stretch Armstrong.
We're just going to go until it cuts us off. But as we only have 10 minutes left, you guys, we are probably not going to get to finish the movie. But if you would...
We'll get to finish the movie. It just won't be archived.
It just won't be archived?
Yes.
So we can
So what I was pointing out in terms of at 10 o'clock, or just before 10 o'clock, any recordings of this stream will not be saved unless we have a means of saving them. YouTube will let us keep streaming, but it just won't save the stream past this point.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So in about another 10 minutes.
So if you raise money, we'll finish this movie out.
Yeah.
In that case.
And we'll have the super secret conversations.
Yes.
Starting in about minutes.
And we are still $300 away from our goal. If you would like to contribute so we can keep talking about Turbo and do a nice comparison of the two Divatoxes next week.
Yes, talk all about that.
And we might as well establish the TV Piranatrons are better than the movie Piranatrons.
Well, yes, the TV Piranatrons are far better.
I mean, they're actual creatures and not just dudes in suits.
Yeah.
But we'll also be able to discuss the Demetria Divatox connection.
Yes.
And why it was the other theory that I am not going to say now in case we do get to our goal of why Demetria was so necessary for all of them.
If you even want to see Demetria of the planet Inquirus, donate to the Georgia Voting Rights Protection. They're just running now. We run fast too because Turbo.
I'm just saying to Twitter, if you want to see exclusive Power Rangers content that YouTube won't let you see later, jump on now.
Tommy, I found a leaf.
Wow, this is fun.
Oh, God. Producers are like, remember, he's a kid, even though he's tall. Oh. And more shots of Divatox looking down.
Yeah.
The way Justin just jumped in the air like that and cheered himself on, it's feeling Anakin Skywalker Phantom Menace-y.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, it also kind of reminds me of the White Ranger footage. Especially for Tommy's first fight as the White Ranger.
Oh, yeah,
which, again, is the Die Ranger influence.
there was a movie that somebody wanted to make, and it was a movie that had nothing to do with Car Ranger.
Yes. I mean, also with the young Anakin Skywalker comparison you kind of made there, like, that's only 2 years later. And it's the same kind of problem. There was so much hate thrown at the kids, and as much as certain actors in this movie who are 12 years old at this time may have said some problematic things. Like, they didn't deserve the hate that they got piled on them at age 12. Like,
oh yeah, of course not.
Like, the way that they were treated in by the fandom at large was really not cool. And actually, the other thing that happened at Anime Fest Orlando with Blake Foster, besides him being too drunk to show up to a morning panel, was that he was auctioning off his communicator. And my friend Kim just said, if I give you $500 right now, can I just have it? So instead of the auction, which was supposed to start at really cheap, she just wrote a check on the spot for $500 and got the communicator. And unfortunately, she passed away less than a year later. But she got what she wanted, which was to own a communicator and to meet Jason David Frank.
Oh.
There you go.
And she sadly passed away about 2 months before Morphicon 2012.
Largo is not doing well.
We have reunited the Muppet family.
Yep.
Sleep it off, Largo. It'll be all right.
Okay, and I want the stream to weigh. I want the chat to weigh in on this too. Who does a better version of evil? Kim or Tommy?
Kim or Tommy?
Jason's is not very good.
Granted. Okay.
Jason is just grunting. Like.
So.
It's funny because I think they're, like, chat weigh in, but, like, I think they're two different kinds. Kim does a very, like, vampy kind of evil. And JDF gives you more kind of, but more Draken, like, Emperor-ish kind of evil.
He does have the great mwahahas.
Mm-hmm.
His evil laugh, as we have said, is one of the best things that...
Nice.
She had to have had so much fun getting to do this.
Oh, yeah. Snap. Oh, Tommy's like, damn. Whoa.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm
Nice superhero landing.
And I do love, actually, there that we did not just get immediately, like, the two girls fighting each other, but we actually got, you know, Jason versus Kat there.
Yeah.
While Kim is beating up Adam.
There's also something just that really hits hard about two unmorphed humans.
Okay, that is such a good line. I'm sorry. Like, it's not the line itself; it's her delivery.
Oh, there we go. Kim's like, hey, weren't you evil once? You know what it's like.
And unlike King for a Day, hugging it out is not going to work here. Although that might be a good reason for why Tommy did take off his helmet.
I mean, the big thing... Pink is out.
Yeah, Jason's just kind of good. Jason's doing Goldar right now.
He's just, yeah, which, you know what, is really fitting.
Yeah.
Like, his internalized thought of what a villain would be like would be Goldar.
I will say, Evil Kim there was making me feel certain things.
I'm not. I think we can all agree with that.
I believe everyone in this chat agrees with that.
Yeah, like that I think is just sort of universal.
Do it.
Also, Kim was ushered out of the show by when Kat turned evil. And now her last appearance in person is her being turned evil.
Yeah. Divatox is such a just sort of a troll here.
Fire! Oh, Muppet magic. The scene's going on too long.
You were always the one with the muscles and the power, Jason. No one disputed that.
Also, is the lava just a wallpaper? Because there's like no convection going on. No one's face is melting off, or...
Well, I mean, the two of them got dropped into the lava, and all that happened is they turned evil.
Yeah, I guess so.
I guess you could say that's actually like Malagor's body. Then, hey, Chad, if you get us a 1700, we can get to In Space and talk about them reusing Malagor's Dark Spectre.
Yeah.
Okay, but how did he get his hair back under the helmet?
It's
That's
morphing.
helmet magic.
That's back to action.
Yep. I will say another thing. It's a subtle touch the comics add, but that I like is they have this ability to kind of just make their helmets go away and then like reform. But is it actually, because sometimes they do actually take them off, but other times they kind of digitally disappear.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of convenient.
Bye, Elgar.
We do.
You'll be back later, I know, but...
Aw, and her little alligator lizard fish. Yeah, okay, there you go. She at least thought about the alligator lizard fish. How could this happen to me? Yes.
This whole weird sad Jason moment is just kind of odd.
Sad, emo, evil Jason.
So, Elgar just showed up as normal, like back in her whatever.
That's good. Well, I guess
they do have an explanation in like one of the early episodes of why he's just back, which we need another $300 if we're gonna talk about it.
Elgar came back.
I think Elgar's just immortal.
Well, I mean, he got his hand cut off, and we saw that he's apparently a robot, or at least partially a robot.
Did she like?
Malagor.
I'm just like, after all that, like, did she not know what he looked like?
Pretty much.
These are the types of deals you make to get power.
And I just.
There we go.
The whole plot is the villainess wanting a husband, and. Ugh.
I get the impression that with Malagor, it was an imperfect resurrection as a result of the loss of the original sacrifices of Jason and Kimberly.
That is a good suggestion.
Weapons!
He was resurrected through the use of Elgar instead. And Elgar is not a very good sacrifice for him, so he seems to be sort of a compromised version of himself.
That is
What are the Storm Chargers?
Yeah, can't they just ram their cars into him if they have all this power?
Tanya's weapon?
Yeah.
Lasers.
Brass knuckles, I guess?
Yeah, they're basically...
they're basically brass knuckles.
It's the sort of, like, to use the Final Fantasy XIV, it's like a monk's weapon or the pugilist's weapon, so it's basically punch it.
Yeah.
My least favorite class. I am so bad at it.
Car, right?
What?
Those are the weapons that combine and make a car, right?
Yes, the turbo ram.
Yeah. I always thought that was neat. I like weapons that come together and form things that aren't necessarily big guns.
Yeah.
The rescue bird being another example that comes to mind.
Yeah, but both of them could also be reformed into a big gun. Also, I'm pretty sure that Adam is using his thunder cannon backwards.
You know, I think you're right because I think Johnny Young watched me to comment about that.
Yeah.
Kimberly doesn't even know what those things are.
Nope. No. Yeah, no, because they may have on the same
submarine.
submarine.
They're probably important. The Rangers were trying to rescue them.
Doesn't cut to that stock shot of a volcano.
I kind of expected the Pterodactyl Lord to, you know. That would have been nice, though. Kim could have had her Zord for a second and, you know.
It's like, oh, that'll really help.
Also, kind of hilarious that, like, Divatox required Larago to open up that door.